So good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank you all for coming today to our workshop on GPS protection and receiver performance. My name's Cecilia Solhoff. I am the Press Liaison and Outreach Coordinator for the Wireless Bureau here at the FCC. To get us started this morning, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the Chairman of the FCC, Tom Wheeler.
Thanks, Cecilia, and good morning to everybody. It's great to see this crowd here this morning, and to all of you out there in the ether as well. I thought it would be appropriate if I began by recognizing how cousin General Robert Wheeler is going to be here later today to talk to you. What are the odds that two Wheelers end up being decision makers on national spectrum policy? I had an interesting experience a few weeks ago over at the Pentagon. I'm sitting in a meeting, and General Wheeler is there, and somebody says, "Well, Wheels, what do you think?" I said, and he started talking, and they were talking to him, but, Wheels was the name that I grew up with. And then I discovered that he has better claim to it, however, because he has it written on a pilot's helmet where it says Wheels on the side, and he was a B-2 pilot and a B-52 pilot, and I think that's precedent and better claim to the name Wheels. But I will go on record is that the day that General Wheeler walks into one of our negotiations with an extra helmet that says Wheels on the side, I'm putty. It's over. But the fact that General Wheeler is going to be able to visit with us this morning is significant, and we appreciate all his efforts and his leadership here on this important topic and on so many important spectrum topics where our partners, and I do mean that because, one of the significant things about being a partner, I don't care whether you're a partner with your wife or a partner in another kind of another relationship, partners have full and frank and open discussions and don't always agree, but figure out how to be partners together to move things forward. And that's one of the things that I've enjoyed in my tenure here thus far, working with General Wheeler, working with Terry Takai before she left as CIO of the DoD, and with our other federal partners, because partnership is an important kind of a concept. But when you stop and think about what we're talking about and what so many of us are involved in is if the ICT economy is the growth engine of our nation, and if location is playing the increasing role that it is playing in the ICT economy, then it's important that we partners all sit down together and address our common set of challenges. And then when you layer on that the importance that location plays in public safety and in critical infrastructure, the importance that we work with all of our partners only becomes more paramount. It's just a simple fact of life that GPS which for many of us for so long was a whiz-bang, nice-to-have, ancillary kind of a capability, is now an essential capability to our ICT economy, to our public safety, and to our critical infrastructure. And so we have to make sure that we don't mess that up. So today is about federal and non-federal leaders coming together to discuss successful industry-driven collaborations on GPS receiver performance. And as I said, these are not abstract issues. They have economic impact, they have public safety impact, they have critical infrastructure impact. But let me also be specific on what today is not about. It's not about FCC mandated receiver standards. Rather, it's about how best to protect GPS operations in the context of evolving technology and adjacent spectrum activities. It is not about FCC certified receivers. It is about how we all work together to deal with something that we all know exists. And that we can't just retreat into our own corners. And that's why I'm really excited that so many of you have agreed to come participate today, so that we can try and discover how do partners come together to solve challenges that we all recognize exist and that aren't going to get any better if we ignore them. So I'm grateful to you all for being here. I look forward to a fruitful discussion that you all will be having. And I'm happy now to turn it over to Admiral Dave Simpson to take us through the rest of the day. Or am I turning it back to you? I'm turning it back to you. Okay. Thanks.
So we're actually going to switch up the order just a tiny bit. We're going to go to the tutorial on the growth of wireless and GPS industries. Steve Koenig is the Director of Industry Analysis at the Consumer and Electronics Association. So he's going to be here, and then we'll hear from Admiral Simpson after he's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just ask for your indulgence while I get set up. I'm just going to make sure that I can see the data. I can only hope that my remarks this morning are half as inspiring as the chairman's. But fair warning, this is a research presentation, so well done to those of you who are holding a cup of coffee because you might need it. A lot of statistics here this morning. But I think what you'll find is it's exciting stuff, and I'm excited to be here and talk with you this morning, because I myself am an early adopter of GPS technology. And I actually brought with me this morning the very first device that I purchased way back in 2002 for about $400, I believe. This is a Garmin eTrex Legend. And when you boot this device up, this is what you see. This little image. If we could show the slide, please. Here we are. This is what you see. So this visible constellation in the sky of the various satellites, you can see the relative signal strength. All of you have seen this before. Even some of the satellites are numbered. But I find this interesting because it's really, in a nutshell, it kind of demonstrates how where we've come from with this technology in the consumer space and how far we've gone in the consumer space with this technology. When we think about the user experience today, which is essentially pulling out our smartphones, firing up Yelp, finding where that closest Italian restaurant is. It takes about 5 minutes to walk there. It's the birds in the sky are almost superfluous to us. We don't even think about it anymore. Consumers, it's almost an expectation. But with this device, this was really back in 2002. It was game-changing for me. I enjoy hunting for fun and food. And with this device, I could go with confidence into the woods before dawn when I can't really find any visible landmarks, right? But I could find my way back out again with the digital breadcrumb trail left by this device. So game-changing for me, and certainly here in 2014, GPS remains a game-changing technology. So I'm excited to be here, and CEA is also very delighted to be part of this dialogue. We firmly believe that GPS is one of a chorus of technologies that is instrumental in engineering an innovation-led economy. You've probably heard CEA pontificate on this point many, many times. We firmly believe that innovation is the path forward for America and the way that we can ensure America's leadership and protect and secure that leadership in the future in the global economy. So I just want to take a moment before we dive into the data and acknowledge a lot of the data that you're going to see comes from the GSA, and this report in particular, available publicly on their website, this GNSS Market Report Issue 3 from October 2013. It does a very good job of articulating the global market opportunity of various precision GPS verticals in addition to consumer-oriented markets, and goes further to provide a pretty robust segmentation. And you'll see what I'm talking about in a few moments. But I just wanted to officially acknowledge and give credit to this report. So in my discussion today, in this part of this tutorial, if you like, I'll be discussing a number of these verticals in detail, really through the lens of the GSA research and including some of our own research at CEA. So we'll leave the military to their own devices, pardon the pun, for the moment. Clearly, we understand that that was really the genesis of this technology, and we find this often in the consumer space. And this is more or less in the past, where technologies would either begin with the military or maybe enterprise from very large, meaty corporations like IBM, Oracle, and then those technologies would filter down to the consumer space. Now, in this innovation economy, we see the reverse, and actually innovation filtering upstream, where startups, inventors, innovators are creating through available technologies new products, devices, services that potentially the military are interested in, or the enterprise. So quite a reverse trend. But we'll talk about rail, surveying, agriculture, road GPS, aviation, and maritime shipping, and then get into the consumer space. So let's kick off with surveying, and I found this to be particularly interesting when we think about just the explosive growth that we're seeing across the world in terms of developing countries. Cities are literally being created out of fields in China, and just a lot of development happening right around the world. Now, one of the things you're going to want to pay attention to through the course of my remarks and the slides here, and I apologize for the obscurement there at the top. Some of you are maybe able to follow along with some of the handouts, and this presentation will be made available after this workshop. But you'll want to pay attention to scale in a lot of these different markets. And let me just take this opportunity to underscore the fact that while we're measuring this surveying market in thousands of units, and when we get to the consumer space, well, that scale will turn to millions, if not billions. These precision GPS markets may be small in nature, but very large in stature, and very, very critically important to economies right around the world, especially here in the United States. But the survey market, so we see about a 200,000 unit market opportunity here in 2014, that growing incrementally as we get out to the dawn of the new decade. But the installed base is going to really more than double. And this next slide really shows that trend, and you can see that overall we'll probably hit close to around 30% market penetration by the time we get out to the early years of the next decade. And you can see some of the key manufacturers that are involved in this space at the bottom. But this is an important market for a variety of reasons. When we think about being able to monitor our coastlines through natural effects like erosion and so forth, being able to measure that, and also just we have a limited amount of space, don't we? So we need to be able to be very precise with our surveying equipment, and GPS is the path for that and an enabler for that. So moving on to agriculture, this is another precision vertical that I found personally very intriguing, and I was fascinated by this because we think about farming. How long have we been farming, planting crops, and so forth for harvest? And now with this technology, we really are bringing this age-old industry into the 21st century. So when we think about the precision that we can plant seeds, we can through VRT or variable rate technology, we can modulate disbursement of fertilizers and so forth with such exact precision. It's key because we think about America's farmers and the need to be competitive in that global commodity space. We obviously export a great deal of food. So enabling them to be more efficient, more profitable, and have more food, because we certainly around the globe have more mouths to feed, don't we? So some of the data here is instructive when we look at just the proportion that is represented by North America, chiefly the anchor being the United States, in that light blue sector, a very large proportion of this industry. Again, scale it's small in nature but large in stature, about 220,000 units expected to ship this year, nearly tripling by the time we get out to 2020. But that installed base is really growing rapidly worldwide, and those are really for the reasons that I mentioned previously, that everyone around the world has a need to be more efficient in agriculture, more productive, more competitive, more profitable. So we'll hit, again, about 40% penetration by the time we get out to the early years of the next decade. And this really explains that, I think, in detail a bit further, just looking at this penetration rate and then that installed base. And this curve is clearly accelerating as we move through time. The growth rates aren't listed here, but I can tell you from just examining the data, we're seeing an accelerating process here in terms of shipment volume and the growth in the installed base. So next up is aviation. Come fly with me. This is another market where GPS is really a no-brainer, isn't it? I mean, we think about the need to get people and cargo from one point on the globe to the other. The safety reasons are abundant here, and another market that is just really, really important. And I was, in fact, not surprised to see that VFR, Visual Flight Rules, general aviation, is so dominant in this space. And really the other segments that you can see listed there are really, really small, but taken in whole, another one of these markets that we see significant growth in the installed base, but we're already, for obvious reasons, enjoy a very high rate of penetration. And a lot of this activity is, you guessed it, anchored here in the United States. When we think about major aviation corporations like Boeing, they're shipping their planes right around the world. So this light blue area represented by North America really accounting for the lion's share of this GNSS activity within this aviation space. And this is not only for commercial but also for private aircraft. A lot of aircraft owned and produced here in the United States. But I want to reiterate the point that we already see a very high level of penetration here by that articulated by that yellow line across the top. So by the time we get out to the next decade, we're really pushing nearly 100% deployment in terms of this technology in the aviation space. So on to rail, and this was another vertical as I really drank in the details of some of the data and started to really investigate, because a lot of these, to be honest with you, these precision GPS verticals are a little bit outside the scope of Consumer Electronics Association. It's in our name, consumer technology. This is what we really are focused on. But we're all consumers. We use these transportation systems. And when it comes to rail, you might first think, well, so why? I mean, we have point A to point B. There are rails in between. The train can't just decide to go wherever it likes. It's got to stay on the rails. At least that's what we want. But this GNSS GPS technology is game-changing here in really revolutionizing mainline switching. So the idea here is that we've, for years, had this system employed across America's rail and even in other parts of the world, this rail infrastructure where we have a set of tracks, we have various sensors along those rails, and when a train passes by, the sensor says, okay, a train just passed here. It sends that information back to the command and control center, and then the operator there says, okay, and then he signals, say, train A, hey, you're 50 miles outside of Des Moines. You need to slow down to this speed and take this junction. So a lot of infrastructure that's expensive to maintain, that we're reliant upon. Clearly there are redundant systems that ensure safety and whatnot. But this GNSS GPS technology is going to be really game-changing, and you can see the uptake starting to manifest very, very soon. And here in the United States, with positive train control, I think some of you in the audience are probably familiar with this, and much more so than I. But essentially, with GPS technology, the train operator is empowered to know in real time where am I. They can communicate that system automatically, seamlessly back to the central command and control arena. And so there are a lot of benefits with this technology, not the least of which the command and control, but reduced requirements on supporting infrastructure and the like. So this positive train control, that's what's really representing the large pop you see in the dark red, which would be attributable to these high-density command and control systems. This is positive train control deployment in the United States being represented here. But again, one of these markets where we see a very small, relatively speaking, unit volume, but a very important contribution in this sector. And so by the time we get out to 2022, we would reasonably expect that we would have about a third of the world's trains using this technology. It's going to be a slow climb, but really North America doesn't come into the picture, does it, until around 2015, 2016, with that light blue again representing North America, anchored by the United States, of course. And again, this is from the effects of positive train control. So it looks like to me that the rest of the world and the EU27, they're maybe a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of this technology being deployed in their rail systems, but we'll be catching up rather quickly in the years to come. So our next segment is maritime or shipping, and this is another one like aviation that is obvious where the benefits and the fit of this technology it makes complete sense, because obviously we don't want to go back to paper charts and sextants and even guiding by the stars, straight on till morning, if you like. So a lot of benefits here. But again, another one of these relatively small markets, small in nature but large in stature. And I was intrigued here with the segmentation that you can see across some of these segments within the maritime GPS industry. Ports is something that is going to be growing rapidly. We think about global shipping, the global marketplace, and how many goods that we're transporting and the cost benefits of shipping. We're going to need more ports. We're going to need to improve the existing ports that we have to reduce congestion. And the ships keep getting bigger, don't they? So we need better ways for those giants to navigate through ostensibly sometimes narrow waterways. So this technology makes all the sense in the world when it comes to ports. But there are many other verticals as well that we can see benefiting in the years to come from this technology. And like aviation, we already enjoy a very high level of penetration across the globe when it comes to GPS technology in the maritime business. Again, North America is kind of in the minority here. We see a vast growth in the rest of the world, and to be honest, I'm not really sure if that's a function of that a lot of vessels are flagged in other countries. Shipbuilding is a considerable industry here in the United States, but elsewhere as well, like in China, as one example. But again, we have a high degree of penetration here because of the need for precision navigation when we're crossing the world's oceans. Very, very similar, again, to aviation. So on to roads. Now, this is where you're going to want to pay attention because we're going to have that shift in scale that I referenced earlier. And this is like a Venn diagram. This is one of those industries that really overlaps with between the commercial world and the consumer space. So what we find here is a number of technologies that have been in use for a number of years, either P&Ds, as you can see pictured here, or installed, in the dash technologies. But equally a fit right around the United States, whether you're driving a semi or an SUV, we all have a need to get where we're going efficiently as in the quickest way possible, save fuel and save time. So what do we find here? Well, this was interesting that it's not all about getting from A to B. We have some new uses coming forward to take advantage of GNSS GPS technology in the years to come. Obviously, right here in 2014, this is dominated by the P&D market and the in-vehicle systems. But in the future, there are several other technologies that you can see here, the orange, red, yellow, and gray segments of the bar chart out in the years to come. So what do these mean? Well, eCall is a European system, a mandate, basically a one-touch emergency call that can summon emergency services, and obviously with GPS gives the exact coordinates to shorten those response times. So this is something that the EU is mandating in new vehicles and light trucks. So that's part of the growth story. But also, when we think about using the technology for infrastructure and like toll roads, really needing to do away with the old, what might be antiquated now, the toll booth, but using this technology to say, okay, you entered this toll road at this time, and we know that you exited at this time, and your credit card is charged accordingly. So that's what RUC, road use charge, or PPUI, pay per use, if you like, is seen. And this is, again, global. So I expect that we'll see that. Obviously, here in the D.C. area, we have a lot of these hot lanes. But this is another avenue for technology in civil infrastructure and in the consumer space. And that install base is continuing to grow really across the world. Obviously, the EU is being lifted by that eCall segment that I referenced earlier. North America staying somewhat static. I don't necessarily agree with that perspective. I think there's a lot of upside potential here when we think about the deployment of in-vehicle systems using navigation. Obviously, much in the news these days has been the increase in light vehicle and truck sales here in the United States. A lot of corporations like Ford and so forth posting profits. And really this is a function of pent-up demand, if you like, for a number of durables, including autos. So as we see automotive sales rise and the marketplace for cars here in the United States, the competitive nature of that market intensifies, I think there's a great deal of upside potential here for the installed base, particularly in the United States. And I have some data I'll show in a moment that articulates that point. But clearly, manufacturers are marketing technology just as robustly as they are miles per gallon and fuel efficiency and safety. And why is that? It's because consumers are living digital lifestyles and they expect a congruent experience, whether they're in the home, on the go, or in their cars. So where have we come? Let's take a look in the rearview mirror and just kind of have a further, more in-depth examination when it comes to road or vehicle GPS. And I say we're kind of recalculating the opportunity, and this is the genesis of this really was anchored in P&Ds like Garmin, TomTom. There were dozens of brands in the marketplace when this industry really took off. And subsequently, we've seen that industry impacted. This is showing the global view, but let me show you also now the view of the U.S. market and enter some CEA data where we're tracking shipments of product from manufacturers into the U.S. consumer sales channel. And you can really see very clearly the meteoric rise of shipments in the United States of P&Ds right up between 2003 and 2008, where we achieved very, very quickly between 2006 and 2008, probably from about 3% household penetration to 12%. And shipments have subsequently trended lower from there, and really the reasons here are related to the smartphone. In 2009, Google introduced turn-by-turn directions as part of their Android operating system. And then obviously in 2011, we saw a great deal of shipment activity, and I've got some data to show you there. But really, there's been a shift in usage from P&Ds to smartphones generally, but we still, for P&Ds, enjoy a very high degree of penetration. In 2014, 45%. And let me make this point as well, that there are, according to our research at CEA, a number of consumers out there, a very large segment in fact, who prefer purpose-built devices, who aren't happy with using their smartphone for virtually everything, to take pictures, to navigate, to listen to music, to watch video, etc. So, and I myself, I've owned 3 or 4 P&Ds over the many years, and so this market is still viable. But we are seeing the P&D market really being surrounded by a number of competing industries. The in-vehicle piece that I referenced earlier being one of those, and we see that penetration rate climbing around 16%. But again, I think there's a lot of upside as technology becomes an increasingly a communication point in marketing materials for the vehicle OEMs, and then also in the vehicles themselves. We've seen this technology really migrate from a luxury item in a vehicle and really the domain of luxury badge vehicles, very high-end cars, to really all makes and models. And what we see today is the costs have come down, and typically this technology is marketed in the United States and around the world as part of a trim package. So maybe you have the technology package that you can add, and it would include in-dash navigation and a number of like ADAS, advanced driver assist systems, like BMW Assist, which is kind of pictured here with this screen. And what's next in the vehicle space for GPS technology, we believe, is driverless cars or autonomous vehicles. Clearly, this is an industry, a budding industry, where GPS technology is mission critical, isn't it? Absolutely crucial, and we wouldn't be able to have it without that technology. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this marketplace for autonomous vehicles, as nascent and as small and some might say as obscure as it is today, will without doubt make an impact on all of our lives and will really change the nature of transportation in the decades to come. And already we have several states across the union where it's street legal to test autonomous vehicles. You can see California is obvious, and then you have the Nevada license plate at the bottom. Anyone want to venture a guess who the other two are? You recognize those flags? Michigan and Florida. So 4 states where we have street legal testing already for driverless cars, and some automakers have signaled by the start of the next decade, Volvo, for example, by 2020 will offer a driverless car. So on to LBS, and this is where it gets really exciting, and again, that scale is going to change, but a lot of innovation happening here, and the universe is really expanding for LBS, and this is driven principally by smartphones, but also in the years to come, increasingly tablets that are including GPS receivers and GNSS devices. So here we're looking at, the measurement is in millions, but effectively we're talking about billions. So 1.2 billion units expected to ship this year, increasing by the start of the next decade to 2.2 billion units. So these are massive, massive volumes, massive markets, very, very competitive, and the install base measured in billions there, over 5.5 billion by the time we get to 2020. So really we're putting one of these devices in almost every person's hand. So it's an incredibly large market. And we see that install base, again, ramping very quickly, principally in the rest of the world, as noted here on this slide. And what's this about? Well, this is about countries like China and India with very, very large populations, certainly relative to many other countries, including the United States. So that's going to really be how we really ramp up this penetration rate. And just overall, when we think about GPS-enabled devices, the GSA report suggests that in more developed economies, say here in the West, like the United States, we might see 3 devices per person in the near future, whereas we're seeing a migration in the developing world from about 1 device per 10 people to about 1 device for every 2 people. So that's one reason how the install base will grow, and that density, though, is going to be growing rapidly in developed nations like the United States. But how is this happening? And to tie it back to the United States and show you some data here, we've seen this really very rapid migration in wireless handsets. Clearly, as we saw from the slides before, that this is a huge market. Everyone, just about everyone in the U.S., about 2/3 of us, in fact, have a smartphone. So there's a lot of install base out there, a lot of deployment of these products. But really, this migration from standard handsets to smartphones has been a transition that's happened fairly rapidly. And in 2011, we call this at CEA the year of the smartphone. And that's where we really started to see shipments accelerate. A lot of product markets, device markets, will show some kind of an inflection point. And that inflection point for smartphones came in 2011. And that was really not just iPhone frenzy, but it was more or less the carriers really getting serious about converting people to digital, to smartphones, and getting more aggressive with data plans. So this is why we saw this very, very keen uptake starting in 2011. And from there, here in the U.S. market, by the time we get out to 2017, I think we'll probably see in 2017 or 2018 smartphone shipments crest at around 175 to 180 million units here domestically. But still, we're producing a lot of these, and we're selling a lot of these through stores like Verizon, Best Buy, and so forth. And it's a very, very hot product and perennially on consumers' lists, along with tablets. So what does that growth curve look like? Well, the inflection point here, I believe, really happened right at the beginning of the market in April 2010 when Apple introduced the iPad. And from there, the growth rate speaks for itself. We've just seen this double, triple-digit growth rates year after year in the early years. Now here in 2014, roughly about 90 million tablets. We've seen this marketplace for tablets very quickly segment in terms of device size. We have larger screen, we have smaller screen tablets. We even have tablets that really push the boundaries of smartphones and tablets, so-called phablets. So is it a tablet? Is it a phone? It's up to you. So a great deal of screen segmentation, price segmentation, and by the end of this year, we'll ship close to 300 million units. That's about 1 tablet per person in the United States. So an incredibly robust market, and we have seen, by virtue of these millions and millions of shipments, very, very rapid growth in the household penetration rate for both of these devices that we call together the dynamic duo, tablets and smartphones. And in fact, tablets has been one, if not the fastest growing product in the history of the consumer electronics industry. Very, very, very few products, if any, have posted this kind of massive growth rate in household penetration, just rabid adoption by consumers. So up to about 45% at present time. And then, of course, the smartphones, really I think we're around about 66% was the latest figure. We track both of these products quarterly at CEA if any of you are interested. Please let us know. So what does all this mean? So we've talked about this. We've talked about this sale of smartphones and tablets and how this has really, the install base has grown here in the United States and worldwide. But again, I want to tie it back to some core technologies, GPS included in that. And that's really the foundation for a lot of the innovation and disruption that we're seeing today. It starts with this technology that, really began with devices like this in the consumer space. And by the way, this still works. And it takes a while to acquire satellites. But these days, the accuracy, power management, clearly the cost of GPS receivers has come down massively. And it's almost an expectation in the consumer market that we would have location information on board our devices. So that's the foundation. But then we move into the device layer, and we're talking about obviously mobile connected devices, but connectivity is one of those other technologies that's really part and parcel to this innovation economy. And then sensors, GPS could be included in there, and then devices working in concert with each other and forming this ecosystem. You're going to hear a lot more of that word being invoked by CE manufacturers as they talk about how their family of products can communicate, machine-to-machine communication. So if you have a Samsung laundry pair and a Samsung TV, the dryer has finished its cycle, it's ready to be unloaded, you'll get a message on your Samsung TV. So you know exactly what's going on and what you need to do. But more and more use cases for not only this technology, but through these devices. And again, this is where we're seeing tremendous innovation and disruption. So we talk about this a lot, and we saw this in abundance at the CES Consumer Electronics Show that we host and produce every year in Las Vegas in January. Really, our devices these days are festooned with sensors. It's a chorus of technologies. Most of these have been pointed outward to the outside world, but increasingly when we think about health and fitness, we're turning those sensors towards ourselves to measure our health. And I think when we think about, fitness is probably the big market right now when it comes to that. But health in the very near future will probably be the lion's share of the opportunity when we think about aging in place technologies, the number of retirees that we'll have, and so forth, and the need for affordable health care and to manage those costs. But GPS and connectivity are really absolutely crucial. And, I'm going to tell you why they are, because just these raw outputs from all these sensors are in and of themselves, to the general consumer on the street, not that earth-shattering or interesting. When we're looking at accelerometers or that's great, I know my coordinates, but really, it really comes down to context. And that's the key word and key takeaway to understand the consumer mind, really what's important. It's about context. It's about taking these simple measurements from these sensors, GPS included, location, layering that with other information to provide context. So the example that I gave earlier at the beginning of my remarks about, what's the user experience today? Well, we pull out our cell phone, we fire up Yelp, we find out where that Italian restaurant is. So a lot of different layers of information, a lot of leveraging of technologies that are happening here. And the magic, the secret sauce, if you like, is in algorithms, it's in software. But this is all seamless to the consumer and has really started to ingrain an expectation. And that's why we've started to see a great deal of innovation and why we believe that GPS is one of those chorus of technologies that's absolutely crucial to an innovation-led economy that we're so fond of and believe so wholeheartedly in at CEA. This is an app called Swarm. Some of you may be using this app already. It's Foursquare's latest play. And essentially, as you move kind of left to right, you basically check in. So you could check in here at the FCC, and then in your network in the center, you could see of your friends in the network who's nearby. And so you can see the application here for maybe areas of high density, like urban areas, neighborhoods. Then you can go further with the last window there to suggest a meetup. Hey, I see you're nearby, want to meet for a coffee. Hey, there's a new pizza place that just opened up. This wouldn't be possible without GPS technology. And this is creating altogether new business models. It's connecting us as human beings It's exciting, it's innovative, and it's really great to see, and it's all made possible by GPS. This is the anchor technology for this application, clearly. But it gets even more interesting when we look at disruptive technologies. And the example here is Uber. Has anybody used Uber? Show of hands? Yeah, several of you have. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a technology that where location is very, very central and has been very disruptive right around the world. In fact, there have been several protests from taxi industries across the globe that are saying, hey, this is messing with our mojo. It's very disruptive. But again, at CEA, we believe in technology, leading an innovation economy, this kind of disruptive business model. This is how we move forward as a society, as the human race, and certainly here in America, how we can ensure our leadership in the global economy. So just to close, just a couple more slides for you. Just to put into perspective kind of what we've covered today, I offer you this summary that kind of shows the relative market size in terms of unit shipments between 2014 and 2020. Again, a lot of these precision GPS verticals, small in nature, but very large in stature. They're very important, very key markets for obvious reasons when we think about aviation and maritime and agriculture. We want to fight hunger. We need better precision with our planting to accelerate crop yields. But the numbers when we get to the consumer space are staggering, in the billions. And the revenues are also staggering when we look at the market opportunity here. We're looking at cumulative revenues. This is tying back to the GSA report. And for LBS, just to explain, we're attributing $1 from every smartphone handset. So a very reasonable, if not conservative, method to kind of estimate the total market opportunity. But well over 93% of the market really tied up between road and LBS. So clearly the consumer space is where a lot of this activity is. But again, these precision verticals are extremely important for infrastructure and commerce, et cetera. So I think we can all agree, and the chairman in his remarks, I think, said it very well, that location is more important than ever. And for a variety of reasons, and again, we believe at CEA that this is one of those technologies that's an enabler for innovation and disruption. And we talked about the consumer market, the vital importance of this technology to consumers, but most importantly to these precision verticals, where we're really starting to re-engineer entire systems and business models. We think about rail as just one example with positive train control. So vast amounts of opportunity and much success today in your discussions and dialogue, and CEA once again is very pleased to be part of this, and thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you, Steve. And Steve's presentation will be, if it's not already, posted on the event page, which if you're watching remotely or when you go back to your offices, if you go to www.fcc.gov/events and then look for today's date and today's workshop, you'll get the event page. And now we'd like to introduce Admiral David Simpson, who is the Chief of our Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, who will give us a few introductory remarks.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone who's assembled today on a very important topic. GPS is increasingly important in our lives, and that talk by CEA is really a perfect scene setter for a little bit of what I'm going to talk to you about, and that's the potential dark day consequences of this wonderful new technology that we have that we're increasingly reliant on. GPS is a major enabler of economic activity. The introduction of location-based services, as we've just heard, has really spawned an amazing new set of functionalities that not only are extremely useful, but also have real economic value for our country. Over 1 billion devices worldwide now use GPS. Virtually every critical infrastructure sector in the United States today relies on GPS in some way, shape, or form. Specifically, the communications sector absolutely relies on GPS today. Over 200 million cell phones today use GPS and have location-based services as a inherent core part of the phone. Over 300,000 cell sites across the U.S. Use GPS, and AT&T alone in short order is adding 40,000 additional picocells and nanocells as we increase the efficiency with which we use spectrum. People like to think of GPS in its position and navigation side of things, but coming from the military, we know very well that the timing aspect of GPS is as important, if not more important, in the way of critically enabling communications and all the things that communications then further enables across our country. This dependency on GPS is not decreasing as technology improves with mobile communications. It's actually increasing. As we send more data, higher data rates in a given amount of spectrum through, the need for accurate timing gets more and more important. 3G needed GPS to synchronize timing between the sites. 4G needed it even more. It's even more important on LTE. And all of those sites I talked about today rely on GPS. So now the downside. We rely on it. We absolutely rely on it. We are changing safety margins in our lives because it's there. It's always there. Just watch your kids as they go out. Do they take maps with them? Ever? No, GPS is going to be there. It really is. Always. We know that GPS has vulnerabilities. For any professionals that are used to setting up and using GPS and defending it against an adversary that would seek to cause a negative effect from attacking GPS. So my charge to you today is to really, as you explore the additional functionality associated with the increased use of GPS, we have a responsibility to ensure that a commensurate degree of attention goes to hardening our ability to use GPS, to hardening GPS itself. What are the vulnerabilities? Well, it's a couple of key ones. Interference. We are getting more and more efficient with the way that we use spectrum. We're packing closer and closer. Multipath is a concern. We definitely need to ensure as we go forward that we're taking that into account. Jamming is an issue, but one that I'm even more concerned about is spoofing, the ability to masquerade as an authentic GPS signal and intentionally then walk receivers off of what they thought was known good location. We know that has been employed in areas around the world, yet there still is no way to, on the civil side of GPS, authenticate, is that an actual GPS signal I'm receiving, or has that in fact been an adversary intentionally wanting to walk me off of that signal? And there's some simple things we can do. There's some things we can do in the receiver to begin to compare the received signals from satellites, signal strength, and look at anomalies. Oh, that's stronger than a satellite would ever be. Maybe I should ignore that signal. I thought I had 4 balls of the constellation in sight, and suddenly I'm seeing a ball that I don't recognize. There's also things that we can do on the satellite side by putting in authentication bits that would allow civil receivers to, not quite as far as encrypting the signal, but at least to be able to say, yeah, that's the word of the day from the satellite constellation. It's one I'm going to rely on. It may not be that every receiver of the billions of receivers that I described early need to have this degree of hardening. But where it's essential to critical infrastructure, like timing across the backbone LTE networks of the U.S. We need to take some steps to harden ourselves against this. And we need to do it because lives depend on it. Literally, if you look at the public safety community alone, GPS anchors location accuracy for 911, police, fire, ambulance, dispatch response, and vehicle tracking rely on GPS. Emergency response, common operational pictures, that layering of the wonderful geospatial products that was described in the earlier talk are becoming more and more a critical part of how we respond to emergencies. And personnel tracking in those emergencies are there. If you're a terrorist and you're going to cause a kinetic effect from an attack, why wouldn't you today amplify that attack with a little bit of additional confusion added to the response to that attack? We have seen that time and time again where we've come up against terrorists, where they try to amplify their attack. We have got to galvanize around this vulnerability issue with GPS, I believe, and begin to close the gap. FirstNet is coming down the road. It will be like commercial LTE in that there'll be a need to have accurate timing for very high data rates. That, too, could become a vulnerability. It could also become a strength if we look at bringing in additional ways of adding to the location-based accuracy across the country. So I encourage you all, as you work today, to incorporate the importance of GPS operations, particularly to critical infrastructure and public safety users, to look at the benefits of multi-constellation GNSS operations to not only improve location accuracy, but add a degree of robustness, to look at terrestrial complements to GPS that would allow us to not only improve our ability to get the signal accurately across a wide range of conditions, but also to allow it to come into buildings and into areas today that are not well served from space. Approaches to protect RNSS spectrum from neighboring transmitters, GPS and GNSS receiver performance capabilities in the presence of neighboring transmitters, and a potential comprehensive path forward to ensure GPS operations are protected from harmful interference. Let me add one more vulnerability to that list, and that's the vulnerability from cyber. A lot of the utilization of GPS we just talked about does involve software and its integration with the location. A man-in-the-middle attack intending to say, hey, maybe I got the right location, but through cyber, I've hijacked what the software believes is real, is a concern. Within the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, we are working with the CISRIC to examine vulnerabilities to space from cyber, to space communications from cyber, and I would encourage you today to wrestle with cyber as well as those other vulnerabilities to GPS. I'm excited by the turnout today. It's a great crowd, a very important topic, and I encourage you the very best as you come together today with practical, important recommendations for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Admiral. So now we're going to take a quick break. We're going to reconvene at 10:15, so please be back in the room seated, ready to start at 10:15. Thank you. Started now? So before we get started with the first panel, I want to go over a few quick housekeeping items. Those sitting here probably already know we have sign-in sheets in the back. We have a couple of handouts, something with some of the local eateries around here. The program that has the bios and the agenda for the day. We're streaming live today, so people are watching this live online, so we are asking the panelists when you're speaking to please speak into the microphone. I know sometimes when you're looking at the panelists you may turn your head, but if we don't capture it, it won't be on the webcast and it won't be on the video. It's an interactive workshop, so we're hoping to have time for questions after each of the panels. Those sitting here in the audience, we have a couple of staff over here and myself. We have some note cards and pens. We ask that you write your questions down on the note cards and hand it to one of us. Those watching remotely can submit an email to livequestions@fcc.gov. We ask that you would please put your name and what company you're with on your email and on the note card if you could have room. So with that, I'd like to start the first panel. So the first panel this morning, we have two moderators. We have Carl Kessinger, who's from the FCC's International Bureau, and Eric Pancath, who's from the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau.
Thank you. And I want to thank the panelists for appearing here today. I appreciate you all taking the time out of your busy schedules to discuss critical infrastructure and public safety's dependence on GPS. We've had a couple of great talks this morning sort of highlighting the value of GPS to the economy, some of the issues that we see regarding potential threats to GPS, and just a general discussion of how we've become more and more dependent on this vital technology. Again, my name is Eric Pancath. I'm with the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and Carl Kessinger here from the International Bureau will be setting up this panel in the following way. Give each of you roughly 5 minutes to give some opening remarks and presentations. And then we'll have roughly 5-ish or so minutes after each presentation for some specific questions on your opening remarks. And then we'll reserve some time at the end of all the presentations and remarks to take some additional questions, to offer some from the panel and from the audience and from online. But before we get into that, I want to just take the time to introduce to everybody in the room and to the people online the panel here. So first, we have Rob Crane. He is the Homeland Security Advisor for the National Coordinating Office for the U.S. Space-Based Position, Navigation, and Timing, and is housed in the Department of Homeland Security. I think he has the longest title of anybody on the panel. We have Jim Higgins. He is a Deputy Regional Director for the Northeast Region for the FCC Enforcement Bureau. We have David Turner. He is the Vice Director of the Office of Space and Advanced Technology at the Department of State. Greg Buchwald, who is a distinguished member of the technical staff and an engineer at Motorola Incorporated. Cormac Conroy, Vice President of Engineering and Product Management at Qualcomm. Terry Hall, Second Vice Chair for the National Public Safety Telecommunications Council. And Joseph Marks, Assistant Vice President, Federal Regulatory at AT&T. Again, thank you all again for appearing at this panel, and we'll get started first turning to Rob Crane from the NCO.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about our national policies and critical infrastructure dependencies. As we've learned again this morning, the Global Positioning System is truly a global public utility uniquely provided by the United States government to the rest of the world. It is one of our most innovative, critical national capabilities that touches nearly every part of our daily lives and is the cornerstone of our economy and society. It touches our communications networks, our wireless signals, our financial transactions, construction operations of the intermodal transportation system, the massive grids that power our nation, our local networks that are used by our businesses, schools, and governments. It's our first responders' toolkits, helping mutual aid responders arrive safely, sometimes just in time, in an unfamiliar location. And our local first responders to find you in your time of need. So today's discussion recognizes that our global infrastructures are converging and critically interdependent, and that precise time, precision positioning, and accurate navigation enabled by GPS is not only a necessity in this evolution of the integrated mobile environment, but a vital national asset worthy of protection. Using this as a backdrop, we must seek innovative ways for protecting radio frequencies, including cellular, GPS, and public safety signals, with the goal of uninterrupted services and rapidly identifying and locating and mitigating interference sources before they impact our critical infrastructure, and especially first responders and our frontline defenders. We must also ensure that our critical systems and networks that are dependent on GPS capabilities are secure and resilient. The federal provisioning of GPS is supported by a national policy that has crossed a number of administrations since the GPS signals were first made available in 1983 to civil use. The current policies, the 2004 Space-Based Positioning, Navigation, and Timing Policy and the National Space Policy of 2010 set out to bridge the military and civil communities to fully encourage worldwide use of GPS technologies and applications. Commercial use of GPS technologies is thriving and is transforming the way we live and work today. As with any ownership and operation of a critical infrastructure asset, U.S. policy provides for senior leadership at the highest levels of government through an executive committee. We also achieve this through a national coordination office that is actually housed by the Department of Commerce that bridges the military and civil equities and engages all stakeholders in the policy and risk management and decision-making processes affecting the operations and maintenance and modernization of GPS. The Executive Committee is supported by an advisory board, experts from academia, research and technology, and industry. Many of these advisors were previously engaged as government and military officials in the development of GPS. Dr. Brad Parkinson from Stanford University led the Air Force team that created GPS and now leads the advisory board. And the policy also provides for engagement with international service providers led by the State Department. An interesting aspect of the 2004 policy is the area of GPS as a critical component of multiple critical infrastructures. While GPS is not a sector in and of itself, it is recognized as a critical national capability and a cross-sector dependency worthy of national attention and protection. We are currently marrying our national policies with the 2013 presidential policies on critical infrastructure security, resilience, and cybersecurity. These activities build upon extensive work done to date to protect our critical infrastructure and make our cyber systems more resilient. We are also leveraging our public-private partnerships that exist with our critical infrastructure sectors that's facilitated by DHS and our sector-specific agencies for each of those sectors. In 2012, Department of Homeland Security and the National Executive Committee completed an assessment of civil GPS uses within the communications, emergency services, and energy and transportation sectors. Those assessments found that sectors derive timing and location information from GPS. And GPS is increasingly integrated into sector operations because it is accurate, available, and reliable at no cost to the users. In closing, the U.S. critical infrastructure is heavily reliant upon GPS. As technology and architectures evolve, GPS will enable machine-to-machine communications, autonomous mobility, and diagnostic capabilities across a number of mobile applications. As our requirements for specific data increases with an increasingly mobile environment, we must continue to recognize that our critical systems and end-user devices are highly dependent on precise time, precision, positioning, and accurate navigation provided by GPS. Perhaps we need to be thinking about baking resilience into our architectures and designs with sufficient continuity of operations of our critical infrastructures in mind. And if a disruption were to occur, for example, to GPS civil services, our goal should be to restore the critical systems and essential functions of the economy and society as quickly as possible. In other words, a self-healing system that bends in the face of a disruption rather than breaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. So one of the things we want to explore here today is how communications is dependent, and we're lucky to have Joe Marks here from AT&T for that. But one of the things, in the seat I sit at the FCC, where I handle incident response, we see that communications is often dependent on power. And so what kind of dependencies does the power grid and substations have on GPS? I noted that was on your slide.
Yes. Key partners in the distribution of timing and frequency is our for our critical systems and cyber networks are the National Institute of Science, Standards and Technology and the United States Naval Observatory. Both of those organizations provide our coordinated time and frequency in the U.S. And our electric power system in North America consists of many substations that are interconnected into several massive grids that span the continent, and the entire power system relies on time synchronizations. The older parts of the systems have less stringent timing requirements, but the newer parts of the systems rely on the ability of GPS to provide precise time synchronization over large geographic areas.
Additionally, Admiral Simpson made a specific note of the timing piece, something that might be a little bit less known to a lot of folks as being one of the capabilities of GPS that infrastructure is dependent on. What are some of the ways that sectors have approached mitigating GPS outages on the timing front?
We have found that each of the companies have done various assessments from time to time, and the ones that have least timing requirements have several backup capabilities that can range from the NIST radio broadcast to highly quality crystal oscillators and the computer network distributed timing via the NTP, network timing protocol. But those that need more precise, they may add high stability atomic clocks synchronized, obviously by GPS, as terrestrial backups. However, it is an area that we need to continue to look as a nationwide backup.
Okay, let's if we could talk a little bit about multiple GNSS solutions. I think there was some mention of that as well in some of the earlier remarks. And I'm wondering if there's a role for multiple GNSS solutions in mitigating risk related to GPS outages. If you could perhaps talk about that.
Yeah, the policy does encourage engagement with our foreign GNSS providers. As you know, for example, Europeans' Galileo system, to encourage compatibility, operability, promote transparency in civil service, and enable a market access for industry. The policy also encourages us to use foreign services to augment and strengthen the resiliency of GPS users. However, because we're promoting a common signal design and a common frequency, common power levels, and common bandwidth, those frequencies are as well at risk. And so bringing resiliency for GNSS applications will require an introduction of perhaps a non-GNSS source of PNT.
Question about the PNT XCOM. What role does the PNT XCOM play vis-a-vis the infrastructure sectors in terms of, you mentioned that they did an analysis in 2012 about dependence on GPS. Has there been continued follow-on from that assessment with industry by the XCOM, or is that pushed down to the other federal agencies as members?
In 2013, as we married up our policy with the new policies on critical infrastructure, security resilience, and cybersecurity, we were looking at ways to lash those up through the Department of Homeland Security's relationship with the sectors. So we are doing that through our representatives, both on the executive committee at the deputy secretary level as well as the assistant secretary level, which is the executive steering group. So we're using those methods to bring attention both to senior leaders and to our sectors.
At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Jim Higgins from the FCC for his opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Eric, and good morning, everybody. What I am going to talk about is what the FCC and the Enforcement Bureau's lane is here, which is dealing with the legal aspects of jammers and market surveillance on illegal devices, particularly jammers, and the interference investigations that the Enforcement Bureau does. So the first thing to talk about is the legal framework, and jammers are illegal for civil use under quite a list of U.S. statutes. Title 47 United States Code 301 prohibits use of a radio transmitter in any manner not authorized by the Act. 302 prohibits the manufacturing, importation, marketing, sale, or operation of any unauthorized radio frequency devices, including signal jammers. U.S. Code 333 prohibits malicious interference with radio communications. Then we have some FCC rules that deal with marketing in Part 2. And there are also some Title 18 statutes which come under the Department of Justice. Since GPS signals are satellite signals, these Title 18 statutes, 18 U.S. Code 1362 prohibits willful or malicious interference to government communications, and 18 U.S. Code 1367A prohibits intentional or malicious interference to satellite communications. So there are quite a number of statutes under our jurisdiction as well as under broader jurisdiction prohibiting the use of jammers and particular not only GPS jammers but any kind of radio jammer. And this is the area that the Enforcement Bureau works in. So in terms of the three areas, market surveillance, we've made significant progress in our market surveillance activities by curtailing over the last several years the marketing of jammers by U.S.-based entities, both in brick-and-mortar stores and on the Internet. We've also been successful against sites based in the U.S. which are offering jammers for sale in stores, and preventing the import and marketing and sale of illegal devices is one of our most efficient enforcement tools. Let's say a little bit about GPS interference complaints. And to preface this, I want to call your attention to sort of three different categories. There's interference with malicious intent, and those are the bad guys that are trying to do something bad. Then what we would characterize maybe as non-malicious intent, which you could argue the people who use these GPS jammers in their vehicles who don't want their boss to know where they're driving their car, they don't have a broader malicious intent to do something bad to the infrastructure. They're just basically trying to take the car to lunch or whatever without their boss knowing. So that's sort of non-malicious intent, which still has harm. And then other sources of interference, and there are a number of them, other kinds of RF devices which cause interference to the GPS. So with that, the number of complaints we have about GPS interference is fairly small. The small jammers have a small area of impact, and they're also typically very transient. So we think that's the reason that we get a small number of GPS interference complaints, and an even smaller number of those turn out to be jammers. Of course, there have been some high-profile things in the press about the few cases that we have turned up GPS jammers, but the numbers in our complaint databases, the cases that we've investigated, are fairly small. And we do receive more than 5 times the number of cell jammer complaints than we do about GPS complaints. So I guess the good news is there are not a lot of problems that are created right now by small jammers that have really drastic impact. Of course, the other part of that is that there could be. So we're trying to do our part in this area. And our enforcement strategy, primarily preventing GPS jammers from coming into the U.S. We're trying to focus our limited resources towards the areas that can have the most impact, and preventing import and sale of illegal devices is one of the more effective means to curb jammer use. I already mentioned that we've made a lot of progress in our market surveillance activities. and we continue to do work in that area. And when we encounter a user of a jammer in the course of an interference investigation, we offer them an opportunity to voluntarily relinquish or destroy the device in our presence, and we have taken advantage of that in a number of cases. So a couple of recent actions. I want to call your attention to something just released yesterday, a record forfeiture to a foreign marketer of GPS jammers. We released this yesterday as $34.9 million. So that, is one, hopefully will show people outside the United States that we're serious about dealing with this. Other recent actions, forfeiture to an individual was done last year, individual using a GPS jammer in New Jersey. And we also had some actions against cell jammers. The jammer page on the FCC Gov website is listed on the slide here, www.fcc.gov/encyclopedia/jammer enforcement. And there you can see the kinds of things that we're doing to tackle this problem in the Enforcement Bureau. Thank you.
So, Jim, what type of range can these commercially available GPS jammers disrupt, the kinds that you've talked about from the foreign market?
Well, that's not a simple answer because there are a lot of factors that could be involved. The power of the jammer itself, where it's placed in a vehicle or not in a vehicle, the dynamics of the surroundings. If it's a dense urban or open space. Generally, what we've seen in some of the literature and some of the people who have actually done testing and modeling, that one of these little small GPS jammers, the 200 milliwatt style jammers, could have impacts from a couple of hundred meters, and then modeling suggests that could be as far as 1,000 meters. So there's a lot of variables involved. But, typically if someone's running it in their car, they definitely have impact around all the vehicles around them and then maybe things that are nearby. So
in your experience, those are the smaller ones or perhaps the more predominant ones? I assume there's some larger ones as well.
There are larger ones are out there. The ones that we seem to be seeing with GPS are the little small cigarette lighter ones. Again, going back to one of my earlier comments, most of the people who buy these, it's their intent basically to prevent somebody from tracking them, and they usually don't feel like they need a 10-watt jammer for that. But that doesn't say that they don't exist. We know that from law enforcement reports that we don't get directly, but we hear about third hand. We know that there's malicious intent use as well, but usually that's associated with another criminal activity that's much more serious than the use of a jammer. So, the target of somebody using a jammer in conjunction with criminal activity, the criminal activity is sort of the big piece, and the jammer is a little side issue. But they're out there, and we've done a little bit of work with law enforcement entities, also through Rob's group, to increase awareness in the law enforcement community about, the existence of these devices.
On the unintentional interference side, you mentioned that certain types of equipment have sometimes caused unintentional interference that Enforcement Bureau has had to try and attempt to resolve. What types of equipment have been examples of that kind of thing?
Well, there are examples actually going back 10 years. There's been press articles, and there may even be a couple of product bulletins about a preamplified TV antennas, and they have a little preamplifier, and they're mounted up on, usually I think there was a marine model. And the preamplifiers unfortunately go into oscillation, and if conditions are right in that oscillation and the size of the little metal box they're mounted in, these have been known to create spurs in the GPS band and causing interference. Other kinds of things we found in recent cases, we found routers, and a case that I just read about earlier or late last week was a spur coming out of actually a smartphone that fell into the GPS band. And a number of the other things we have found a number of things that were traced to receiver or antenna problems. In some cases, replacing an antenna, a GPS antenna, has solved the problem. And I think there's been some recent articles about some receiver issues where the receiver may not be recognizing the satellite health bit properly in certain receivers. And we've had a few cases recently that have been identified or traced back to a receiver issue. So those are the kinds of things that we typically see in the field. RF devices and receiver issues, and actually the last category is testing. People like governments doing testing, and there's been press articles about that as well, and accidentally leaving something on or transferring it to an antenna. So those are the things we find.
One more quick question. You do a lot of work internationally as well, and obviously we have a pretty significant program here in the U.S. Looking at enforcement with respect to jammers. Is it your sense that other countries have enforcement programs at the same level or facing the same sets of issues we are?
I know they're facing similar issues. I've had discussions with some of our colleagues in other regulatory authorities in the EU, and they have similar motivations. In some cases, I believe, maybe in Germany and Switzerland, they use mileage-based tolling for some truck drivers, and the truck drivers then have an incentive to do some disruption of that tracking mechanism. So they have some of the same issues over there, and they have some of the same enforcement challenges. Devices are coming into their countries like they're coming into ours from offshore, so there's a customs aspect to this as well as a regulator who controls RF devices. And they're all involved in market surveillance, and we do work with them, cooperatively and sharing a little bit of information when we can. And so.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Next, I will turn it to David Turner from the Department of State.
So, good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Carl and Eric for inviting me to talk. What I've been asked to talk about is what we do to engage other current and future providers of global navigation satellite services worldwide. So that's what I will try to do as quickly as possible so that we have plenty of time to hear from industry, people to my left. That's something that we like to do in our office, listen to the space industry, the satellite industry, and the GPS industry. So there's a longer presentation, I think, that's part of the public record, but this is short, I hope, and will go very quick. So I have control? Yeah, okay. So normally we start by talking about our policy and how our policy guides us in engaging with other countries. But instead of putting the words of the actual policy here, I'm going to jump right to the most important aspects and what it really means for us. And most importantly, we believe that U.S. policy for GPS is critical to promoting the global use of GPS technology. And this chart shows the most important reasons why we believe that is the case. Let me just emphasize the bottom bullet, which says that protection of radio navigation spectrum from disruption and interference is a very, very important and vital aspect of our policy for satellite navigation. So what's going on in the rest of the world? I'm trying to show that in this illustration. Currently, there's two global systems. Our system, of course, the Global Positioning System, but also the Russian GLONASS system. But we have a number of other constellations in development. We have several regional constellations in development, and then we have many satellite-based augmentation systems, which are designed primarily to provide safety of life service for aviation. I apologize if I'm going to go by this so quickly, but you can review this at your own leisure later on. So what are our objectives in trying to work with these other system providers? Primarily, it's to ensure compatibility of other systems with GPS and its augmentations, and this is how we define compatibility as a matter of policy. And then also to achieve interoperability, which is essentially the ability of these systems to work together in a way to provide service that is better than any one single service could provide alone. Also very important is the promotion of fair competition and fair market practices from other system providers worldwide. So we pursue these goals through both bilateral and multilateral cooperation. I'm not going to talk at all about the bilateral because of time, and I'm going to jump straight to the International Committee on Global Navigation Satellite Systems, which is the primary vehicle we use multilaterally to speak with both users of GNSS and providers of GNSS services. One of the important working groups of this committee is one that I happen to have the honor of co-chairing. And our work is focused on all aspects of compatibility and interoperability among global navigation satellite systems. On the compatibility side, we have some specific mandates from the committee to look at spectrum protection and interference detection and mitigation. And so what I show here are the actual words from the work plan of the International Committee. So how we pursue those efforts is through discussions, consultations, workshops, the kinds of things that the State Department does. We don't build things. We spend a lot of time talking to people. So we've had a series of workshops on interference detection and mitigation. I've described the first two here. I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to not read all the words. I do want to say we have another workshop coming up actually this summer. This will be hosted actually by the Radio Bureau of the International Telecommunications Union, and the agenda for this workshop will include updates from the system providers on what they are actually doing to address spectrum protection and interference detection and mitigation. And hopefully we will have some valuable discussion that will lead to some recommendations that can be made to the full International Committee on GNSS. Okay, so in summary, that really was fast. Our policy encourages worldwide use of GPS, and we can talk about more about that if you'd like. We engage with other countries to ensure compatibility, interoperability, and one thing I didn't talk about a lot is transparency in civil service provision. But our focus today is on spectrum protection and interference detection and mitigation, and that is, again, something that we work on very, very diligently through the International Committee on GNSS. So thank you. Those are my rapid prepared remarks.
So, Dave, we'll maybe let you expand a little bit as well with the questions, and I hope if there are additional points you want to make, you feel free to do that. One question I have is sort of, there was a lot of discussion earlier, and obviously one of the main points of this conference is to talk about dependencies and how critical GPS and other systems are. And so wondering if you could talk a little bit about what the situation is outside the United States. Is it sort of a mirror image or identical, or are there differences? And what are the perceptions of other countries? How are they looking at the question of dependencies with GPS in particular, but any of the other systems as well?
Okay. So it's my understanding that it's currently estimated there's about 2 billion GPS civil users worldwide. So obviously a lot of those users are not in the United States. What they're using it for was very, very well described by some of the earlier speakers, so I won't cover that. But in general, non-U.S. countries have regarded, GPS as a free service that has helped to provide worldwide economic efficiencies. And if you're a nation that's also an ally of the U.S. from a military perspective, a force multiplier for coalition operations. So obviously, it's a vital service for countries around the world. I think most foreign governments and their citizens and consumers are well aware of the strong interest the U.S. has to keep GPS operating continuously on a worldwide basis. However, there are some cases where governments have publicly questioned the quality and reliability of GPS service in order to help justify building their own global navigation satellite system. That's just a reality. We all have political realities that we have to face. It's really difficult to judge exactly how important a government perceives this service other than things that they say publicly. I think we spend a lot of time engaging with scientists and engineers and people who are trying to build their systems and provide a valuable service, and they obviously think that GPS and GNSS is extremely important. But there's a lot of work to do in raising awareness, and that's why we are trying to do that through our international committee. And I should say, by the way, that I want to thank Jim personally for bringing the importance of the enforcement side of this issue to the International Committee on GNSS. He's been very supportive of our efforts in these interference detection and mitigation workshops.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess the other question has to do with multiple GNSS systems, and I think you mentioned that briefly in your comments, but if you could maybe expand on that and talk a little bit about what the benefits are. Are there any issues that arise with multiple GNSS solutions that you see, and so on?
Okay, so clearly our view is the world is heading towards multi-GNSS use. Someday I'm sure that almost all receivers will use multiple systems, and there will be very few that use only one system. The reason for that is because taking advantage of more satellites in view from these future constellations just provides tremendous added capabilities. Some of these capabilities we understand very well today, such as advanced receiver autonomous integrity monitoring, something that the Federal Aviation Administration is working on very closely with other safety of life service providers. But I think there's some capabilities that will be enabled by multiple GNSS use and by literally 100 satellites in view that we have no idea how to even imagine today. And I think that possibility of innovation is something that we consider to be very, very important in our department. Most of these benefits, frankly, come from enhancing interoperability, using common center frequencies. But there's also some advantage to be gained from having some frequency diversity. Because if you are trying to combat a localized, very narrow band interference event, having another frequency to go to is very important and adds robustness. That's kind of all on the positive side. On the concern side, the only one that comes to mind immediately is just the fact that when another government spends, millions or billions of dollars of the taxpayers' money on a system, there's a tendency to want to find ways to force your citizens to use that system. And in some cases, that tendency leads to discriminatory trade practices like mandates for use, like standards that can only be met by one system. And so we try very hard to talk about the importance of, as I said before, transparency in service provision and provision in a way that is free and open and consistent with world trade rules.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yep.
Next, I'll turn to Greg Buchwald from Motorola.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the Commission and especially Eric and Carl for inviting us, Motorola Solutions, to participate today. If we could go, let's see, to the first slide. Let's dig right into it. What are the effects that disruption of service would have upon public safety, the disruption of GPS services? It falls into two categories. And this morning, Admiral Simpson talked about timing and location. And for our subscriber units, the handhelds that the officers carry, the equipment that's in their vehicles, that's mainly a location-based issue that could arise. If an officer's down and he's trying to signal that he's down, his location and the accuracy of that location is very important to getting assistance to him quickly. A traffic stop location, especially during an escalated situation, to be able to have a second officer respond without having to talk directly to the first officer or in a very abbreviated form, his location accuracy is important. Along those lines, we also have potential impact on time stamping of video and audio and data that's captured that could be used as evidence later in court proceedings. Another area that's kind of ancillary or adjacent to direct police involvement are ankle bracelets. And if there's interference to GPS and the location of those bracelets is no longer known, somebody could take that, actually use it to their advantage. If they knew where there were outage areas or could create outage areas, that could be used to their advantage. And finally, the E911 calls, the consumers, the people that are making the calls, having their location known. From the base station standpoint, simulcast systems have grown rapidly in our narrowband communications environment. And this is because spectrum is such a scarce commodity that we have to reuse frequencies. And so we have multiple transmitters on existing single or existing frequencies. And near phase coherence timing of the RF of those signals is extremely important to maintaining the interference zones to a minimum and controlling where those interference zones occur. That's done with timing that's based on GPS, either training oscillators or training even rubidium standards. And all of these can have an effect on the overall system performance, the reliability of the system. Going to the next slide that I'm presenting here, there's really two forms of interference that can take place to GPS systems, and one could be the potential of out-of-band emissions. As we expand operations in L-band spectrum where GPS operates, we could begin to have signals that are extraneous, out-of-band emissions that could fall upon our base stations and cause interference and upset the timing issues. We learned in 2011 that those issues can be solved relatively easily. They're worth talking about, but it's just something that needs to be kept in mind as additional L-band services do take place in the future. And finally, GPS receiver blocking, and this is really the critical issue. These are very weak signals that we're trying to receive, especially when you're trying to receive them in a parking garage or in a shadowed urban environment. They could be as low as into minus 150, 155 dBm range, and you could still try to receive them. So blocking from a very strong signal, LTE, for example, at 700 megahertz, you're allowed to put minus 15 dBm at the ground. You need to have that full dynamic range and or filtering to protect against that if you're going to maintain coherence of that system. Going quickly through here, there's been an evolution in the equipment that's already being marketed for public safety. If we go back to 2006, you can see that in 2011, when we were doing testing with L-band emissions, the impact upon the equipment was a denial of service that exceeded 1 kilometer. The equipment has improved. The design of the equipment's improved. The third-party pieces that we can get from manufacturers to incorporate into our designs have improved, and we now have that down to the point where it's roughly 26 meters per the testing done in 2011. This can be improved upon by having additional properly designed guard bands and a good band plan used for uplink and downlink as L-band is used for adjacent services. The other point I wanted to make here very quickly is that deployed public safety systems, unlike cell phone systems, cellular systems that consumers use, which have maybe a 12 to 18 month lifespan, we have systems that are out there that have decade-plus lifespans. We have a lot of legacy equipment out there that will slowly be changed out, and as we put systems out there, these systems continue to operate for a decade plus. And so we need a priori knowledge of what the band plans are going to be as additional services, if they're deployed in L-band, actually take place. Very quickly, on the next slide, the infrastructure part, as I said, is essentially solved. Third parties have provided us with equipment that get that interference zone to under a meter. So that's an issue that we know how to handle, at least for the timing systems that we have. And finally, to summarize, since 2011, our industry has been looking at improvements. In fact, since 2004, we've been looking at improvements to incorporate into these systems. But again, there's a lot of legacy equipment out there that we have to be concerned about. Secondly, I can't overemphasize the need for reasonable band plans for eventual terrestrial use of L-band for adjacent services and ancillary services. And that includes guard bands that are reasonable and uplink, downlink choices that we can deal with intermodulation concerns and things like that. Finally, GPS is critical to public safety, but just as civilian devices are, your cell phone, for example, we only use the coarse acquisition mode for most of our information, and that's a 2 megahertz channel. We only protect against that 2 megahertz channel within our designs. Defense, aviation, and precision agriculture, among others, use the full 20-plus megahertz of that channel. So if their needs are met and all of their needs are met, we believe that our needs will be met, but vice versa is not true. Simply meeting the needs of public safety does not protect, may not protect the needs of other users of GPS spectrum. So, thank you.
So you mentioned a couple of technologies, ankle bracelets and subscriber units and whatnot. So could you just expound a little bit on, when you're talking about the base stations for land mobile radio, how GPS increases the spectral efficiency?
Sure. We have a very limited amount of spectrum that we can use, whether it's narrowband or future broadband public safety LTE systems. And we have to reuse those channels. And one way to do that is to literally put multiple transmitters on the same frequency in a given geographic area to have overlapping coverage. You can only do that if you have extremely well-known precision timing of the carrier of each of those transmitters, and you take into account the differential time delay between those sites. And GPS is used to do that. Generally, in the early days we used rubidium standards. We've grown from rubidium standards now to oftentimes just using high stability oscillators that are trained by GPS. It's a lower cost solution. For areas where we really want to maintain long-term, 1 week plus kind of guard against outage, we'll still use a GPS-trained rubidium standard. So, but it really comes down to the timing issues for the base station.
And it seems like one of the themes from CEA had to do with the fact that the GPS signal is free. It allows for industry to use it when there might be other opportunities to provide that timing, but at so much of a higher, more tremendous cost.
Yeah, if you fall back on some of the other timing issues, getting to the sub-microsecond timing that we really need for these large networks, especially statewide networks and things like that, there's very few choices. It comes down to an atomic standard or use of GPS to augment a standard.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so next we'll turn to Cormac Conroy from Qualcomm.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And on behalf of Qualcomm, I'd like to thank the FCC for inviting us to participate in this panel. So I have 2 slides, and I'm going to talk first about the key functionality that is implemented related to GPS on mobile phones and the key aspects of that. And then I'll talk about also the scale that we have in the industry. So on this slide, I'm trying to give a sense of the importance of GPS for E911 and enhanced location services. So clearly on the left, as everyone in the room and online knows, the E911 functionality is extremely important. People's lives can be at stake here, so being able to deliver location on the mobile to the user in the event of an emergency is absolutely critical. And this has really been the driver for the implementation of GPS on mobile phones. And we've worked very, very hard over the last 10 plus years with our colleagues in the industry to improve the performance both outdoors and indoors. And that's really has been the key driver on the mobile phone industry. And of course, from both us as a platform and chipset provider, as well as, of course, on our customers, the mobile phone makers themselves. So that's absolutely critical. In that context, I want to mention in the second column that standards in that area are extremely important. So clearly, AGPS works by reporting measurements from the mobile phone to a server, and which is hosted or managed by the carrier. That server computes the lat long, the position, which then is reported to the PSAP and ultimately to the person who's making the E911 call. So standards and interoperability in that area, both in the 2G area, in CDMA, the standard was AGPS with AFLT, on the 3G area with UMTS, and now with the 4G LTE area, the standard related to OTDOA, observed time difference of arrival, which is the 4G cellular-based positioning. So standards in the context of mobile phone E911 performance are very important, and that certainly drives a lot of the effort that the chipset providers put into this area. And then on the third, on the right here, talking about services in a broad sense. Clearly, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, location has really enriched the lives of many of us from all kinds of location-based applications. Initially, of course, the car navigation one, where, as was mentioned earlier, in many cases, cell phones now have supplanted the standalone personal navigation device, and the cell phone, smartphone can be used for car navigation very accurately, also pedestrian navigation as well. And then also there are many applications around, I guess, context-based aware services, check-in applications, always-on location, where am I near, what kind of services are when I'm there, shopping applications, and there's a myriad of applications where, in many cases, location is just there as context. It's in the background. It's not explicitly available to the user. It's not explicitly visible, but actually, by being able to reduce the power consumption of always-on location over the years to the point that GPS can be left on all the time on mobile phones right now, and many of these services and applications just work. So I think that's certainly, and that's also something that we're working very, very hard on. And then on this slide, I just wanted to give a sense of the scale of the mobile phone industry. I think it was mentioned earlier by one of the speakers. Certainly there's been a tremendous growth of subscribers in North America. I think the number, if I can see it correctly, is I think 367 million users there across the 4 major carriers. So just the number of users, the scale of this, of users who are using GPS technology every day of their lives, and of course in some cases also E911. And on the bottom right, I mentioned, I guess, some of the specific numbers. So the number of new handsets per year, so the number of handsets bought in the U.S. per year, something on the order of 177 million, roughly. Of course, all of the major operators, all of the operators support E911, and also smartphone penetration, meaning a combination of integrated location with application processor for location-based applications is around 70%. And clearly, in this context, cost is extremely important. Being able to minimize the cost of the GPS solution. In our particular case, we have already integrated it fully in the chipset, so it comes as part of the chipset solution, fully integrated on the same silicon substrate to minimize cost. Power consumption is extremely important, and of course, performance is very important with that kind of scale. So clearly, with that number of users, we have to make sure that the performance is extremely robust, cost effective, and low power. So, and I think that's probably the main message that I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the things that you mentioned on the slide before was about the CDMA and all the standards that have include GPS for E911 location accuracy. How greatly has that been improved? The assisted GPS signal, now you said OTDOA is being built into the LTE standard. So as we all know, that for a 911 center, the quicker that they know and with the higher level granularity that they know where somebody in trouble is, the quicker they can offer that service through dispatch. So how much better have we gotten at doing location using these signals?
So I think we can answer that probably in a few ways. On the one hand, of course, we get time and frequency aiding from the network. That's one thing, and that can mean that the uncertainty of the initial position is reduced and the time to fix is reduced. And then, of course, as we've transitioned from 2G to 3G to 4G, 4G signals by definition are wider bandwidth, higher data rate to facilitate the higher data rate, and positioning can take advantage of that wider bandwidth to drive higher accuracy. So that's, I guess, one of the key things that, especially in the 4G LTE, by taking advantage of that wider bandwidth, which gives better frequency resolution, ultimately leading to better accuracy. So I think that's something that's very important.
And as far as the signals that provide sort of the assistance to the satellite signal, are any of those that have either been used in the past or contemplating to be used in the future dependent on GPS for timing for the terrestrial signals that might be used for augmentation?
Yeah, so I think that may have been addressed a little bit earlier by my colleagues on the infrastructure side. Certainly on the mobile phone, again, having that, we have, of course, have a central crystal oscillator, which is the main primary frequency reference on the phone. It's tightly coupled to the cellular system. Mm-hmm. So in some sense, timing and frequency are central, and in a sense, you can think of the GPS receiver on the mobile phone being almost co-designed with the cellular receiver and transmitter.
So I guess no surprise, a question about multi-GNSS. Is that something that's taken into account in the standard setting process? Is it how much has that been folded into the standard setting process for location accuracy? Is the capability there and so on?
Yeah, so within 3GPP, there are standards for assisted GNSS that take account of all of the major worldwide standards. So, that's certainly something that we as a chipset provider would implement, and yes, those standards are there. I think in general, related to multi-GNSS systems, I think our perspective is on the mobile phone, we want to take advantage of every possible source of location information to deliver the best possible latitude, longitude, and time. And that even goes beyond GNSS. It goes into inertial sensors, accelerometers, Wi-Fi, cell ID, even other beacons. So that's really our goal, is to take advantage of all possible sources of information to give the best possible lat long.
Okay.
Thank you. Next we'll turn to Terry Hall representing NIPSC.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to Eric and Carl for the invite and the FCC for the outreach. I'm here today representing the National Public Safety Telecommunications Council, and it's a federation of 15 organizations whose main mission is to improve public safety communications through interoperability and collaborative leadership. I do want to tell you, I would just want to mention a few of the 15, the International Police Chiefs Association, National Sheriff's Association, State EMS, et cetera. So ABCO and NENA, all of these are big players in the technology that we're talking about here today. So I didn't want to slight anybody. I wanted to mention a few to validate that we're here representing the public safety stakeholders. In my day job, I also run a regional 911 center. So I'm an in-the-trenches guy, run a regional 911 center for York, Poquoson, and Williamsburg, and I'm a regional radio systems manager for a 15-site simulcast radio system as well. So I'm in the field, and I can tell you that GPS has a major impact on our everyday operation. Today, there's going to be 600,000 911 calls answered in the country. 600,000. They're going on right now as we speak. If we use the statistics out of my own center, 74% of those calls are going to come from wireless calls. So 74% of the calls that come into my communication center come from phones that we're utilizing GPS on. I'm fortunate that I have been in position that I've been able to take some of the next generation solution. I'm in the process of deploying what's called an i3 technology, which is the evolution of next generation 911. NENA has worked very hard for 10 plus years and brought together public safety practitioners and the industry to deploy what next generation 911 is going to look like. But I must caution everyone, this is an evolutionary process. Last night I was driving in here and I was utilizing GPS on my phone, and I was a block away from the hotel that I wanted to go to. So words like exact that have been used in here today and used to pinpoint, they don't work for emergency services. And when we talk about location accuracy, it continues to be a major role for us. In my own communication center, we currently accept text messages from 3 different vendors. Each one of the 3 look the same, but the location accuracy is somewhat different depending on the type of position determining equipment that they utilize in their switches and their NOCs. All 3 that we're working with have been over backwards to make sure that they're on the front end and they're trying to address public safety's needs. But it's an evolution. I can tell you from a GPS position, being a radio systems manager, we cannot afford to have what happens with our commercial networks, with our independent public safety networks. I'll use Boston as an example. The cellular network's locked up in Boston. We're still able to text, but we lost voice up there. And the public safety systems work. So we've got to build systems that are hardened. Everything that we do in our life in 911 is all GPS dependent. As we look at what we're going to do to move forward, it's exciting to see the consumer electronics showing how you can have the Find Me Now and Find My Phone. The big challenge that we have in today's world is that they work, let's call this in system. Whichever wireless network you're on, it works in system. But when you dial 911, you're going through a very antiquated 1970s version of pipeline. There's a lot of folks that believe FirstNet's going to be the answer. You hear the Admiral this morning, Admiral Simpson, talking about FirstNet. That's going to help us out a lot. It's going to help us a lot on the wireless calls, but we're still going to have wireline calls that are going to be around for many years. So everything that we're continuing to go through in public safety, we're looking at as an evolutionary process. I can tell you that the public expects and they demand that we do this today. There's a public expectation that we do this today. Last night I was watching ABC News, and I saw the latest emerging technology that they're going to be able to use. As a result of folks being killed in vehicle pursuits, being pursued by law enforcement, there's a company has come out with a deployment gun that sits on the front of a car and shoots a dart on the car in front of them that attaches with a rubber cut so they can break off their pursuit and track them through GPS. That's a real technology that's today and was just shown on ABC News last night. So I think everyone needs to continue as we do. It's a partnership. NIPSTIC is an open it's an open organization. Anyone, whether it be public or private, either one, can participate in our process. Our committees are open. We publish everything on the website, and our information is published worldwide. I was in Canada a couple of weeks ago, and they've deployed a technology that they're calling Text with 911. And they've set up Text with 911 because location accuracy isn't great enough that they want to open up to everyone, but the hard of hearing impaired community are pretty much demanding access to their 911 system. So you sign up for it. So when 911 rings and it's someone who's a hearing impaired community, an alarm goes off on their system and they know that they can start texting back and forth, but it's not available to the regular consumers. So it's an evolutionary process that we're going through. And thanks for the opportunity today.
As you mentioned, Admiral Simpson did refer to FirstNet and how sort of the future broadband capability on a national level for the public safety community. I would imagine that as that gets built out, however, that the dependence on GPS would just grow even greater when people in public safety therefore have basically a smartphone that can be loaded with a series of public safety applications that could continue to leverage GPS. Are there some things that are sort of on the horizon that the public safety hopes to achieve from FirstNet that could leverage GPS?
Oh, absolutely. We've worked very hard with FirstNet and the Public Safety Communications Advisory Group headed by Chief Harlan McEwen. And what we're doing with the PSAC is we're able to funnel public safety's needs into FirstNet. We're doing it through all of these associations and organizations that I've mentioned, as well as NIPSC. A site hardening document is being worked on now. One of the big fallacies that we've had as the country is built. And by the way, I'll point out, no one has done anything wrong. It's evolution. If we were going to go back and rebuild the wireless networks, we would build them different than today. But we didn't. We built them one tower, one area, one MSA at a time, and now we have a nationwide system. Now we need to go back and look at hardening it. We need to look at the definition of mission critical. Public safety is mission critical. Everything that we do every day is mission critical. When the networks freeze up, our network needs to continue to work. And if we're going to use and migrate some of our data off of our own networks, they need to be on networks that are mission critical built, and the sites are hardened so that they're going to stay up. The first speaker talked about site hardening in power. Power is a very major concern. It's been identified in every major emergency that we've had that power has been an issue. But if we roll back, although we're not there yet, if we roll back 5 years and we look at what not only the public safety community has done for hardening their sites, but we look at what the wireless industry has done, they're taking giant steps and very large leaps to be able to correct some of the problems that we've had. So I think it's, again, a migration and evolutionary path. We're working very hard to provide FirstNet any guidance and any input that we can on what public safety expectations are.
And also, as Cormac had talked a little bit about the E911 and the location accuracy and the 911 calls, but for the PSAPs and for police and EMS and fire, I imagine that GPS is woven very highly into the dispatch and being able to figure out who to send to a specific incident. How has that evolved over time? When did that start to become the norm? Because I think it sort of shows an indication of how we just continued to increase our dependence. Was this something that has happened over the last few years, or that other portions of the country are still catching up, or is this pretty much standard business for public safety?
I think it depends on the size of your jurisdiction. It also depends on your funding source and grants that are available. I'll use mine as an example. For years we've just been dispatching via push-to-talk radio. And now for the past 5 years we've been dispatching with mobile data terminals. And it's like the newer folks that are on the road expect the mobile data terminal has to be your primary form of dispatch. And it's kind of ironic that when their MDT goes down and they can't read the call, that they want to open a priority one call so that we can get their MDT fixed in the middle of the night, although they still have radio and they can still convert to, using the telephone and radio to write down things. So I think that as we continue to move on, we're going to see things get better. But I think you're seeing this widespread. In my own agency, we send closest due unit. I can tell you that is monumental when you're trying to shave seconds off of calls. When we come off hook and answer 911, a dispatcher has less than 60 seconds to get the ABCs and to start someone rolling and to start giving medical instructions and all the things that they do. It doesn't make any sense for us to dispatch somebody just because they are assigned to a geographic region. We need to send the closest due unit so that we can get the citizens help. There's an expectation to all of our citizens that we're doing that already, and many of us do. And if we do not, it's certainly on our strategic plan to do it.
Thank you, Terry. Last, I will turn to Joe Marks from AT&T. Joe.
Thank you, Eric and Carl. On behalf of AT&T, I'd like to thank the Commission for inviting me to participate in the panel. And one of the benefits of going last is I get to cover a lot of ground that's already been covered, so please excuse me. Commercial communications companies have selected and widely implemented GPS-based network timing and synchronization, primarily because GPS provides inexpensive, globally available, highly reliable, and extremely accurate timing reference sources. The U.S. commitment to GPS position, navigation, and timing solutions such as GPS also encourage continued usage and expansion of GPS as well. Being the only communications provider, on the commercial communications provider on the panel, I wanted to give a quick overview of the various uses of GPS within our network. In the wireline network, we use time frequency reference sources for our central offices, SONET and TDM circuits, digital cross connects, termination equipment, voice switches and such. We rely on GPS for network timing and synchronization, for time of day functions, something that you may not be familiar with, but we need very accurate timing for billing, performance management, operations, and troubleshooting. It's critically important when you're dealing with multiple nodes across a network and you're trying to troubleshoot some of the capabilities that each individual element has very exact timing so that you can correlate events, especially when you have hundreds or thousands of transactions occurring per minute or per second in some instances. So that's very critical. On the wireline network, you have the same timing frequency reference sources that are required for the core network, the mobile switches. But in addition, in the wireless network, the timing and synchronization in the base stations is very critical for network element to network element, for mobile phone to network. And then the RF carrier synchronization is important. As had been mentioned previously, LTE and LTE Advanced requires very exact timing for sharing spectrum efficiently and for just handoffs between base stations. I think Terry and Motorola had mentioned the E911 Phase 2 requirements for wireless and location-based services that were mentioned earlier. And that's both from the GPS on the handset as well as the fallback technology that's used requires very exact timing, the OTDOA that was mentioned earlier. I again have the same time of day functions that's required, different purposes. In this case, some the same. The clocks on all your mobile phones are set based on the network and no longer have to set those by hand. In IP networks, we continue to have timing reference source requirements for edge applications such as TDM, SONET, and CPE switches and routers. Again, the same time of day functions required for billing, performance management, operations, and the troubleshooting I mentioned earlier. One common piece that I kind of left off is just the workforce and resource management of our staff throughout the various networks we operate. And then, not the least of which, we have video systems that we have, and there you need very accurate timing and frequency resource references for, again, switches, routers, NTP servers, set-top boxes. Nobody wants to miss their recording, the last 2 minutes of the recording, so you need to make sure you have very accurate timing. We use GPS for that. The set-top boxes, the electronic programming guides, some of the service applications where you have video on demand or ad insertion that you want to add. You have to make sure that your timing is very exact, and it's important to have that GPS reference. So, with that, I'll end my presentation and ask if there's any questions.
Well, I guess I should say, is there any part of your network that is not dependent on GPS? Although I wouldn't mind if billing didn't work for a couple of months. So you mentioned, and we've talked quite a bit about the LTE portion, and you touched a little bit on the IP portion of the network. So as portions of the AT&T wireline network switch from TDM to IP, does that create an additional or greater dependence on GPS, or is it similar?
It is a greater dependence. In the earlier days of TDM and SONET, you're able to take advantage of rubidium clocks that you can deploy within the core, and then use that to transmit frequency signals pretty broadly. In the LTE and advanced and core mobility network, that's much more difficult because it requires phase timing between the various sites. So you really need to take advantage of the capability to enable time on all of the base stations. So that's where what will be affected mostly is the core, the base station timing.
Okay. So base station timing is probably has the highest sensitivity of a portion of the network?
It does, yes. We require very exact timing for the frequency sharing when you're talking about LTE and LTE advanced, as well as the capabilities of handoff and things like that would start get to be affected if we lost GPS.
Okay.
So we actually have an audience question, and maybe it's a little bit of a follow-on to that for you, and I think maybe for at least one of our other panelists. The question was whether in the event of an extended GPS disruption, can you give us a sense of how long your wireless system could sustain itself?
So it does vary depending on what you're talking about. In the base stations, we use quartz oscillators, which they do a good job initially of holdovers for small interruptions, but as I mentioned, you need phase timing between the various base stations in order to maintain that synchronization. And I don't know exactly how long, but it's probably certainly less than 24 hours.
Is there, and I suppose the follow-up question to that is actually for the public safety network. So we might as well, now we're getting into the general question session here, I think we might as well open it up to other panelists as well. Anyone else who wants to address that?
So from the public safety perspective, what happens is we have some redundancy built into our simulcast systems, and I would compare it from You're now driving a car at 60 miles an hour, and you jump out and you continue to walk the rest of the way. What it does is it cripples you severely, but it doesn't take you totally off of the air. But we are very dependent on it, and I think we've gotten used to it. My system's been up now for 10 years. I've never had an interruption or a hiccup, and we get used to that. So what that does, it tends to put you where you don't exercise your backup plans. So your backup plans really happen when you need them. So it will have a major impact on us. And how long would it last? It would go seconds is how long it takes our backup plan to kick in, but that's how long it takes for us.
With simulcast systems in general, you'll get an alarm fairly quickly, within minutes. In some cases, perhaps it might take a little bit longer. That basically indicates there's something going on, but you won't lose the system. It's a very gradual decay, and depending upon the technology that's been deployed to achieve that timing, that decay could take 24 to 48 hours or as long as a week plus. Again, it depends upon the criticality of the system and what the customer, how rigid they wanted it to be built. But it's not an abrupt stop of the system. There is a gradual decay, and at some point, the system will make a decision and say, I'm better off without this site active. I'll rely on the surrounding sites to cover it. So, and it's by design that it's that gradual and that redundant.
Well, I want to thank the panelists for coming here again today. I appreciated the conversation, and I hope that the folks in the audience and online got as much out of it as we did. So I think we're going to move on to General Wheeler. So, but again, thank you. And can we give the panelists a round of applause, please?
Thank you, everyone. And now I'd like to, we're going to have a keynote address, and I'm very pleased to introduce Major General Robert Wheeler, who is the Deputy Chief Information Officer at the Department of Defense.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I appreciate me having here today and having an opportunity to talk to you. I really actually enjoyed the discussion here on the front as we see the folks that use GPS every day. So I'm going to have a discussion. I'm going to have slides up here. We're going to go through a little discussion, even depth more about GPS. But I want to make sure everybody understands. What we're really talking about here and what was discussed here a minute ago was precision navigation and timing, referred to as PNT. GPS is just a methodology of getting precision navigation and timing. So GPS is one installation unit you could do with a compass and a watch as well. Not as accurate, not good enough for here, but that's another way to kind of think about that from that perspective out there. So I'll walk through these slides, and then I'm open for some questions at the end, so please feel free to ask me those tough questions, and I'll be happy to answer those. Slide. Next one, please. So I'm going to give a little history of GPS here. It's kind of interesting where we started and where we are today. You hear about all the different GPS systems in the world. Well, we started a long time ago, okay? In 1979 is when we first started seeing some of our stuff going out there. So when you hear about the new GPSs that the other parts of the world are going out there, just keep in mind, about the same time we were looking at moonshots and landing on the moon there, we were putting GPS pieces together out there. But even before that, we were doing various different aspects of it. If you notice up there on the middle one there, the U.S. Navy program, what they were worried about was high stability clocks, because timing is the basis of everything. If you think of P and T, the T is probably the most important part when you look at the P in the end. So the precision navigation is basically based on the timing is the way I kind of think about it. That's from a mathematical perspective on there. But what you also notice is that you had two-dimensional at first, and that is different than a lot of systems out there today when you're talking about other forms of precision navigation and timing. GPS is obviously three-dimensional, and that's what makes it such a capable system, because it is in space. It does have the capability to provide that three-dimensional, and if you're a pilot, as I am, and using it, that's very important to have that particular aspect of it. Okay, slide, please. So you see all the different time frames of what we did. 1978, I was off by a year, was the first block of the satellite launch, and it was under some of our older rockets in there. You see in 1983, President Reagan made GPS available to civilian use. And if you remember that time frame, it was controversial at that particular time because that was an advantage the U.S. had from other militaries at the time. We were in the middle of the Cold War. But it was decided that it was so important to the economy that we would bring out that particular aspect to the rest of the U.S. as well as the world. And that's an important point because it's used throughout the world. I still remember the story. I was briefing a new senior leader that was just coming in from the civilian sector about space issues out there. And we started out with the picture of the first Russian Soyuz up there, and we were looking at the single satellite, and we were just showing how more satellites have been added to the various layers and how it is a congested and contested environment today because there's just so many different satellites out there. And the question came in about GPS, and they said, the first question was, well, that's commercial, right, GPS? And I said, no, sir, it's not commercial. I go, you own it now. And he goes, you mean that thing in my car that tells me how to get from A to B I own? And I said, absolutely. And he goes, why don't we charge $1 every time we use it then? And that was the first comment. Well, that was a discussion at one point, and the discussion was from a policy perspective that this was going to be something that we were going to provide to the U.S. economy and to the rest of the world, and it was actually a very good discussion at that point. So it provided for an interesting discussion and dialogue back and forth, but people don't understand that this is provided by your United States Air Force, your Department of Defense every day, and they work very hard to provide that capability. As you see right there, you can see how we're going more and more into different satellites, allowing more and more capability as we learn about the environment and what was needed from both a military and a civilian infrastructure use. And finally, you're going to see that starting in 2016, we'll have the satellites available for GPS-3 to put those on orbit, to include an enhanced ground layer as well, that ground segment that I'll discuss a little bit more in a few minutes. So what you're seeing is just the continuous upgrade of those particular systems, and those particular systems are well invested for by DoD. You're also seeing other countries put those out there. You'll notice that what can happen when they start to lose capability, as we saw with GLONASS recently, and went out for 11 hours in that particular capability. We had other systems out there, such as GPS, that were available there to back them up, but they were very worried about from that particular capability. But right now, if you were going to look at GPS, I would call it, this is my personal opinion, I think most of my Air Force brethren would agree with me, as that is the gold standard for what we do out there in the rest of the world for precision navigation and timing. Slide. So here's basically what the constellation looks like at this particular point. So you have 4 satellites in each of 6 orbital planes. There's 31 operational satellites. Not all of those are necessary to provide that. The key, though, is that you always have 5 in view. So you always have 5 in view, which allows you to get that 3-dimensional accurate view, plus 1 to make sure that you have a accurate depiction of where you're at, one to kind of check the rest of the satellites is the way I kind of think about it. So that provides that particular capability on orbit. Slide. This is probably one of your more critical slides. So if you look at what the economic impact, we try to do a study because we struggled with what is the economic impact of GPS today, of precision navigation and timing provided by the DoD. And we looked at the numbers, and it varies. And if you look at every year in the economy, depending on how you slice it, and we actually did a study and had an FFRDC do it for us, it's somewhere between $67 and $122 billion a year provided to the U.S. economy. That's the U.S. economy. It doesn't talk about the rest of the world, folks. So that's a very important point to realize that. And that is a number that we did not build out. So you can imagine where that number goes from a worldwide perspective on it. Ones that people are surprised at. We talked a minute ago about the precision timing for our networks that we do for your cell phone. So when you use your cell phone today, there is a timing aspect that's very important, and in many cases a GPS piece, a precision navigation as well in that particular aspect. But what occurs as we've gone to new generations, you've even had to have a more accurate timing solution to allow you to do that. So, for example, when you had the 2G networks, it required a certain timing standard. When you're now in the LTE, it even requires a higher standard and reliance upon that. It allows you to do more, allows you to have more capability, more data, which is critical from a bandwidth perspective, from a telecom perspective, but it also has a higher requirement to make sure that timing is accurate. The one that surprised me over the years has always been John Deere, I'll call it that, the precision farming. How much more we do from a breadbasket of America there and able to produce food by this kind of capability is actually very surprising. So precision farming and the ability to put the seed in the exact right place to the centimeter, the actual feeding of it with the correct fertilizer and water to the exact place has an ecological impact that is positive. In other words, we don't put too much fertilizer out there. We do not put too much water out there, and again, we get the highest crop yields. Now, I bet you're surprised that I'd be talking about farming out here today, but it is a fact. So it's amazing. Surveying, I just had a recent surveying done in a place I have in Michigan, which, by the way, is a farm, and that aspect of it, I did use the GPS piece, and that's what I paid for to have somebody go do that. You look at all those particular aspects around there in aviation. As a pilot, I fly with GPS all the time. And there's a critical aspect that gives you the three-dimensional capability. You throw out there the telecoms, power grid, because the timing aspect of it is another piece of the puzzle there, not to mention the fishing, the oil rig, and all the exploration we do, plus just the personal ones. I mean, I went hiking in Alaska recently, and I will tell you, it's really nice to have that GPS when you're running around through the woods in Alaska there, knowing that it's actually a life and death thing in many cases out there. So, slide, please. This is what you have out there today in the slides. I don't want to go into depth, but I want to talk about it from three different aspects. There's the satellite aspect, which you all know about. That is those 31 satellites that we just talked about that are out there in space. There's a ground user segment that's controlled. That's AF Space every day. People fly those satellites and come to work every day, and 24/7 they fly those satellites for this nation and for the world, okay, at that particular point. And they spend a lot of hard work making sure that those systems are up 24/7, that you have that capability without a blip, and they're very proud of that particular report card, if you will, over the years. And they should be very proud of it because they've done a phenomenal actual ability and provided this capability to the nation over the years. The last part's the user equipment, which is the last piece of the puzzle there, which is how you get that particular data. And a lot of people don't understand what the user equipment can be. In some places, it's just a simple Garmin that many people have used in there, or Tremble, whoever else you're working with, and then have that particular capability that you walk around with. In some cases, in your vehicle. In that particular place, you see it when you do your mapping, when you go to different parts of the country here. Other places, it's in the airplane, and it enables a three-dimensional map, if you will, where you can actually see a moving map as you fly the airplane across the country. In other cases, it's on the ocean. And yesterday I was talking to some folks, some of the Coast Guard, and how they were using it in Alaska and then over on the Arctic side, and how they were using it to map ice so they could figure out with icebreakers how to get through ice less than 20 feet thick so they could get to open water to the next section. And they were using a combination of satellite flight overlook from a picture perspective and matching that with a GPS map so they could get to these various scientific stations of countries to drop off food every day. It's a unique use of it. I thought it was pretty interesting how they were going about it. But in any event, you can see that the variety of uses across the board, it has become something that is important to our nation, it's important to the world, and it provides us a capability that we would not have had we not had that particular piece. Slide. From a military perspective, you saw at the beginning I talked about the economic impacts, and I talked about what it provides from what I will call the critical infrastructure of our nation. Here's what I'm talking about here is particularly the military side. I think it's obvious as to what those are. As you see that B-2, and I can talk from that because I'm a B-2 pilot, and that's what I used to do. And I will tell you the capability that it provides is what that weapon you see being released there is a simple 2,000-pound bomb with a GPS kit in the back that allows it to be a much more accurate bomb. And from that perspective, I think it provides the key point, deterrence. It deters other enemies of the world from coming after us because they know that we can put that weapon on target as necessary. And if necessary, a weapon on target that doesn't go into another place that we wouldn't want it to and hurt people that we were not going after at that particular moment. So I think that's an important point to look at from a lot of perspectives. It's a deterrent piece as well as it provides a war-fighting capability. You look at all the other pieces from all-weather operations. No longer do you have to wait for the weather to be good. No longer if fog become an issue. You have the capability to do it in all-weather operations, whether it's landing the airplane or whether that's force employment and using those particular weapons. And this doesn't mean just dropping a bomb. This also can mean providing food at vital places to folks that are isolated in different parts of the world. What we've done in the past 10 years to provide food, clothing, all sorts of emergency supplies, and what we'll call precision drops in those is amazing. It used to be that it'd be miles off and you'd be looking for this stuff for days. Now you're talking about drops of critical supplies that people need, whether it's in the Arctic or whether it's in a military situation, or if we're in a typhoon-ravaged area and we have to drop it, we're talking within feet okay, within feet of being able to drop a package that can save many lives. So that's the criticality of this particular capability. And if you start to see this, when I listened a few minutes ago, you start to see how the communication, the broadband, and all these different industries are actually all intertwined and they're reliant upon each other. So it's a relationship that's very important to understand. So as we walk forward, you see the communication networks, which is the last one, and that's one I just discussed, and also satellite positioning. That's another part that other satellites use to actually find out where their position is to make sure they're in the right place. So all of this becomes a very dependent and an ecosystem that works together very well. Slide. You know, if you look at it, again, the second military slide I'll throw up there, you look at the Schweinfurt raid. If you look at 376 B-17s dropped 24 million pounds of bombs to strike 5 ball bearing plants, okay? Thousands of lives were lost on both sides. Okay, thousands of lives were lost at that time. If you looked at it, if you're an 8th Air Force bomber pilot in World War II, you had a 1 out of 5 chance of making it home to 25 missions. Okay, so that's a criticality. One B-2 today could take care of the exact same mission, and it would put bombs on target and not harm local folks in the area there that was not part of the raid. And it would probably be done at night when there wasn't workers at the particular location just to take care of the capability to prevent that. That's what GPS helps provide today. So that's something that's very important. Slide. Again, I want to make sure that we talk about the different parts to it. There's 3 parts to the system. There's the actual space layer, and everybody focuses on that. But there's the men and women of the United States Air Force that fly that particular capability every single day and spend day and night making sure that it's upgraded correctly, that make sure that it doesn't go awry or have a problem, or when it does, there's a backup satellite in position to take care of that particular capability, whether it's a solar flare problem that's causing it out there or it's a system failure, they're there ready to take care of it on a daily basis. Because many of you may not realize, but what affects them is space weather. And it's something that until I came to a job at Stratcom, I really didn't understand or watch every day. So you get your standard stuff that you go on the National Weather Service and you say, okay, I have a bad storm coming in and everything else. They look every day at space weather and the impacts of space weather on those communication satellites, on those positioning and navigation and timing satellites to make sure that they will not be impacted. So every day, and we're right now coming up into what? We're coming into the heart of a solar flare time frame, and this is when some of the key solar flares are going to occur in this next year. And it's been actually a pretty good year for space weather, by the way. But that is it's something that they worry about every day, and they watch it. And that's why you have those people there to make sure that we don't have any problems. The other piece is the GPS applications. You're talking multiple applications that are used, whether you're John Deere or whether you are a Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. That timing and those particular aspects of the precision navigation matter to you every day, and that's upgraded through the civil side as well. DOT and DOD have a very good relationship, and we try to work hand in hand to make sure that we have those applications. A recent enhanced capability, we have 1 civil frequency right now on the present system. We've just opened up 2 more, L2C and L5. L5 will be the FAA one. L2C will be the other civil one that's out there. They're working through their test phases right now over the next year, and that will be provided as part of the next enhancement. So you'll end up having 3 total civil frequencies in the future, and that's a great boon for both sides of the ballpark. It'll allow more capabilities for the U.S. economy and the rest of the world. GPS modernization, what I'm just talking about there. Proudly, the Air Force will tell you that is the gold standard for space-based PNT services. They've been doing it for much longer than most people realize, and they do it with pride every day, and they do a fantastic job on that particular aspect. Slide. I left this back as a backup in there because it's something that's it's a good discussion point. We have a concept that we're working very well with the Department of Commerce, and it's a place where we do a lot of testing and work, if you will, on being able to find out if there's any problems out there or any system issues out there that with ground segment pieces or other parts and tools that we have that provides a capability to test our results against GPS to make sure that there's no interference. We put that together on virtue of the fact that there's a lot of technology coming out and that there needs to be a government methodology to test to a set of standards to find out if there's any interference problems. So we built out this particular group for the purpose of providing a test environment so that we can actually find out, okay, what is the exact interference, if any, or any problems that are out there. So I threw that in there because it's something we work very hard on to make sure that we have those capabilities out there. So if there's any other future problems in the future, we can actually take a look and test some of these issues before they become a problem. Slide. Should be questions. Oh, there I am. How about that? Okay. I have a couple questions, please. You're going to make me put my glasses on. Part of the issue is you get old sometimes here. Okay, so FCC, Jeff, I think it's Jeff Shaz. Am I saying that right? It's hard to read the name. Did I say it right? How long can GPS satellites continue operation if the connection to the ground control is lost? Okay, so first off, there's backup connection capability. So I would argue that's not something that's going to happen. But it has the capability with its own clocks and everything else to continue on beyond that particular time frame. I can't give you an exact time that it would be because each satellite has a different set of age as to when its clocks start to need updates, et cetera, on that particular arena, and when they start to wander out of orbit position. But I would argue that given the way the system is backed up, without going into very specifics that I wouldn't do in this particular environment here, it has a capability that's backed up, and those satellites would be safe and it would continue to broadcast. Is that fair? It's a partial non-answer because I won't give that data out, but it is backed up. That's key to remember, okay? Any comments you want to say? Would that be Colonel Whitney? You want to add anything to that? Okay, good. So we got 4 minutes left for lunch. Is there anybody else that wants to ask a question? So I'm between you and lunch. Was that a useful discussion out there today? Please, go ahead. It is, absolutely. That's why we used it, because it's the nation standards. So NIST was where we built that particular part called the NASTN in there, and it has to do with Department of Commerce as well as us. It was supposed to be basically an environment where we had a clearinghouse to test certain items, to find out if there's any issues, and to be able to provide the appropriate lab depending upon what it was. It was not designed for any specific piece. What's going on from our perspective, from a DOD, is right now we're about to go into an auction for a bunch of 1755 to 1850, which is part of the spectrum piece in there. We have a lot of testing to do on equipment because we're going to put a lot of equipment in different parts and moving it to different bands. So there needs to be a place where we can actually do some of this testing, where we have a clearinghouse, we can use FFRDCs in those particular areas. And that was the objective of that. And it was primarily focused on that particular band as we move forward, because what we're also realizing is there's some other new technologies that we want to test in that particular, and it provides that, if you will, clearinghouse to test different capabilities so that we'll have those available and to find out what the true data is. So it's not emotion, it's all about what the capabilities of it is. So it was designed from the DoD side, but absolutely, if we're going to work with them, and let's say it had something to do with an Air Force space asset for whatever one thing, they would be part of the team that would do that particular aspect. Okay, so we would design it that way. Each time we have a test, whatever it would be. Right now, we're doing a lot of work, if you will, in the particular band of the 1755 to 1850 to make sure we have specific ground radios, those kind of things done. We're also looking at potentially some radars on ships, and that's another example. So you'd have a Navy group there, you have an Army group in the first, with the appropriate manufacturers, as well as the specific FFRDC that may be an expert in that particular area. We use those for that particular area, whether it's a MITRE or a Johns Hopkins, it depends on the system, and then we would bring those in with those standards experts of NIST. That's what they do, and then we go to the appropriate lab, if you will, and or range, and test out those particular capabilities to find out what it is. A lot of new technology coming out, especially in cognitive radios in those particular areas, and that was the whole idea. Okay, is that fair? Okay. 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 Supposed to repeat the question for everybody else. I'm sorry. The question that was just asked was, is it the NIST Center when I was talking about in Boulder, Colorado, that does standards? Yes, it was the NIST Center. Okay. It says, could you comment on the possibility of authentication of civilian signals? Sure. I think that's not an unfair question. I think that's a discussion that's going on right now. There hasn't been a final answer on that one, but I think that's one of the areas that we can definitely dig into deeper, and we could talk about it since there's no decision. I don't know if you wanted anything you want to dive into deeper on that particular area.
What's the status of it? Are you looking for requests, information, looking for people that want it? How's that work?
So I guess that would be a question I will take for because I don't have a really good answer for it. Does anybody else want to help back me up on that one? DOT, I got Karen Van Dyke out there. How would you talk about that, Karen? You represent DOT. That would be more of the civilian area, less than us. How do you want to answer that, Karen? I'm calling on you. Sorry to put you on the stage, but there it is. How's that? So this is important to understand. There's a great relationship between both of our sides, between DOT and DOD. And so while we work hand in hand, we take the requirements sometimes come from sister agencies as well. Colonel Whitney, do you want to comment on it at all? No. Okay. She's an awesome partner that works hand in hand with us every day, so I appreciate her help.
I need the microphone.
You do. It's all yours.
Great. Well, thank you. And I would just echo what General Whaler has said about the great partnership between DOD and DOT, and particularly for the authentication. And we certainly are looking at the vulnerabilities of GPS and particularly the vulnerability of spoofing and what possible mitigations might be implemented in the future. And so authentication certainly is of the GPS civil signals is one of the potential mitigations that we are investigating, and we certainly recognize the long time it potentially takes for incorporation of new capabilities, as well as the cost, which has been a struggle for DOT and civil funding. So we are engaging in those discussions with the Air Force and the GPS Directorate on what the potential mitigations are, what the trade space and analysis of alternatives are to pursue in that regard.
That's good. I appreciate that. So the only thing I would add to that is if there's a requirement out there, I think that needs to go to Department of Transportation to make sure that they fully understand that particular requirement. And that's when you rack and stack them based upon what is the threat out there. I mean, you hear of people jamming, especially I've heard everywhere from local people upset to criminal activity, jamming vehicles and different things like that. That's become more of a commonplace than in the past. So if that is the issue from that perspective, I think those requirements need to go to DOT, and those will be rack and stacked on the cost perspective and move forward. Any other comments on that? And you've got 3 civil frequencies now, so that's another aspect to it as well. Okay, I'm told that lunch is done. I'm done. How's that? So ready. So let's sit. Okay, thank you.
So we are going to take a break for lunch. We're going to begin promptly at 1 p.m. If the speakers and panelists that are speaking throughout the day today, and if you
Okay, as a reminder, those in the audience can submit questions by writing them on note cards, and we'll have people around constantly holding up the cards. That'll be the clue, so just try to get one of them. Those watching remotely, live questions at fcc.gov. Just send your questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. We have a tight schedule, a lot of panels, kind of exciting, so we're going to try to stay on schedule. It's 1 o'clock. So, according to Cecilia's notes, I'm supposed to say, will the panelists for panel 2 please come up, but they're already here. So we're going to get started. Panel 2.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to our panel 2 discussion on protection of GPS. And my name is Michael Ha with Office of Engineering and Technology here at the Commission, and my co-moderator is Ed Dresella from Office of Spectrum Management at NTIA. Panel 2 discussion is about transmitters near the GPS band and how to protect GPS band. And please note that when we say GPS, to be consistent with our earlier panel discussion, we mean we're kind of using GPS/GNSS/RNSS to represent that the 51 megahertz of spectrum allocation for RNSS at 1559 to 1610. The format of our panel will be that each panelist will have about 5 minutes to present their presentations based on the topics that we pre-discussed, and request each panelist to present their point of views. Once it's done, there will be some Q&As, and we will try to take some questions from the floor as well as from the online viewers. And the flow of our discussion will be, the Commission will be presenting how and what type of emissions limits we have in our rules and how that will impact the GPS band. We will ask our partners at DOT and DoD to share their perspectives of protecting GPS band. And Qualcomm and Ericsson will talk about what they are doing to protect GPS band, also how they are using GPS systems and signal services for their own benefits. And then lastly, we have a T-Mobile and LightSquare as licensees near the GPS band, what they are doing to protect GPS services as well. So with that, let me turn it over to Ed.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. The first presentation we're going to start with is Chris Helser. He's the chief engineer of the Wireless Telecommunication Bureau, the FCC. And prior to joining the FCC in 2011, Chris worked 19 years in the cellular industry, including 5 years as a partner at Wireless Strategy LLC, a consulting company focusing on executive engineering services. So,
thank you,
Chris.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Michael. My assigned topic is just to give you an overview of what emission limits we have in place now for primarily cellular devices over the band. And so just in general, for the most part, we have our standard limit that probably many of you are familiar with, which is our 43 plus 10 log P limit, which in, I guess, more modern terminology, we would say is a minus 13 dBm limit, a negative 13 dBm. And to be precise, it's kind of standard for bands above 1 gigahertz for it to be neg 13 dBm per megahertz. For the lower bands, it's usually neg 13 dBm per 100 kilohertz. So, for example, PCS, AWS-1, cellular, and 700, kind of our traditional cellular bands all have that kind of limit. That limit is a limit at the edge of the assigned block. So in a little picture here, you can see, for example, if you were a licensee in the PCSB block, you would have to meet that limit at the edge of the PCS, at the edge of your block, not at the edge of the PCS band, not in some other band, but just starting at the edge of your block. And then generally it's required that you meet that kind of all the way down and all the way up for some definition of all the way. And that's the basic thing. We don't, on a lot of these bands like PCS and AWS-1, we don't require that the signal fall off at any rate past that, but we know that it does in fact. And that's kind of, it's like we acknowledge that it does, but we haven't regulated any particular need to fall off at any particular rate. That being said, there are some bands in which we do have stricter limits. There's several cases in which we've required neg 40 dBm per megahertz, so whatever that is, 27 dB more. I put up an example here that's fairly recent, our proceedings on H-Block and adding and AWS-4. This is a case where we had a downlink band right next to an uplink band, and we did put some more strict requirements there. And you can see that, for example, the H-Block only has neg 13 towards the lower frequencies, but it has some regions of neg 40 to protect AWS-4, and AWS-4 is kind of the inverse of that. And that's so we do that on occasion. To talk specifically about the GPS band, we also have this neg 40 dBm limit for a couple services in the GPS band. It's not every service, but it's only certain special cases, like the MSS mobiles. MSS is mobile satellite service. So satellite mobiles were required to meet neg 40 dBm, usually actually written in, I've given you the full rule text there if you're really interested. Written as neg 70 dB watts there, but it's the same level. And that's because it was close. So it's one of these concerns where it's a service that's not exactly the same as GPS. It's something of a disparate service, and it had some proximity, so we put on this tighter neg 40 dBm limit. Another example is cellular services in some of the 700 band and also a portion of the 800 band. Those are both frequencies at which a harmonic falls directly in the GPS band, and so in those cases we also put in a neg 40 dBm requirement. And if you read the details of the rules, it's a little more complicated than neg 40. It's neg 40 per megahertz with some special rules for narrower emissions. But that's the basic limit. I do note on the last bullet, I'm sure other people will talk about this, that some companies have entered into voluntary agreements to further limit their emissions in some cases, and obviously that's fine by us, but we haven't had a need to require anything stricter than neg 40 dBm in any of these situations. We also have recently done some work to look at what devices actually seem to be doing. We do obviously certify lots and lots of devices. We certify all these cellular devices working with certification labs. And part of that certification process is we do this very wide frequency sweep from 30 megahertz up to 10 gigahertz or 20 gigahertz, depending on the device. And so we do have data on many of our devices as to what their emissions in the GPS band are, but it's really just sets a limit because the test isn't focused on the GPS band. And when you're doing this type of wide sweep that includes the main transmission of the device, you have some dynamic range limitations. And so typically we can't actually measure much more than neg 40 dBm per megahertz if we're looking back over the certification data that's been taken just with a general sweep. But we did look through a bunch of this data, and what we found is that pretty much everything we looked at is below neg 40 dBm per megahertz in the GPS band, regardless of whether it's a device that was required to do that because of a harmonic or proximity, or whether it's one of these cellular devices that's only required to do neg 13. We found pretty much every certification we picked out at random and looked through did in fact exceed neg 40 dBm in the band. And just so you know, I'm not completely making that up. We did stick in 2 plots here. Are these in the same order? I think this is the old version of the deck. Well, that's fine. That is actually a Wi-Fi transmission, but it's also not exceeding neg 40 dBm in the band. That's Wi-Fi coming out of either an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy or something like that. It's the Wi-Fi transmission of a cellular phone. We did correct this and put in the actual cellular transmission in a few bands to show that that's the case as well. But I guess we don't bother, Michael. I'm done here. And this is the one that was going to be the Wi-Fi example, just to show that other transmitters tend to meet this limit as well. But so you can see this is this very wide range sweep from 30 megahertz up to 10 gigahertz. And so it doesn't have a lot of precision in the GPS band, but it gives us confidence that people are meeting and exceeding our requirements. And so that's, my 5-minute overview of what our requirements are. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. The next presentation is going to be Jim Warner, who is currently the Senior Engineer with the Office of Position, Navigation, and Timing and Spectrum within the Office of Assistant Secretary for Research and Development. He focused on management of DOT's use of the spectrum and supporting individual agencies in their efforts to improve safety, efficiency, and reduce environmental impact of transportation through the use of communication services and technologies. Jim, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. So I was asked today to speak about the adjacent band compatibility, GPS adjacent band compatibility study that we're just kicking off. So a bit of background here first. One of the fundamental issues that we have to remember is that GPS is not a communication system, it's a navigation system. So time is of utmost importance to GPS. Essentially, the more precisely that you understand how a pulse within the GPS transmission is rising, the better you know that, the better you define that, the more accurately you can define your range of the satellite, thus determine your position. That's how the navigation system works. And the other aspect is that within GPS, for the GPS, it has a very, very low signal level. I was trying to find some good comparisons that we could make that would be generally understandable. I'm not sure I actually succeeded there, but you could think of it as if you're trying to compare a GPS signal to a standard, say, cellular base station transmitting. It's like a rock music very highly amplified versus a sound you can barely hear. There's very, very little signal there to work with. So looking at a broader bandwidth is something that GPS really has to do. It also operates in a very high multipath environment, meaning you've got signals coming in. Your satellites are out at, say, at 12,000 miles. Their signal comes in, it bounces around. It's a very difficult environment to work in. So you're looking at a very, very heavy multipath environment. So essentially, the broader your receiver bandwidth, the more precise you can determine the rise time, get more signal out of that bandwidth, and you get improved multipath mitigation. As far as the GPS adjacent band compatibility assessment, the intent here is to protect existing and evolving uses of space-based PNT. They are vital to economic, public safety, scientific, and national security needs. Some examples there, we're using it a lot. I was formerly with the Federal Highway Administration, Office of Research. We are looking at vehicle collisions at intersections, using GPS to define where the vehicle is. You need that reasonably precisely to be able to tell not only where the vehicle is, but where the vehicles around you are, and to avoid collisions. It's a very, very critical safety need. We're using it a lot for mapping infrastructure. We're using it for in the aviation industry for helping to land aircraft. Some of the scientific applications, I worked on a program where we're using GPS signals to measure precipitable water vapor. Again, a very precisely required measurement. The radio occultation approach, measuring essentially temperatures using temperatures within a column of the atmosphere based on the signals that passes through the atmosphere. A lot of different aspects there. It's a very big driver, both economically and for all these other aspects. Within the GPS adjacent band compatibility program, we're trying to derive adjacent band transmitter power limit criteria. What does it take to interfere with GPS? Looking at receiver antenna susceptibility, looking at different modulations, location density of adjacent transmitters. Fundamentally, we're going to start looking at GPS L1, but we're going to include L2 and L5 and others as we have the time and money to do that. The process does include a lot of public input. Michael actually asked me if I could provide a bit of a schedule on this, and unfortunately, we're just kicking it off. It's difficult to define a schedule, but it is a very open and very public process. There will likely be there will be some sort of Federal Register notice, or at least a public announcement of a workshop sometime this summer. We're still defining that schedule, but look for that and please participate. The hope there is we can define some representative receivers that we can work with to define what they will see with various transmissions in adjacent bands. We need to find agreement on those. And we're looking for use cases. How is GPS being used? From a transportation perspective, I can answer that. But GPS has made it into so many different areas of application that I couldn't even begin to guess that. But we also want to look at the impact of modernized GPS and other GNSS receivers. As Michael pointed out, we're focus here may be GPS, but the broader spectrum of work is GNSS. If you pull out your iPhone, you'll see that actually not only does GPS, but there are other GNSS receivers in there as well. So we're looking at sometime in the future, looking at the impact of modernized GPS and these other GNSS receivers.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Mr. Jim Campion. Jim's with the Office of Secretary of Defense, Office of the Chief Information Officer, Spectrum Policy and Plans Directive, as the Principal Staff Officer for Spectrum matters pertaining to terrestrial communications. He oversees and develops DoD policies and strategic plans for radio frequency spectrum-dependent systems and operations in command, control, and communications, guided weapons, position navigation and timing, radars, telemetry, and electronic warfare.
Thank you. And thanks for having our department here to participate in this panel. And those of you who saw the keynote earlier, Major General Wheeler is the Deputy Chief Information Officer for whom I work, and my director, Fred Moorfield. So we thought it would be good, in addition to all the many technical statements that were made, just to give some level setting about the system doctrine that GPS runs under. I think people often think that it's a DoD system, and so people should come to DoD should make changes. But as I say in this slide, we have three spheres of national leadership we respond to. Granted, funded by the Congress and the taxpayers, DoD is first and foremost directed to operate and acquire and modernize the GPS system for the military and intelligence missions. And then as Major General Wheeler discussed earlier, in the 1980s, decision was made to set that out as almost an open source utility for positioning, navigation, timing. And so we then respond to the executive committee of the Position, Navigation, Timing Committee to support the other agencies and who also support the commercial and civil stakeholders under their agency doctrines. And it's also, I think, very, very important. We all know it's the global positioning system, but I think sometimes we don't necessarily always appreciate that it's not, of course, there's not a U.S. system and then there's a global adjunct to it. It's meant for global operations. And so the Department of Defense, we have to take guidance and follow the leadership of the State Department. And so there's many negotiations, not only regarding global other navigation systems, but this has to be coordinated with all the other radio frequency uses. So impacts to GNS system often are asked or required to make accommodations in other radio frequency uses. So any systemic change or major changes to the global positioning system, it will obviously have to go through all these three leadership approvals. And so next slide, please. And so some of these were talked about earlier. I don't want to repeat them, but just highlight some of them were mentioned. The intelligence community was not mentioned very much. It's a critical area that we support. The National Geospatial Agency, quite obviously, National Reconnaissance Offices. So it's not just about military operations and training, and when we have to get into kinetic, as they say, or hostile military actions. It's also the continuing surveillance and intelligence to support our national leaders, the executive branch and the president. And public safety was mentioned quite a lot. Weather, earlier was mentioned about, it's not only the weather for military operations, of course, but we support, in great part, all the severe weather forecasting goes around the United States, which threaten and tragically affect many of our citizens with all kinds of tornadic events and extreme weather, forest fires, firefighting. So those support that. And in the areas of transportation, Jim's mentioned tail, but just to also highlight, there's many commercial and general private users, civil users who also benefit from the aviations. It's not just the FAA served areas. And space also, space is becoming very commercialized. And that seems to be a very good thing. We see a number of companies are now utilizing that. Obviously, there's telecommunications aspects of satellites, but also many new use of satellites as well. And so we support NASA and academia in those areas. And timing, of course, was mentioned a couple times earlier. I don't think financial sector was mentioned earlier. Obviously, there's focus on telecom and energy, but nothing much gets done without banking and money. And the GPS has an important critical infrastructure capability for the electronic funds transfers and banking operations for citizens, businesses, and government operations. So, moving to my next slide. So I would say, DoD, fully recognizes these responsibilities. We work within spectrum regulations on many systems. I mean, obviously, the subject of this very important area is global positioning system, but we have, as my colleagues Michael and Ed know, we have many other radio frequency dependent systems, and so we're always, dealing as best we can with the U.S. spectrum regulations and then also the international frameworks that we have to comport with for our benefit as well as theirs, for reciprocity and mutual performance. We're very much always engaged as a department to support our statutory co-regulators, the FCC and the NCA, and again the U.S. State Department for international areas. And we do think these workshops, are very helpful. As Ed and Michael know also, the department has worked, very energetically and very positive in quite a number of other spectrum reallocation and changes to benefit the commercial and the citizenry. Major General Wheeler mentioned they have a large reallocation auction for so-called 4G communications, the 1755, 1780. I personally oversaw the last several years, the last reallocation, similarly in the 1710, 75, which was very successful, and it's allowing 4G service, today to be broadcast for businesses and consumer use. We've done quite a lot of other things that aren't quite so famous for the medical field to support hospital type telemetry, ambulance type telemetry to save lives, improve care, and some other near field communications. And we have a number of things on the table to make perhaps Wi-Fi or expanded Wi-Fi type areas in the gigahertz ranges. So, the department looks at these things, very cooperatively. As the writer Tom Wolfe wrote, there's no Bucks, no Buck Rogers. So if people remember the science fire and Bucks. So, part of national security is having a healthy and growing economy. That's where our funding comes from, and other agencies. So we don't see those as mutually compatible. Those are very synergistic goals, and the department is looking to cooperate with proposal before it. And again, though, we would just emphasize that a major systemic change should be looked at holistically. And so although we want to look at these individual discrete areas to get efficiency where we can, as soon as we can, I think we want to look at things, on a very system approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next we have Cormac Convoy. Cormac is Vice President of Qualcomm and leads the technology and product development as well as associated product management and business development for all Qualcomm's GPS, GNSS, and end-to-end location technology products, as well as wireless connectivity products for mobile and computing platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Michael and Ed and the Commission, for inviting Qualcomm to participate in this very important workshop. So I'd like to give some perspective on the topic of protecting GPS and out-of-band emissions and spectrum from the mobile phone perspective. Our company is responsible for delivering chipset, hardware and software to our mobile phone customers. We ship many hundreds of millions of units per year with integrated GPS, including the digital baseband and RF. And I think it's cumulatively we've shipped more than 3 billion units of GPS-capable devices to the marketplace. So I want to give you a sense of how the spectrum emissions and interference, how we design to it at a high level, to give you a sense about how we view this topic overall. So I actually only have one slide, and I kind of talked to it, but I think it kind of captures the essence of the key point that I want to get across. So whenever we think about interference in GPS, many people will think about extraneous interference, but it turns out that the in-device interference in many cases actually is the key driver and limiter, and drives the design and ultimately impacts cost and power consumption. So I have a pictorial diagram over on the right there, and one of the things about mobile phones is there's a lot of radios operating simultaneously. You have cellular band across many bands. I think these days there's more than 40 bands of LTE deployed worldwide, and of course our platforms are used in North America as across all the world, and many of our customers want to have one SKU that goes across the world. So we have to deal with the 40 bands of LTE. There's also Wi-Fi on 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, potentially soon 900 megahertz. There's NFC, and also there's other interferers in the phones. There's clocks, there's displays. There's a lot of interference in the phone itself. So another key point is that the antennas are very close together. People want very small and compact form factor. So the closer the antenna, of course, the worse the coupling from those interferers to your own GPS receiver. The typical power levels of a cellular transmitter in the phone are in the, for example, I have there 33 dBm for GSM, and the LTE 4G is about 25 dBm. So you have a 25 dBm transmitter at peak power located a few inches away from a receiver that's supposed to be receiving it in tracking mode minus 160 dBm in tracking mode, and the antenna isolation, depending on where the antennas are, might be 10, 15 dB. So that is the key challenge that we have to actually design to. You have that strong self-interferer, potentially very close in frequency, and of course we all want to use the spectrum as efficiently as possible and have more wideband and data services. Very, very close physical distance and very, very close from an attenuation perspective as well to the super sensitive receiver. And that's really the key thing. And for example, I mentioned there for the 1710 megahertz band, it's only 135 megahertz away from GPS. And of course, if there's other GNSS systems, it could even be closer. So that is fundamentally what drives the interference design, that drives the filter selectivity, it drives the dynamic range of the receiver. I guess dynamic range, of course, drives power consumption and ultimately silicon area and cost. And of course, cost is extremely important when we're talking about devices that are shipped in the hundreds of millions of units, and any additional cost that's incurred on the chipset side, of course, gets passed on to the cell phone maker and ultimately to the consumer. So overall, we have a very systematic approach to managing this and designing for it, because we're providing the complete system of the mobile phone transmitter, receiver, and GPS receiver. And really, the goal is that the GPS performance is limited by the satellites themselves and the noise floor, and not by any of these in-device interferers. So that's really the goal. So we really want the in-device interferers to minimally disturb the noise floor, which we get anyway just from the satellites, and the fact that the satellites are already very weak when they hit the Earth. And then in the last paragraph there, I mentioned very briefly, of course, the other extraneous interferers are important, and we do take them into account too. They don't usually limit the design or drive the design as much as the in-device ones. So certainly the downlink signal received on the mobile from other base station transmitters certainly has to be taken into account, and also, of course, the uplink transmitter from nearby mobile phones, which could actually be interfere into your receiver as well. So they must be considered too. So that I think is what I wanted to say, but just give you a sense. So that's really the way that we think about the interference management on the mobile phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmack. Next we have Andy McGregor. He's with Ericsson LTE Systems, and for 20 years prior to that, he was worked with Nortel Systems team supporting various mobile wireless telecommunications. And he's chairperson of the RABC Advanced Wireless Subcommittee, an industry group that advises the Canadian Spectrum Regulator on technical wireless issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. And thank you for inviting Ericsson to be part of this workshop. Ericsson is one of the major manufacturers of base stations for LTE and all the other modern mobile communication systems in the world. In regard to interference that can occur between the base station and the GPS system, there's really two fundamentally different modes of operation that can occur. The graphic at the top is showing an LTE base on the left-hand side causing some interference to a GPS receiver on the right. In the middle is case one, where the LTE base station is doing its good thing, but causing some random interference in the receive band of the GPS victim. In this case, we believe that the base station, we can filter, by explicit filtering, reduce the amount of emissions falling in the GPS receive band to fairly low levels. We do believe a guard band is probably going to be essential, of the order of 5 megs, as a minimum between the LTE transmitter and the GPS receiver. And if we do that, we'll achieve the FCC specs, which are around the neg 100 dB watts per megahertz number. There's a second case, however, where the LTE base station is assumed to be ideal, it's perfect, it's sending no emissions outside. But in that case, we've got a GPS receiver whose receive bandwidth falls on top of the LTE base station. Now, in this case, there is nothing the LTE base station can do to mitigate the issue. So extra filtering on the base station cannot help. We've assumed in this case it's infinitely good filtering. We could reduce the transmit power of the base station to cause some improvement, certainly to the performance. We could increase the guard band, separating the LTE transmission from the GPS. and potentially we can improve some filtering on the GPS side to try and eliminate the susceptibility to the L-band transmission. What do the specifications say about the base station transmitter? For LTE, the main specs are coming from 3GPP. They've got a base station spec exactly for band 24, but in effect it basically alludes to simply the standard Neg 13 dBm rule that was referred to earlier, Neg 43 dB watts per megahertz, which is not really adequate to provide protection. And 3GPP doesn't really say anything more on that subject. What can a good transmitter do? A good base station transmitter has two fundamental components. The first is the raw digital D to A converter to make the analog signal that goes on the air. We believe that digital modulator and the filter associated with it can provide in excess of 60 dBc rejection, which is significant. The second component is an analog filter which can provide about 70 dB to 80 dB of rejection. Now, both of those rejections are again assuming it's got roughly a 5 meg separation. And especially in the case of the analog filter, that band gap is a crucial factor in this rejection ratio. So obviously, any specific manufacturer of equipment might now do additional techniques if that ratio is not sufficient to provide extra filtering in either the digital or the analog domain, but there will potentially be a cost or performance penalty. But looking at these numbers, you can see 60 plus 80, 140 dB, roughly speaking. Remember that number, we'll come back to it. Obviously, a base station spec must meet both the 3GPP rules and also the FCC rules. What do the FCC say? As was indicated earlier, the second row here on my slide says Neg 70 dB watts per megahertz. That was the Neg 40 number talked to earlier, and that's the base number. But there's also a DA 10534, which is a tighter limit, which says that you should be down around the Neg 100 dB watts per megahertz. It's also got a transmit power of plus 30. Plus 30 to minus 100 is 130. I was saying in the previous chart, roughly 130, 140 dB of attenuation. I believe it can be achieved as long as we've got the 5 meg separation. The GPS transmitter is also a GPS, the base station transmitter also uses GPS, as we heard this morning. So we are also the victims. So what can we do ourselves to prevent damage from ourselves? There are GPS receivers available in the market for those base stations to provide extra isolation and give good, solid GPS performance for the base station. It might need some alignment of the antenna or some minor adjustments. And if we have to, or for some new means where the base station's indoors, we can use IEEE specs and network specs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Next, we have Nelson Ong. He is principal engineer with T-Mobile, and he's been working in telecommunications, wireless telecommunications, for over 20 years. And with T-Mobile, he's worked in the business technology and spectrum strategy development, cross-functional engineering, design and development of technology and strategy, communication of strategy and executives at T-Mobile, and representing T-Mobile publicly in different regulatory forms, 3GPP, and within in front of the FCC's regulatory. Nelson.
Thank you for inviting T-Mobile to talk about how to protect the GPS operation. So let me start with this slide, talking about what frequency band that T-Mobile is operating in. Right now, we have 3 spectrum band. The first one is the AWS-1 band, which start from 1710 to 1755 for uplink, 2110 to 2155 for downlink. The second band is PCS band, which is 1850 to 1910 and 1930 to 1990. Early this year, we also acquired some 700 band, 708 block. and the frequency range for 700 band for band 12 is 699 to 7016 and 7029 to 7046. If you look at these three bands, I have a chart at the bottom. You can see that the closest spectrum is to the GPS band is AWS-1 8-band uplink, and that is 100 megahertz away, and other bands are further away. So because the filter roll off and transmitter signal roll off with such a 100 megahertz gap, we believe that they should pose a little concern on the GPS interference issue. But we do take measure to make sure that we protect the GPS band. So this is what we do to protect GPS band. We strictly request all our products, base station and the user equipment, to meet the FCC out-of-band emission rule and to meet the 3GPP out-of-band emission and the spurious emission requirements. By doing that, we are confident that our transmission will not violate the rules, and that would protect the GPS operations. And the FCC rule, like a gentleman mentioned earlier, the famous formula is 43 plus 10 log P, or NEC 13 dBm per megahertz. And next slides, I will show that how our UE equipment meet this requirement. I actually pulled this screenshot from the latest, one of our latest LTE user equipment, which was got FCC certification approved only last week. And these slides show when the UE is operating in band 4, which is AWS-1 band, and what is the spurious emission level measured near the GPS band. This is a little bit far away from me, but I remember the number is probably close to NEC 42 or something, NEC 42 dBm per megahertz. And obviously that is meeting the FCC requirement. But I have a note there. The note is that because this is from the spectrum analyzer measurement, and the spectrum analyzer noise floor typically is pretty high. So this measurement may not represent the true spurious emission levels. I mean, the true spurious emission may be lower than this, but we don't know how much lower it goes. So similar plot, this is for when the LTE user equipment is operating in band 2. And you see the similar results. And the last one is band 12, which is 700 band. I have the same note there. And lastly, let me say that we wanted to protect the GPS operation. We would operate these three bands, and we want to protect the GPS bands. But on the other hand, we also a user of the GPS band, because our network is running in LTE network is running in the synchronous mode, and which is relying on the GPS signal to synchronize the network. Also, every smartphone that we carry has a GPS receiver inside, and we carry tens of millions of smartphones in our network. So we have an interest in protecting this band. Thank you.
And now we have Jeffrey Stern. He's LightSquared's Vice President of Spectrum Development. At LightSquared, he's responsible for managing the company's spectrum portfolio and lead the company's participation in the GPS Technical Working Group.
Thanks, Ed and Michael, both of you very much for the invitation to participate on this panel. I'm very pleased to be up here with this very well-qualified group and the expertise that they provide. I think it's important in any discussion regarding spectrum to first level set and examine a broad picture of the spectrum neighborhood that we're talking about. So as you can see on this slide, it's a crowded neighborhood, and it is getting even more so due to the high demand for wireless services and the spectrum allocations that are necessary to support them. This slide shows spectrum allocations all the way up from 600 megahertz, all the way from 600 megahertz, where the broadcast incentive auction will be, all the way up to AWS-4 in the 2.2 gigahertz band. Now, my apologies to any in the audience or online that have special affection for WCS or BRS. I just couldn't fit them on the slide, but no offense was intended there. Looking at the slide, you'll know that some of these spectrum blocks have been in commercial operation for quite some time, for 2 decades or longer. Some are more recent, and still others now are just being scheduled for auction. And LightSquared's existing satellite and the associated mobile Earth terminals operate in the MSS L-band. That spectrum is at 1.5 and 1.6 gigahertz. It's really in the middle of what we're looking at here, and it is also in close proximity to GPS. LightSquared's had two-way commercial satellite operations in the spectrum since the 1990s, and Inmarsat has had similar operations even longer. My presentation today regarding OBE is really going to be focusing on the uplink spectrum for us in the 1.6 gigahertz band. Okay, moving on to the next slide. As has been mentioned, the crowded spectrum landscape is managed on the transmit side by the establishment of out-of-band emission limits, which restrict the amount of power that a licensee is permitted to transmit outside of their assigned frequency band. This chart shows the principal bands used for wireless, and it does highlight the large difference between the emissions allowed for most of these services and the much stricter limits that do apply to LightSquared. Many of these services are authorized to transmit power that's 150,000 times greater outside of their band than LightSquared will. These services are governed by the FCC limit of negative 43 dBW per megahertz, and I apologize. All of my notes are in dBW. I realize others are in dBm, but I trust everyone can do the conversion. And we do believe that these limits, these negative 43 dBW limits, are appropriate for the services that they apply to, and those are generally cellular, PCS, AWS-1, and most recently AWS-3. These services represent hundreds of millions of deployed devices which have not caused disruption to GPS services. Now, some of these higher emitting bands are a fair distance away from the RNSS band. And while it's true that the power does decrease somewhat with the distance from the transmitting band, it's also been discussed that's not universal. You have intermodulation products and other types of spurs that do jump up from time to time. And furthermore, it's not necessarily a sharp or uniform slope that exists from the edge of the transmitting band outward. But because of our close proximity to GPS, LightSquared has voluntarily accepted these much stricter long-term uplink OBE limits into the GPS band of negative 95 dBW per megahertz. This is in order to provide that additional margin of safety for GPS devices. And these limits that we've agreed to are virtually identical to the voluntary limits that were agreed upon between the AWS-4 licensee and the GPS industry more recently. I think this next chart is just a useful way to put these various limits into perspective. The LightSquared limits are shown here at the bottom, as they are much stricter than most of the others in place today. In fact, these maximum limits that apply to us are significantly lower than the actual emissions from mass market consumer devices that have been in operation for many years, which are also shown on this slide. These actual emissions from consumer devices were measured by NASA in 2 studies that were released in 2004 and 2005. And while these studies indicated that these devices were operating in compliance with their established OBE limits, they also showed that the actual power that they emitted into the GPS band was still orders of magnitude higher than the maximum which will be allowed from LightSquared devices. For instance, a PCS device tested by NASA had emissions into GPS that were 3 times the limit that will apply to us. A Bluetooth device was 10 times higher, a Wi-Fi module was 30 times higher, and a laptop computer was actually 300 times higher emissions into the GPS band. So it's just the point of this is to show that in this crowded neighborhood, the NASA studies demonstrate that LightSquared can be relied upon to be the absolute quietest of neighbors in this band. Now, I've been asked to specifically address how LightSquared can meet the very strict terrestrial OOB limits in our devices. And it's a pretty straightforward design, as you can see from this slide. This is just a very basic transmit lineup slide. There is nothing special that needs to be done. It doesn't require any new R&D on our part. Compliance with these limits is achievable with currently available RF technology. But also point out that, like all wireless devices, our units will be submitted to the FCC for type acceptance before they can be offered for sale to the public. This type acceptance process ensures that devices offered for sale are in full compliance with all technical requirements. Finally, the last slide, as I see I'm already over my limit. As other panelists have mentioned, another important component to evaluate is the transmit power of a licensed service. And this slide provides a view of our legacy satellite terminals that, again, have been in operation since the mid-1990s, as well as Inmarsats for even longer. And it's estimated that as many as 1 million or more of these satellite mobile Earth terminals have been deployed since the 1970s, again, without disruption to GPS services. When you compare the maximum authorized power of these legacy devices and the maximum power of future terrestrial devices, the difference is quite striking. So not only will our new terrestrial devices operate with very strict OOBE limits, but our uplink power will be a tiny fraction of the maximum power authorized for these existing satellite terminals in this band. Our devices will not exceed -7 dBW EIRP, which is 1/220th or 0.5% of the maximum power authorized for our satellite terminals. And it's nearly 1/2000th or 0.06% of the maximum authorized power for Inmarsat's most powerful devices. So these very low power levels, combined with the very strict OOBE limits for our terrestrial devices, ensures compatibility with GPS even better than most devices that are on the market today. So thank you again for allowing us the opportunity to share this information, and we look forward to answering any questions during the Q&A.
Thank you, Jeff, and to other panelists. Before we dive into some Q&As, I'd like to establish a hypothetical bookends regarding these transmission limits. I think on one end, we have a point of view that no changes are necessary in the Commission's rules because we don't believe that there are much of interference, and most of our products are already relatively quiet in the GPS band. So let the industry continue to self-regulate, noting that the cell phone supports simultaneous operation of GPS and the GSM, CDMA, and LTE transmissions in various bands. The other end, we have a point of view stating that GPS really relies on extremely weak signals, and noise in that band presents a serious threat to performance, especially for safety of services. Therefore, the FCC should apply tighter emissions limits, perhaps in case-by-cases, as it's necessary. So why don't we get into the questions and see what our panelists think regarding these two bookends.
Okay. Regarding the bookends, we have two general questions for all the panelists. This is yes-no type question. The first question is, do you believe that GPS receivers are experiencing significant interference from neighboring transmitters in today's RF environment?
Yep.
Okay. Do I believe they're causing significant interference? I think from my personal point of view, I'll say, because I don't think the FCC has an official position on that. But I think we heard from Jim Higgins this morning that from our point of view, we get very few GPS interference complaints, and most of the ones we do get have to do with intentional jamming, not unintentional. So, I mean, and has been talked about here a lot. For the most prevalent GPS receivers are the ones in cell phones, and they have transmitters right next to them inside the same device, and they seem to be doing okay. So,
is a no?
So I guess that's a no. to my knowledge, to my personal knowledge, shall I say? No.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
I'm not going to be quite so optimistic. I would have to say maybe. It depends on how you define significant. Clearly, we've seen standalone survey-grade receivers that suffer interference. I recall a time just prior to the Winter Olympics in Utah where one of the sites went down at I believe it was at the airport, It wasn't an aviation-based receiver, so fortunately it didn't cause problems with aviation, but it was causing some other issues. So, we do see interference from time to time. Is it significant is the question. So.
Thank you.
Jim?
Well, if the FCC has no official position, I guess probably the Department of Defense has no official position either. And I would just sort of remark that it might be somewhat useful to think the DoD is a very atypical user of GPS. It's, we operate and develop it, but DoD use is based on, we're assuming that military GPS uses would be deliberately contested by adversaries. And then also we have to operate in very harsh environments. So our whole methodology and doctrinal thinking is very different than much of the civil and commercial, which is looking for steady state, normal uses.
Thank you. Cormac?
So I think, as I outlined in the presentation, I think the most significant interferers into the GPS receivers on mobile platforms are from the transmitters on our own platform, and which we're designing around and designing to be concurrent and concurrently operate with GPS. So I think that's the main focus of our design and managing the interference from those signals themselves, harmonics, intermods, clock, spurs, all that into our own receivers, and I think that's the primary focus that we're focused on.
So we'll take that as a no. Okay. For your product.
Andy?
Thank you. From a base station perspective, I think as long as there's a reasonable guard band, there should not be a problem from the base stations into the GPS band.
Thank you.
Nelson?
Yeah, I understand you. This question is just designed for a yes or no, but I feel that it's not as simple as a yes or no can answer this question. I can only speak from T-Mobile's perspective. From our perspective, as I said in the beginning, our network is rely on the GPS for synchronization, and we have tens of millions of smartphones that use GPS every day. The fact that our business is up and running, and it seems that we are doing quite well recently, I would be hesitant to say there's a significant issue in that. That said, I also understand that there are so many other, users using this band, and so many other applications using this band. I can totally comprehend that maybe in other areas there's some potential issues, and so I think that it probably needs more investigation to see where the issues are. And if there's some solution should based on the findings from the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. And Jeff?
Yeah, unlike my other panelists, I will abide by the moderator instructions and provide a one-word answer. No.
Thank you. Now, looking at the other end of the bookend, do you believe that the Commission's OOB limits are sufficient to protect GPS receiver operation?
We haven't changed them, so I guess we think they're adequate. No, more seriously, same thing as I said before, they seem to be working. We also see that devices are exceeding them, so the question as to whether our limits are exactly adequate, I'm not sure we have a good way to answer that. But the emissions in practice don't seem to be causing huge problems, although, again, Jim's point about what is significant is relevant.
Jim?
I hate to keep giving a non-answer. Looking through the FCC rules, there are at least two different levels, and I believe there's a third level that is privately agreed upon. So are they adequate? If they were adequate, would there be three different levels? I'll answer your question with a question. How's that?
Okay. Jim?
Yes, I would say personally they seem to be adequate, and I guess what's on the table is that how should they be changed, and we need to see what the plans are for those.
Cormac?
Yes, I would say at this point, as I mentioned, most of our design is actually limited by the interference on the platform itself, so to that extent they seem adequate right now. But again, it's really not our responsibility to comment on the regulatory side.
Andy?
As we're not in the GPS receiver business, we don't know.
Nelson?
Yes, we all know that it's not only the FCC rule. I mean, the industry also have their own standards, and the two things together, it seems things are working just fine. So I think it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with what most everyone else has said. The current limits appear to be adequate.
Thank you. Now moving away from the yes/no questions, where are different protection approaches necessary for communication and radio navigation systems? And open that up to anybody.
Just any volunteers?
Okay, if nobody else is going to jump forward.
Well, as a former naval navigator, I'd like to hear the word navigation. I think obviously there's been a lot of recent attention toward timing. Timing is absolutely important, but I think people do need to remember that seaborne navigation or seaports are busier than ever are. So it's a very important part of our global commerce.
And I think it's important to remember, too, that navigation and communications are very different things. Communications, you're trying to convey information. There's a lot of redundancy built into it. In navigation, you're trying to get a very precise rise time out of that pulse. So you're doing two very different things. So I think different limits are probably appropriate.
Anybody else want to?
Yeah, I would say too that I mean clearly I guess the GPS receivers operate very differently from communications receivers. So the overall design considerations are different, and yes, it definitely needs a different approach on the design side. Yeah.
Thank you. So next question is, how would you characterize today's RF environment over GPS band? Do we have any data to demonstrate the noise level? What would be the best way to obtain such data if not available? Any takers? If you don't have information, I think it's just okay to let us know that you haven't seen any. Even though you're one of the experts on GPS industry.
Thanks for adding that qualifier.
I hate to be the first one to speak up.
Please, Jim.
I recall over the years, I believe ITS and Boulder did some analysis. And if I recall correctly, they really didn't see very much. Talking microphone. Sorry. Is it on? Okay. I believe there was a study done many years ago by ITS and Boulder that showed there was very little extraneous transmissions in the RNS band 1559 to 1610. Not too close. I believe there were some other studies done that maybe showed some emissions, at least in urban areas. Our biggest problem today may be spurious emissions from devices or intentional jamming. So it's not a perfectly clean environment to operate in.
Okay.
I would just say workshops like these are very good, very beginning to this, and we've been successful with other groups like that, the CSMAC, Commercial Spectrum Advisory Committee. And as Major General Wheeler mentioned earlier, there's a Department of Commerce-led Communication Advisory Council and this National Advanced Spectrum Communications Test Network. Got that one the first time. I don't pretend to be a GPS expert, and I hesitate, depending on who else is in the room, to be a radio frequency specialist in general. But as we all know, it's a very congested and contested environment across all the radio frequency spectrum. As an RF engineer type, I like that. I think it's great. We're having more activities, more tools, more systems, and we just want to be as organized as we can, get all the input from all the federals, all the state and locals that's applicable, the commercials, consumers, and put, air out the best ideas, get the best numbers from everybody.
The next question is kind of on the other end of the spectrum. It's the dealing with the transmitters, and several of the presenters today talked about transmitter emissions that their devices put out. I guess we'd like to know if you can provide any general statements about the out-of-band emission performance that you have in the GPS band, and are there any requirements that you can speak of within your company to try to design goals to shoot for as far as limiting those emissions?
One of my slides did show what we believe the FCC specs to be around the neg 100 dB watts per megahertz number, and we believe that if we wanted to design a transmitter for this marketplace, that's what we would meet. And we believe that type of number is within the technology limits as long as there is approximately a 5 meg or more guard band from the main transmitter. If you try and squish that guard band down, life would get very complicated or expensive. But with a guard band, I believe it's feasible.
Any other takers? Okay, the next question. There are certain licensees, who made private agreements with the GPS industry to comply more stringent limits, namely 95 or 105 plus 10 log P, out-of-band emission over GPS band. How are these limits derived, and are they sufficient to protect GPS?
You're looking at me, and since I'm the only one on the panel that has a company that does have such an agreement, I'll take the question first. This was the work that was done between our company. Before it was called Light Squared, it was called MSV, and this was probably 10 years ago or more, that when the GPS industry came to us with concerns about our terrestrial deployment, we undertook a joint analysis with them and did a lot of study of what could possibly occur in that band. And after that analysis, the GPS industry came back to us and requested a level of negative 95 dBW per megahertz. And we examined that and really determined whether or not we could meet that. And since we determined that we could, and we decided that limit would be acceptable. So while there was some study done, the actual process was pretty straightforward. And and we believe that again, as we showed in our own presentation, as we've seen from other presentations, and also since that number's been subsequently validated by the agreement with the AWS-4 licensee, that still works today.
Thank you.
Maybe I can just get my mic to work. Well, I just was going to say very briefly that I guess Jim asked before why are there 3 limits, and I thought maybe I'd just clarify that a little bit. I've also heard Andy talk about the FCC limit of neg 100 a couple times, and neg 13 is our limit because that's our default limit for mini-bands. There's nothing specific to GPS for it about it. Neg 40 is a limit that we tend to have imposed in cases where people had specific concerns, but we don't impose neg 40. We try to not overregulate, so we don't tend to impose a stricter limit unless there's a specific request in the record of that proceeding typically. And so that's why, in a particular proceeding where somebody comes in and says, oh, well, this frequency is exactly half of GPS, and so there's a significant potential for harmonics, then we may agree based on that record to put on the stricter limit. The third limit, which we heard Andy talk about a bit, is not actually a FCC limit per se. It's the limit that MSV and other operators, I guess it was, ICO at the time, worked out working with the GPS industry. And on occasion we said things like, granted a waiver that said you must comply with whatever private agreements you made, but that's not a limit that we ourselves determined was a necessary limit. So I just wanted to clarify that since it's come up a couple times.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just another general question. What are the limitations, technical performance costs associated with adding additional filtering to protect GNSS receivers?
So as I outlined, I guess the critical factors related to the filtering on the mobile phones are related to, of course, the output power of the cellular system, the separation of the antennas, and the closer the antennas, the worse the interference coupling, and of course the closeness of the frequency bands. So all those things together, plus of course the dynamic range of the receiver, the noise figure, the linearity, the capability of the receiver, including all the way from RF, analog, HD converter, and digital modem, the capability of those to deal with simultaneously very weak signals and very strong signals. So in the marketplace that we're in, any additional cost, whether it's even 1 cent of additional filtering, of course, will translate to additional cost to the OEM and consumer. So that's really the way we look at it. Of course, the filter technology, we work with many filter partners, is evolving and improving together, but certainly cost is very important.
I tend to agree with that. I mean, I produced some numbers in my slides, and we believe that is the numbers which a good manufacturer of base stations can achieve. We believe you could do a little bit tighter if you had to, but there would start being a cost, performance, size, dollar value penalty because of it. Whether that's a trivial cost or a major cost, a trivial size, a major size, a trivial performance penalty or a major one, we need a very careful case-by-case basis. I also drew a sort of line in the sand saying a 5 meg guard band is probably, in our opinion, needed. Dropping that to 3 megs makes it much more complicated. Increasing it to, shall we say, 10 megs or whatever makes it that much more easy. So there's engineering trade-offs, and you need real numbers to do real numbers.
Maybe I can provide some insight from the licensee's perspective. First of all, devices, filtering to protect GNSS is not anything new for a device. In fact, devices filter to protect other services and protect themselves from self-interference. So it's something that occurs in the device already. In a crowded spectrum environment, we all have an obligation to make sure we're putting the right devices out there, both on the transmit and receive side. And so it's really just a normal cost of business from our perspective. And all that said, even though we are not in operation, we've certainly done a lot of analysis on this in preparing for operation. And the cost of adding the filtering for us to protect GPS was really de minimis to the overall cost of the device.
Thank you. Let us go through, and then maybe we'll take a few from you, Jim, later on.
If you don't mind. I guess one point, because I think the way the position has been characterized, what the GPS industry said on emission standards is that the FCC should determine what actual commercial handsets are capable of doing from an emission standpoint. And I can't do all the math in my head, but I think what I'm hearing is that most handsets perform well in excess of the FCC's rule. And the concern is not with the people sitting at the table, but if the FCC's rule says that you can have a very dirty emission standard and be adequate, that someone can come along and actually say, that's the rule. So the real question is, what can people do? And I think what we're hearing here is that handset manufacturers can do much better than the FCC, and in fact do much better than the FCC requires them to do.
Yes, and we have a couple of follow-up questions on that, so give us a couple of seconds. So I guess the next question, somewhat similar to what Jim just suggested, that, suppose there's a new emission limit to protect GPS. Do you feel that the limit should be equally applied to everybody? We got transmitters that are close to GPS or far away from GPS. We have a commercial systems, we have a federal systems, we have a public safety systems, we got military systems. As far as the victim receiver is concerned, out of emission noise insertion they don't discriminate the transmitters. So And the other alternative is perhaps there should be multiple levels of emission limits. Depends on who you are, what type of system you are, and how it's deployed. Any comments?
Well, I think you're almost answering our question that probably a one-size-fits-all standard would not be, a one-size-fits-all answer would not be the way to go. One has to look, as traditionally, the amount of harmful interference to the actual application and use. So for instance, in the last rounds of the National P&T Engineering Forum, we looked at precision receivers versus some others, and obviously they're much more severely affected.
Anyone else?
I guess just to be difficult, I'll take the opposite position just for a minute. I mean, if the issue is raising the noise floor, shouldn't all transmitters be asked to make the same noise floor? I mean, why not? I guess. And from the receiver's point of view, it's just noise. It's noise, right?
But all transmitters of any use of any application. Again, we talked. Some panels have talked about this. There's quite a number of varied types of users of GPS for different important purposes. So a one-size-fits-all solution would tend to be problematic, one would think.
Right, and then it kind of comes back to Jim's question about why do we even have different limits for different transmitters? Yep. In the first place, my answer was sure. Well, I don't think it's on. Oh, there it is. But I'm answering Jim. I want to look at Jim, but I guess it's there we go. I was answering James using Jim as an example, actually, to be more precise. Right, I mean, you can look at it either way. I mean, Jim's question was, why do we have different levels? And to some extent, if it's noise, it seems to me. But, I mean, should I treat today I do treat a cell phone in PCS differently than a cell phone in 700 because in one proceeding somebody raised a concern about harmonics and then the other proceeding is much older and it's worked fine and there's been no need to go back and change it. But I can see an argument that they should be the same because they're all transmitters.
So let me just suggest that they're telling us that we're time is on stuff, and we don't mean to get into debate, but just kind of contrast the difference of opinion on the topic. Just lastly, I think just summarizing, what we have learned is that a lot of manufacturers doing extra work to manage the interference being injected into GPS band from various sources on handset design. Also, at the same time, we feel that the current RF environment over GPS band is not that bad, although we don't have a specific data to back it up, and we have a slightly different mixed opinions on current Commission's rules over GPS band. With a couple minutes remaining, what would you suggest as a moving forward? Should 3GPP or some industry standard groups look at this and try to come up with a certain requirements, or would you have other avenues of establishing certain rules to benefit the GPS community at this point?
You asked the question: should 3GPP jump into this debate? Historically, standards bodies like 3GPP have rather tried to define the rules by which a transmitter, an LTE transmitter, will interwork with a mobile from a different vendor, i.e. inter-vendor interoperability is their primary goal in life, I would suggest. They do get into the debate to make sure that my LTE transmitter doesn't impact my neighbor's LTE transmitter. So in that sense, they do specify some rules on that. They do not typically get into the debate of my transmitter interfering with a totally different service who happens to be my neighbor. I believe that is the area where the regulator typically steps in to say service 1 should meet these rules versus service 2 in the adjacent band. So it's not, currently at least, typically a standards body that does that. I believe it's more the regulator that typically specifies that.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else in terms of... could you speak into the microphone?
Do you hear me? Okay. If within the GPS adjacent band compatibility study that we'll be kicking off here shortly, I think we'd like to see a lot of participation, and I think that could go a long ways to seeing, what does the GPS band require as far as protection goes. What can go in the adjacent bands? What's going to be there? I think that might help feed the FCC some information. They might be able to do some better limits or more consistent limits. How's that? There you go. There you go.
Any final words, Ed?
No, I thank all the panelists. I mean, it was.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no break, so will panel 3 come up? But people would like to stand and stretch or do whatever you need for a minute or two. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. I will. I absolutely will. Yes. I know. Do you want me to have them put their hand up if they're talking during, like question and answers? Does that make it easier? Okay, panel 3. Okay, if everybody can have their seat, we're going to start next panel. Moderators are Bob Pavlak from the Office of Engineering Technology here at the FCC, and Ron Rapazzi, also from the Office of Technology from OET. Just want to remind people on the panel, please talk into the microphone, bring it closer to you. I want to remind everybody in the audience about the note cards. Those who don't want to use note cards, we have retrieved a microphone. So just raise your hand and the gentleman will come around to you. So with no further ado, panel 3.
Thank you and good afternoon. We're going to have a little bit of a different format for this panel. We recognize we just lost about 8 minutes, so we're going to try to make up some time. So the way I'm going to work this is I'm going to work out the introductions ahead of time, and then we're going to have a bit of a free-flow discussion in this panel. We're not going to have formal presentations by any of the panelists, but what we are going to do is present up on the screen a single slide for each of the panelists to answer some questions that we direct to them. So the idea here is to get a dialogue among the panelists and to work in some questions from the audience and from the web as we go on. So why don't I start with just some introductions. We've got Ron Borsato. He's Principal Architect at Spirent Communications. He's the Vice Chair of CTIA's Over-the-Air Working Group and is a recognized industry leader in the development of radiated sensitivity testing. He's chaired the CTIA GPS subgroup during the development of the GPS over-the-air test methodology, and I want to welcome Ron for joining our panel this afternoon. Also, Chris Haggerty. He's the Director of CNS Engineering and Spectrum with the MITRE Corporation. He's worked mainly on aviation applications in GNSS all the way back from 1992, so he's got a lot of experience in aviation that we hope to draw from this afternoon. Also, he's currently the chair of the Program Management Committee of RTCA and co-chairs the RTCA Special Committee 159 on GNSS. He's a fellow of the ION and the IEEE. He's also written a textbook. Maybe some of you have read his writings in his Understanding GPS Principles and Applications, so he brings a wealth of information with us today. Also, we have Scott Burgett from Garmin. He's the Director of GNSS and Software and Technology at Garmin International. He's been the director of that department since January 2012. He's also involved in the integration of GPS technology in Garmin's consumer as well as aviation products. So you can see there's a little bit of a theme forming here where on the aviation side we hope to draw some information from our panelists in their experiences in that area. He's also a member of the Institute of Navigation and frequent speaker and participant at those conferences. We have Sandy Kennedy, welcome, from Novatel. She's the Director of Chief Engineer of GNSS receiver cards at Novatel. And she focuses on precise carrier phase-based positioning methods and GNSS-INS integration. And she's a welcome guest from Novatel. We appreciate you traveling from out of the country to join us today. Paul Gallion, he's a consultant. That was not an intended interruption. No. Paul Gallion is he's a consultant now for Deere & Company, but he's worked directly for Deere as Director of Advanced Engineering at Navcom Technology, which is now a part of Deere's Intelligent Solutions Group. He's worked on integrated navigation systems as well as systems and receivers for aircraft, marine, and land PNT applications. We hope to draw from his experience in those areas in particular. And he's also managed the development of a certified aviation receiver and development of technology used in the current Deere Navcom products. So there may be some questions we can direct towards that area. Mark Weiss is joining us as a contractor for NIST. He's formerly worked for NIST, has a lot of experience in the time and standards functionalities there. He's he's the founder, and it convenes an annual meeting of the workshop on sync in telecom systems, and he's been doing that since 1992, so over 2 decades now. So he's got a lot of experience in the area of timing, and we'd like to round out the discussion on the panel with his experience there. So what I'd like to do now is, if we could pull up the first slide there, give the few areas where we want to focus in on. And again, the idea is we're going to direct some lead-in questions to start the discussion. We hope to have about a 3 to 5 minute opener and then allow the other panelists to interact on that type of question. So the first area we're going to be framing out is the Weak Strong Signal Challenge. Ron Borsato is going to kick off the discussion there. We have GNSS standards, the aviation example. We hope to draw from Chris and Scott's experience there. Then on receiver design and philosophies and performance measures, we're going to bring in Scott and Paul to kind of lead off the discussion there, but again, it's open to all the panelists. Sandy will give us some of her experience in technology advancements, and Mark will round out the discussion on ongoing standards work, particularly in the ITU-T. And then Bob will present a couple of succinct slides at the very end, which hopefully will be a good lead-in to panel 4 discussions. So why don't we kick off the first question then on the strong weak signal challenges here. So there's a wide variety of signal above and below the noise floor. Why don't you go ahead and get to the next slide there, a little graphic there. Ron, I'm wondering if you could give us an idea of what are some of the challenges, describe some of the challenges faced by the receiver community in dealing with these various differences, wide-ranging differences between strong signal and weak signal type applications, particularly GPS on the weak signal side and the wireless on the strong signal side.
Okay. Well, thanks for inviting me to this workshop. I'm Ron Bersato, and I'm part of our wireless business unit as part of Spirent. Spirent does produce quite a bit of positioning equipment in many different applications, but I'm mainly focused in the wireless industry. So if we look at the chart that was just briefly presented there, and say we look at the GPS end of that and GNSS end of that, what you'll see is very low signal level with very small dynamic range. If you consider the entire spectrum of GNSS, you will, you'll range over, say, a complete 35 dB range, and that's just including every aspect of it, both in every application. But in any one application, you might range from, say, a 15 dB dynamic range to, say, on the wireless handset side, a 25 dB dynamic range. So like minus 125 dBm upper end down to around the minus 149 in 3GPP2. And if you go back to the presentation from Cormac, the expected tracking range is actually even maybe 10 dB below that. So you'll maybe on the wireless side hit about a 35 dB dynamic range. Now, if we can compare and contrast that with the wireless side, well, the wireless side, you've got this set of terrestrial base stations and a handset that's got to act as the other end of that communication network. So typical, say, receive signal levels range from what's called a maximum input power range, which across the board in every technology is specified at around minus 25 dBm. If we then go to LTE, in a typical 10 megahertz RF channel bandwidth configuration, which is very typical across the industry, total input power at the low end for minimum performance is specified around minus 95, and then for CDMA and wideband CDMA, that's around minus 105. I'm going to round everything to easy 5 and 10 dB increments to make it easy on the presentation. So you're talking about on those aspects, handling input power levels over an 80 dB dynamic range, and again, under typical applications, more like a 90 dB application range. If I then take that and put it in context of thermal noise and the expected receiver noise power that might be received by a device, that at room temperature is minus 174 dBm. And what you'll see at a, say for the wideband CDMA and CDMA, or LTE and CDMA, you'll see about a minus 165 dBm. So you're about 9 dB away from thermal noise from a total power perspective. Whereas on the GNSS side, you're typically operating well below thermal noise based on the existing coding schemes. So somewhere, as if we go back to that minimum performance level for CDMA GPS receivers, that was a minus 149. That's equivalent of about minus 212 dBm per hertz compared to that minus 174 dBm per hertz. So you combine that then with the self-interference scenarios that Cormac talked about, where you have the UE transmitter specified at plus 23 dBm, and then it can vary over 2 dB. You and all the adjunct radios inside the device under test, you have quite a bit of challenge of trying to isolate that in say a frequency division multiplex system, as is common across a lot of the allocations today, and where the transmitter's on at the same time as the receiver of the UE. So I see that being the challenges of trying to meet such very different goals of signal power versus signal range, dynamic range, as the challenges in receiver design for GNSS.
Ron, can you speak a little bit about the measurement challenges when in some of the differences both in lab and over the air at this kind of very wide range of power levels, and how that affects design, certification, deployment, and then once receivers are out in the field, how that affects the ability to measure and understand what kind of power levels are being experienced?
Well, if we look at the wireless side from a test perspective, we have to ensure that we can not only measure over that dynamic range, but that we have to also, on the opposite side, make sure that we don't have any coupling mechanisms within the test equipment and within routing between the wireless radio versus the GNSS side to keep the signal integrity such that you're meeting the expectations of of the thermal noise that's expected for the measurement test. That's specified to be assumed to be minus 174. So you're not supposed to damage that particular level as part of any test equipment. So I'd see that's the first challenge, is making sure that you can sum the two in place at the same time to allow the ability to test at max output power of the UE, and at the same time ensure that there's no damage to the thermal noise going in. As far as coming out of your equipment, you need to ensure that you're not impacting the UE performance. I would see from a pure GNSS test perspective that's the challenge. When you look at doing any representative interferer test from an OTA perspective, the challenge is ensuring that you can present whatever input signal at the power level at the center of an anechoic chamber. So you have to overcome quite a bit of path loss, maybe on the order of 40 to 60 dB of path loss, depending on the size of the chamber and the operating band. And so in order to achieve, say, the power level of the signal that you want to have hit the device under test from an instrument perspective, then you have to overcome that path loss. And therefore you have to overcome it with very good amplification mechanisms to ensure that you aren't affecting, say, the out-of-band emissions. You keep a very nice, quiet signal from a phase noise perspective, and stability of those amplifiers becomes a challenge with OTA testing.
Can some of the other panelists want to speak to how do you do measurements when you start bringing GPS receivers to the field or are involved in any field operations of GPS? How that contrasts between the power levels we see here and what you experience both in desired signal and undesired signals in the field. Do you do tests and measurements in the field in certain environments?
Yeah, this is Scott Berg. First of all, I'd like to thank Ron and Bob and the Commission for letting Garmin participate. We're very happy to participate, and we want to continue to serve as a resource in this sort of activity. In terms of this near-far situation, Ron was touching on it. It is really difficult to make these measurements at the level that need to be made because of the dynamic ranges that are involved. Okay, and we talked about OOBE in the last panel. How good are the handset OOBEs? No one really knows because handset makers aren't required to set up their test in a way that they can even get down to that level of low noise to make the measurement. It requires a much more difficult test to run. You have to have very sensitive equipment. It takes a lot more time because your sweep of your spectrum analyzer is much slower. The measurements in terms of these signal powers, the external testing that's done, you can't control it well enough to do that sort of work. It's all done in an anechoic chamber, and it really, if you're going to do not a conducted test but a RF test, again, as Ron said, you have to have an extremely good amplifier to amplify the system to overcome the path loss between the emitter and your antenna, or else pretty soon what you're measuring is your amplifier out-of-band emissions and spurs and things like that. So it's a difficult problem to make these measurements. But the reality, as a GPS designer, that's one of the things that's really frustrating about GPS is you can never see the signal. You will never see it. It's not there. It's under the noise. And from this question about weak, near far, the weak strong signal, most of that's done in the lab, and there's not a lot that we do outside. We do performance testing and things like that, but we don't look at those sorts of things outside.
Thank you. Your description of the complexities of just testing alone and the setup you would have to use is a good indication of the weakness of the signal, the low strength of the signal. Chris, you wanted to add a point?
Yeah, I guess just first of all, thank you guys for inviting me to this panel. I'm pleased to be part of this. And I'd like it even more if I could have a microphone that works. But I was just going to generally answer your question for civil aviation receivers. Most of the testing that's done for certification is just conducted testing. And at least setting the desired signal levels isn't nearly as difficult as it is for other communities where they expect that to undergo large dynamic range. For aircraft in the air, unless you're into barnstorming, there really isn't big changes in the desired signal level. It's dictated mostly by the antenna. And then on the interference levels, as we'll get into later for aviation, we simply have a amount of power as a function of frequency that the equipment's tested to. So it's a pretty straightforward test compared to some of these other ones, not getting into adjacent band testing or some of the other industries that are here. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Weiss from NIST, and I also want to thank you guys and the FCC. I also want to, as long as we're giving thanks, I really want to thank the brilliant, dedicated men and women who over decades have put together the GPS system from a pipe dream. It's just absolutely amazing that we get GPS receivers in something this big now. The history is just awesome. But asking about testing, there's another aspect to testing. Since we're at the FCC, communication systems use GPS for timing not position, mostly, more than positioning. You have to position the antenna, but once you know where it is, you just want to get time through the system. And if you want to get time sub-microsecond, sub a millionth of a second, which is some of the requirements, you have to calibrate the delay through the antenna, the cable, and the receiver. And that calibration is a very difficult measurement. For all the reasons that these gentlemen have mentioned, you have to start with a very low power signal, and then you have to calibrate it through an antenna where you've got to put it in an anechoic chamber and somehow simulate what's going to happen in the real world. So the delay measurements are a whole other aspect. And thinking of the T in PNT, getting time into a base station, into systems that require sub-microsecond timing, where the standards are 100 nanosecond, 100 billionths of a second. That's 100 feet at the speed of light. Calibrating that so that you can actually support that, it's a big challenge.
Thank you. Paul, you wanted to make a quick remark, and then I think what we'll do is, after you make a remark, we'll go into Chris's slide.
Is that working?
Yes.
Thank you on behalf of Deere & Company. My only comment was going to be, yes, that testing is quite difficult. We did it a couple of years ago when the FCC asked the technical working group to do that kind of testing. And Spirent provided the simulators, and others provided the very, very fine amplifiers, and we had a huge anechoic chamber, and we did a lot of that kind of testing. It is doable, and it is difficult. And I think the rest of the test issues were adequately covered by others.
Chris?
I was primarily asked to participate in this panel to talk about civil aviation security.
Here we go. There we go.
There we go. All right. So in this one chart here, I just wanted to give a very brief introduction to civil aviation GNSS receiver standards. Earlier today, there's some market data was presented on a tremendous number of receivers that are used on aircraft. I'm really focusing on one of the sub-bars that was shown there, which is on certified receivers that are actually used by the pilot when they're in instrument meteorological conditions, rather than the bulk of the equipment that's out there, which is only useful in visual conditions. The first thing to understand is that of all of the over 130,000 certified receivers that are out there flying on big aircraft and small aircraft today, the vast majority of those are only processing signals of a couple types: the GPS L1 CA code signal, and then signals from systems like WAAS that in our community we call SBAS, just because we love acronyms so much, that look very similar to the CA code signal. The mask that we have, obviously you're not going to read it on there, but that hopefully gives you a sense of what our mask looks like. It is basically what engineers would call a birdie plot, because it looks kind of like a bird flying away, at least the best I can draw one. I guess the main points here is that all of the vast majority of equipment that's out there today is 20 megahertz wide. We had a first-generation receiver standard that actually was only 2 megahertz wide, but the important thing to realize is that we didn't expand the bandwidth tenfold to make FCC and adjacent band proposals mad at us. We did it because the first-generation product was actually only to support non-precision approach, which required a whopping accuracy of 0.3 nautical miles, 556 meters. The generation that's used today actually is being used for precision approach, in which case the range precision has to get down to the sub-meter level, and the wide bandwidth was absolutely necessary to accomplish that. There's no way around that, even though 90% of the power of the CA code is in 2 megahertz. It's very important to understand what radar engineers from the 40s figured out is that your ability to range off any signal is related to a property called RMS signal bandwidth that actually weights the importance of signal energy with the square of distance from the carrier, so that 10% of energy, the squeezing the blood out of the signal is absolutely imperative, and the industry spent a lot of money actually developing equipment to widen the bandwidth for that reason. There are both domestic and international standards. All of these include a harmonized mask. This mask was first developed in 1996 and has changed very little since then. So this mask and standard has been around for a long time now. And I guess a couple last points is where we're headed in the future. The standards that were put in place in the mid-'90s are still used today for everything that goes on an aircraft. If you have the money to do it and you buy a new Airbus or Boeing aircraft today, you're going to buy stuff to the same mask that has been used over that entire period, and we expect that equipment to be in use for 25 years or more, perhaps the life of the hull. We are working now on next generation standards that will add L5 capability and also support for multiple constellations. We do see great benefits to using Galileo, Beidou, GLONASS, and anything else that's up there, provided that we do get a reasonable experience watching how well they do maintain their constellation and provide NOTAMs and shut things off when they don't work and so on. We expect that next generation standard to come out sometime around 2018. We are hoping to tighten up the out-of-band requirements for the equipment around L1 in that next generation standard. However, there are some tremendous unknowns there. China has come into ICAO, the international body that standardizes this kind of equipment, for a signal that they call their Phase 2 Beidou signal that's centered at 1561 megahertz. GLONASS obviously is still supporting FDMA signals that go all the way up to 1610 megahertz. So in one way, we would certainly like to tighten up the attenuation that we provide to signals in adjacent bands to GPS today, but at the same time, we may be forced to open up our mask in order to accommodate these other systems that are there. Even if the aircraft owner doesn't want that capability, in some cases, it was discussed briefly this morning by Dave Turner, there's been discussion of mandates in some portions of the world. So you might absolutely need that to be able to fly from here to some other region. So we'll have to follow some of the politics that are involved there.
Well, thank you. And I'd like to drill down in a couple of things that you mentioned. One, you talked about the RMS bandwidth. Right, you're trying to get as much out of the desired signal as possible, but you mentioned a 20 megahertz bandwidth. Generally, how wide is the bandwidth beyond the 20 megahertz that you're still trying to get some blood out of the turnip still?
Yeah, so squeezing the blood out, we've gone to 20 megahertz in that next generation standard in the mid-'90s, but if you look at a lot of survey-grade receivers today, they're getting more blood that's even further out. People have measured the bandwidth of the transmitted CA code signal for different generations of GPS satellites and seen it extending somewhere in the range between 30 and 40 megahertz for different satellite blocks. You can continue to get benefits until you go beyond the transmitter bandwidth, and then obviously there's no blood left to squeeze at that point. But that is the extent that you do find high precision equipment going. We think we've probably hit the knee of the curve at 20 megahertz. We have another difficulty that terrestrial receivers don't have, and that our antenna, the standard industry antenna on an aircraft is about this size, and maybe just a little thicker than this. But we do want to continue to support this form factor that everything's cabled for, and bolt holes and everything else on aircraft are made for. And it's difficult to get broader bandwidth out of this as compared to what you'd find in some high-end survey antennas that do especially have some bigger vertical dimension to them and can accommodate wider bandwidth. So 20 is about the sweet spot, we think, for civil aviation, but I think some colleagues down the line here would say the sweet spot for their applications are closer to 30 or 40 megahertz.
And I'll allow for some of that discussion. I think that's a very important point, but another point I don't want to lose track of is the flexibility for the multi-constellations. We heard about the importance and kind of what we're expecting on the horizon, so to speak, with these other international systems and the desire to have flexibility in the receiver design. So I'm going to look to Garmin and to Deere and to Novatel even to kind of talk a little bit about how that flexibility feeds into it. I'd like to focus, though, on the aviation side because we've got the aviation standards that you say are being revisited to accommodate those additional systems. So in your chart that we had up, are you expecting that the girth base of that chart to expand out another 20 megahertz?
It's unknown. China, for instance, is planning on both phase 2 signal at 1561 megahertz and then a phase 3 signal that's at 1575. We obviously would prefer to go straight to the phase 3 signal, but a lot depends on the timing, if they have any mandates and force people to track the phase 2 signals or not. But our goal would really be just to continue to support 20 megahertz at L1 and use the systems that will be there, which are 3 right now, and perhaps even GLONASS downstream. But then again, Russia is talking about mandating use of GLONASS in their airspace, and if that's the case, we may need to open up the top end of that bottom part of my bird up to 1610 megahertz, just simply because there's going to be a market for equipage potentially forced by a mandate.
But you were saying, though, earlier that there's the intent would be to widen, but also to steepen the wings.
We are certainly going to look to see how much we can steepen the wings up, for the simple reason that it is going to be an entirely new receiver design, and we'll take advantage of technology and the ability of receiver manufacturers to tighten that up at this point.
I'd like a real quick question. In addition to this curve, within the RTCA specs, there is also a frequency selectivity spec. Is that true? And is that coupled to this mask?
I guess I'm not following your question, because I view that curve as really the frequency selectivity.
Okay.
To emphasize what excuse me, what you just heard, if there was one thing I might leave you with today, it's that if you want increased precision and increased accuracy, you have to have the wider bandwidths. It's a physics fact, and there's just no way to get around that one. If you narrow the bandwidth, you cannot get the accuracy out of GPS. If you widen it, you can. So the bandwidths that we use are significantly more than 20. Some of the new signals that the U.S. government is putting up on new signals on L1, new signals on L2, new signals on L5, all of those are wide bandwidth signals. All of those, if you want to get the most out of them, you're going to wind up with 32 megahertz kind of bandwidths. So everything is going to wider bandwidths for good reason. It means higher accuracy. It means higher precision.
Okay, so next, kind of in line with this set of points about bandwidth, we were going to lead into some discussion about the design philosophies and some of the trade-offs and performance aspects. So I wanted to ask Scott to start out and address that point with the perspective of what kind of trade-offs when you're engineering receivers. We've heard this morning about the wide variety of types and applications, and what parameters do you evaluate when you determine a GPS receiver's performance? Because the wider bandwidth, I think, typically then requires faster A to D converters, and there's other consequences of those kind of changes. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to what those challenges are and on design and engineering trade-offs.
Yeah, sure. So, the design trade-offs, the first thing that we need to start with is we need to understand, what is the spectrum planning, what is the band planning that's going to be there, because if I am going to design my receiver front end and I need to have some amount of selectivity and I need to coexist with services, knowing how that works, knowing with some certainty what the adjacent service is, what its power level is it narrowband, is it wideband, how far away in frequency is it, all those things are super important to me as a designer before I can begin to start to make my design. One other thing that folds into this is that the GPS industry is so wide. There are precision receivers, agriculture survey, there's aviation, there's the timing receivers, and there's a myriad of consumer devices. Garmin produces many of them. We have fitness devices, we have hiking devices, we have running devices. They all have different requirements in terms of their size, their power consumption, their fiscal budget. Cormac was talking about price sensitivity. Depending on the volumes that we need to ship, there's different price sensitivities that have to go into it. So it is really, it's a very wide design space, and the first thing you have to do is narrow it down. From the aspects of protecting GPS, I think knowing with certainty, what is the adjacent band use going to be, what's the spectrum environment, that helps a lot. Then if I were to look at the function of what I might do, size or power consumption might be the number one thing. So the sorts of filters or LNAs that I might use in a device that has a higher cost, has a much bigger size, those are totally different parts than what I might use in a fitness watch that's going to be about this big. That being said, at Garmin we are always looking for the best parts in terms of the cost of performance, the size, the power budget, because we want to enable new and innovative uses of GPS. And a lot of where we're innovating is in the low power, always on, being able to have long battery lives to accommodate different applications. The size is very important to us as well. We have, we were one of the pioneers in wearable GPS, and our first wearable products were kind of big and clunky. And we've been working on this for a long time, and now our wearable products have become quite small, and the battery life continues to improve because of the price and performance. In the aviation aspect, we make certified aviation equipment. We also make non-certified portable aviation equipment. Dynamic performance becomes a big driver in that situation, and so I would need to trade off. I want some more bandwidth. I want some more processing bandwidth so I could run at a higher fix rate. I would be able to take parts that are higher power because I figure I will have bigger batteries, bigger form factors, that sort of thing. So it's really it really varies quite a bit. I'd like to just touch on the spectrum planning just a little bit. Garmin is an enthusiastic adopter of GNSS. We ship a lot of GLONASS-enabled products. We ship Compass products. We believe that there are real benefits there, and we're prodigious testers of our equipment. We test all over the world. We archive that test data. I have a test archive of almost 2 million data points in urban canyon environments in the accuracy with which my automotive products perform. So multi-GNSS, newer, modernized signals as well. We're going to adopt that. L1C, wider bandwidth, more accuracy. There's really a lot of innovation left. We need the bandwidth. We need the band to be protected, and I think that we will drive a lot of economic activity and innovation by doing that.
So you mentioned a few things, a few of the elements. You mentioned testing. So you have customer requirements. You're designing for customers, and what type of assumptions do you make about the interference environment, if any, and how do you test for them? What is your methodology for those types of assumptions, so that when you deliver a product to the customer, there's some assurance about reliability, given the chance that there could be interference spurs in the band or maybe in the adjacent band?
Well, we look at the spectrum that's out there, and we know that we have to reject PCS bands, other handset bands, Bluetooth, ISM band sorts of things. And so we are careful to design and test very carefully that we have good selectivity and rejection from that perspective. And we do a lot of testing. We have, in our Olathe office, we have over 8 anechoic chambers that are in use all the time as we test products that are under development. In terms of customer requirements, we don't do a lot of building of things based on a contract where a customer gives us requirements. We serve a market, And so, for example, let's say the requirement is to make a running watch. The requirements are to make a running watch that works really well, is easy to use, has good battery life, good performance. And the way we ensure that is we build a lot of prototypes and we test them all over. We ship them out to people. Our own engineers are enthusiastic testers. And so we build a huge amount of test information on every product we build by testing them to make sure that they work, they serve the purpose that we want them to work. If they don't work well, they won't sell, and the product will be a failure.
A question for the vendors on that are involved in the design. When you do your designs with respect to designing for interference in mind, do you characterize or do you set requirements for different types of interfering signals, and does it make a difference whether the interfering signal is narrow band or broadband, an intentional or unintentional or incidental interferer? What's your philosophy or approach for how you address the myriad of types of interference and how that affects GPS performance?
Sandy Kennedy from Novotel. So Novotel, similar to Garmin in that we don't build for a specific customer, we're building for the marketplace, right? And a different thing, so in the context of all my answers, Novotel is already offering products that are multi-frequency and multi-constellation. We're not restricted to just GPS, L1. We're actively supporting GLONASS and other frequencies like L5 already and Galileo E5 as well. So we are already in a very wideband reality, not all for precision, because we are a precision manufacturer, but also for support of all those constellations. Our challenge is always to make GPS work or GNSS work the way people think it does. And the typical consumer right now, and when I say consumer, I should say customer, because this isn't really like a consumer, what I bought at Best Buy sort of thing. Right now, some, but not all, are really sensitized to the interference threats that could be present. It's generally considered an if possibility and a remote if at that. So we get a lot more demand around what's the power consumption of your receiver going to be. And you've brought up, what it is on battery life, but the other reason for power, management is thermals. And if you're packing stuff into a very small enclosure, additional power draw, you might be able to supply it, but now you're too hot and your receiver can't run or other components can't run because of it. Being aware of what's in the spectrum around there and trade-offs in terms of anything you want to do for interference protection typically increases your power consumption when you're dealing with a wideband sense. I want some better ADCs to give me some higher range. Whoops, I just drew some more power. I want to design more IF paths coming into my receiver. Oops, I just drew some more power. So that's a constraint there, is that balancing the cost is important too, possibly not as important to some of the chipset manufacturers that spoke earlier. But it's balancing that. Again, it has to work. So if people are finding significant problems, we hear about it, and you hear about it in pockets typically. But yeah, there's if you just designed a receiver without cost in mind and it was just the purity of the measurement, that's one thing. But then a practical product that people use puts some constraints on you for sure.
Others, interference signal types, what impact?
On the interfering signal types for aviation, the way it's generally done is actually not just arbitrary decisions that we're going to test against every interfering signal type. It is based upon an analysis of the environment. If you go to the airport next time and you have some time to kill, which you probably will, look at the top and the bottom of the aircraft and you'll see it's covered with more antennas, and then you can figure out what they do. It's a pretty hostile environment. It's kind of like Cormac's picture, but made bigger and serving peanuts inside. So generally we do actually, within our standards for aviation, we do have requirements for both noise-like interference, but as a function of bandwidth within the passband of the receiver, and then only for CW, tone-like interference beyond there. And this was based upon, I guess, an increased interest in what happens with stuff in the passband. And there is a big difference in effects between narrowband and wideband, especially for the CA code. What we've found in some testing for one adjacent band proposal that shall remain nameless anyways, is that out-of-band stuff, it turned out the differences in bandwidth didn't matter that much. It was a saturation issue where the bandwidth was really a second-order effect, if any. And then we also do have pulsed interference requirements based upon a small amount of pulsed interference that leaks over to this band from some other transmitters on the aircraft, radar, and this sort of thing.
Do the specifications include intermodulation type tests with two or more multiple interfering signals?
For intermods, really all we have is a compression point standard where the 1 dB compression point is.
So it's a single signal, or is it?
That's correct, but it gives you a rough feel from that where this thing will start seeing problems with intermods.
Any others on this point? Yep, Paul.
A couple of three comments. Modern receivers, new receivers, are going to track all constellations, all signals, and that's very, very apparent already. New ones track many. Even newer ones are going to track all. One comment. Scott's discussion of the requirements that go into a GPS receiver was right on target. They're extremely varied. They're very market-driven. They're very dependent on the application. Those who build portable, battery-powered instruments care an awful lot about power, and that drives lots of design choices in the receiver. When Deere builds an agricultural receiver, we have all the power. We have on a big machine. We have tons and tons of power. It's a non-issue. So that's in that application, it's not a concern for a big ag machine. On your question about interference testing, in the past we've had to build special test equipment to do some of the interference testing. When once upon a time we built an aviation receiver, we had to build special test equipment to deal with that mask, that interference mask for 229 that Chris showed you. You can buy that kind of test equipment nowadays, but you couldn't when we first did it. And we do deal with all kinds of. We generate as many kinds of interfering signals as we reasonably can. You can buy equipment today that helps you generate those signals. But narrowband, wideband, CW pulsed, in-band, out-of-band, we try to apply all of those.
And do you do intermod testing too? I'm just curious.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Go ahead, Ron.
So I think from the wireless side, if you look back at the TWG, we did see quite a bit of difference depending on the interferer characteristics. It's something we paid attention to quite a bit in development of the test plan. We made sure that we were using representative interferers based on what was nearby. If it was a certain allocation of an LTE signal from an RF channel bandwidth perspective, we used that because that would affect, say, the expected out-of-band emissions depending on how wide that RF channel bandwidth was. If we look at, say, the PRI aspects and different PRI aspects, or even if the data stream itself within the wireless broadcast, if that becomes repetitive in nature, that can sometimes even impact GPS and cause false correlation peaks to the point where it will impact performance. So I think across the board, even on the wireless side, we'd want to evaluate that with representative interferers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments on that point? Okay. So next on the technology curve, advancements. Sandy, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about what's currently happening in technology advancements that you're adopting and how they're playing a part in driving improved GPS performance.
Okay. So there's improvements methods and different components that we can kind of ride along on and get some benefit from. The one problem that makes it difficult is if we had just left the functionality to what it was, say, in the early 2000s, and had just, focused on driving the performance of that functionality down, it would be a different story than when you take that functionality and you increase it with tracking more signals, doing more advanced processing to have a higher quality or higher accuracy solution, not just a single point pseudorange solution anymore, but the expectation in the use cases for doing something like a differential type solution is definitely increasing. And then we also end up driving our boards to be a smaller size as well. Again, the smaller it is, the more places it can be used in. So we can benefit on some advancements, like CPU processing power has increased. So maybe you want to do some digital filtering that's CPU based. But we just, did a bunch of other things that require processing power. So how much is really left available to us? Maybe the differential isn't as much more as you might think it would be. Again, more processing power still comes with more power consumption as well. In terms of components, like what we're dealing with for RF filters and stuff like that, ceramics were really popular to be used first, and they have the best performance, but they have the largest size. And when I say best performance, for GNSS, you really care about the linearity of your phase distortion more than you would in possibly some other industries. So we are moving towards SAW filters now, but as you're designing a very wide band receiver, your requirements on those SAW filters are quite stringent for the linearity and then the roll-off as well. So we're kind of pushing the limits in a couple different ways and definitely benefiting from some of those trends and what we got with components. Same thing with the ADCs. There's way better ADCs available today than there was 10 years ago for the same sort of form factor and that sort of thing. But again, typically everything comes with a bit of a power increase.
So a little follow-up on that. So with advances on the active components, do you see a change in the saturation points of those components, or because of the trade-off with power, do those things become a wash and it doesn't change? So, is the top end load limits on those active components, is it changing or not changing over time?
It can be changing depending on your design decisions. So, again, when we say system performance, system really starts with your antenna as well. And your antenna is your first line of defense. So it really depends on what you've got designed in for your antenna to start with. And then, what you use for different techniques. You can increase the dynamic range of your receiver to try to deal with your in-band interference, if that's an option to you. Or, you're only dealing with a notch filter type of thing if you're going to do some digital filtering to take out in-band or deal with your near band, kind of trying to clean up the steepness of your bird flying away.
And across the multiple market segments, do you wind up seeing common RF front-end solutions for all segments, or do you find specialized solutions in precision timing markets versus general navigation? Are the design approaches the same or different for these different market segments?
For the different markets, there's definitely requirements in it. And the one thing that we're finding is we aren't at the point where you can do a one-size-fits-all solution for all markets quite yet. You can't make something that's small enough and cheap enough and low enough power to satisfy, those people, as well as something that has the best interference robustness that you could offer, as well as maximum frequency coverage as well. We do have customers that prefer particular board variants from us because of its interference performance. It's not quite to the one-size-fits-all stage yet.
Other comments? Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, I have a question because I'm interested in timing. So in addition to all the other myriad requirements you're trying to meet, I want to add one more. The navigation and positioning is a much bigger market, but for timing, it's a different consideration. The delay through the receiver, again, is very important, and in particular, the filter delay. And what we really care about is how well can you calibrate it and how well does it stay calibrated. So my question is, as you're using these newer components that are active, what kind of temperature effects do they have?
Yeah, so that's some of the specifications that you end up putting pushing, right? If we had stuck to a larger form factor and stayed with a nice stable ceramic, great, but it's the specification over temperature of something like a SAW filter that we're concerned about too. And then if you're doing something like digital filtering, I just introduced a whole bunch more delay that you care about on your signals, especially if it's not the same being applied to every single channel into the receiver as well. So you end up with a lot more inter-frequency calibration to do, bias calibration to do, or group delay through every path of every signal that comes into your receiver and accounting for them. And then when you're trying to do board, like a calibration that's valid across a board, hundreds of those boards, and how much unit-to-unit variability you come into, those are different requirements for someone with stringent requirements like yours, as opposed to somebody who just wants to have, maybe a differential pseudo-range solution on a board.
Anybody else want to comment on the point about what the factors are in delay as it's affected in the design, and is that being affected by technology advancements or not?
There it is. I think certainly this move to a wider bandwidth is affecting this, because the parts that are available, the older narrower band SAWs and LNAs, now we're driving our suppliers to produce wider bandwidth parts with very good phase performance, and they also have to have really good roll-off, because we know that it's important for us to be very selective in the new crowded spectrum space. So the fact that we're using wider bandwidth front ends is working against us in terms of the selectivity and some of the other deals. One comment about 1 dB compression, IP3, those sorts of things. Typically in a data sheet, there'll be two numbers. There'll be, this is the best you can get at the highest power, and this is what you can get when you use a lower power. And because of power budgets in a lot of our products, we're going to be operating at that lower point, because we need the battery life or thermal considerations or things like that. But the industry is reacting to this. I see it in the supply chain. So and we at Garmin are very, very engaged with our suppliers about driving requirements for those sorts of things.
Paul? I think one of the takeaways you should be getting from this discussion is that this environment is very dynamic. The parts are changing, the processors are changing, the signals are changing, the constellations are changing. And there are more and more applications for GNSS technology. This whole field is in great flux, and that's wonderful. That's a very good thing. But it's hard to answer a question like the one you just asked, because it's very much a moving target.
Thank you, Paul. And I think that's a good lead into your slide. If we could put that up on the screen. We heard about wider bandwidth. We heard about a lot of new systems coming online and the desire to have flexibility to operate with those systems, get greater accuracy, greater precision. So our previous panel, too, we talked about limiting the emissions that go into the RNSS spectrum, and you'll see in the top left-hand corner there the 1559 megahertz band edge, but you'll see also that the signals that are overlaid over 1575 megahertz extend beyond that RNSS allocation. And I think we heard earlier that 20 megahertz is kind of the engineered, you're engineering for the 20 megahertz bandwidth for some of these more precision landing type aviation. Right, and then beyond that, for different applications, that's right. You're trying to get that last drop of blood out of the turnip. So, Paul, I'm wondering if you could go through this a little bit and kind of explain your design philosophies and for receivers associated with this even wider bandwidth than 20 megahertz, and also, this is just showing the portion of L1 band that where GPS is. You mentioned the Russian system, the GLONASS system, is up higher in the frequency. Are you going from now 20 to 30 to even 40 or 50 megahertz in bandwidth to get that top end of the RNSS spectrum as well?
So I don't know if I'm going to say 50, but we certainly are going wide. In the past, we've incorporated GLONASS, so we've reached up to get that spectrum. We've covered all of the RNSS-L1 band, and in our particular case, we use augmentation, so we've reached down into the satellite band below us. So we've had pretty wide filters in the past because we're trying to cover all of those three areas. The same kind of picture that is up there at L1 is going to exist at to a lesser extent perhaps, but similar picture at L2 and L5. Those frequencies are going to be crowded with signals, and there's a few others tossed in at various places from other systems as well. So this wide bandwidth issue and the accuracy that depends on wide bandwidth is something that's going to be with us from now on. So more and more receivers are going to get built wideband because that's where the signals are going. Some of the other points I was trying to make on that slide, other people said it already, but GPS is not a comm system. We're not concerned with trying to get every 1 and 0 right. We're trying to time the edges of things to very, very high precision, and it's a different kind of system. It's not the same beast at all. If I could answer a question you didn't ask, or you asked the prior panel, you gave them two questions that were yes/no, and they had a lot of trouble with yes/no, partly because the questions are hard to answer yes/no. But you asked them if handheld or they were asked if handheld devices interfere with GPS at present. In my opinion, the answer is no, they don't at the moment. That's not because they couldn't; it's because they don't at the moment. You asked them, are the FCC limits okay where they are? And they had trouble answering that question. My answer is unequivocally, no, they're not okay where they are. The minus 70 dBW per megahertz is far too high if you want to protect GNSS.
Okay. Well, thank you and I think that's it's good that you drew back from some of the questions in the previous panel. And one of the things that was presented in the panel was also the fundamental emissions that are in the adjacent spectrum, and there was a chart that was up that showed the mobile satellite earth station power at significantly higher power than what a user equipment for a terrestrial system would look like. When you're designing for wider bandwidth, including multi-constellation systems, how is your design philosophy geared towards rejecting that unwanted fundamental emissions that are in the adjacent spectrum versus the out-of-band noise that's coming into the GPS band?
It hasn't been in the past. We didn't regard it as much of an issue. MSS-L band right below GPS is satellite bandwidth. Okay, so everything that was there was low-powered, and we could tolerate it. There were no overload issues. As long as that spectrum remains as it is, our design philosophy had been to assume that is satellite spectrum with low-powered signals, and we don't have to contend with any anybody nearby in frequency at high power. So
okay, so we're running really short on time, and I apologize. We had to we started a little bit later than expected, but I wanted to make sure that we got Mr. Weiss to be able to talk a little bit about things from a timing perspective and get the importance of that, because let's face it, the critical infrastructure in the comm sector in particular depends on timing receivers. Mark, would you like to draw from your slide presentation that's on the web?
So you're going to bring up that slide?
Yep.
Thanks.
Slide, yep.
So the first thing is that time is a very different animal than navigation. That with positioning or navigation, you're looking at the difference between the delays through the receivers, and as long as it's the same on both channels, it cancels. With timing, you're directly looking at the total delay through the receiver, antenna, cable, and one of the reasons that's important is because timing is a great enabler for optimizing the use of bandwidth, and of course we know how precious the bandwidth is in the spectrum. So LTE has just, LTE and LTE Advanced are going up to about a microsecond accuracy against UTC at the macro cells. You have to understand that a second is very different than a millisecond. It's very different than a microsecond. It's very different than a nanosecond, and so on. And when I mean different, I mean all the problems associated with getting that measurement and using it properly, calibrating, measuring. All of that is very, very different. And as we drop down to the microsecond level for communication systems, it's very exciting because it makes GPS very important and GNSS. It also makes the system vulnerable to interference, to loss of GPS. How do you hold over a microsecond becomes an issue. The important thing in this panel, when we're talking about receiver issues, is to understand that the receiver is one part of a larger system in a telecommunications system. So there's the receiver itself, there's an oscillator that is used to smooth out or to integrate over the GPS measurements, and the cost of that oscillator is a big deal. And if you need to be able to hold over with that oscillator when GPS is lost, you need to spend more money. So, for example, if you need to hold over a microsecond for a day, you probably need a rubidium oscillator. The quartz oscillators, there may be some. I don't want to speak for all the manufacturers of quartz or oscillators, but for the most part, you need to go up above quartz to get a microsecond for a day, and it's very expensive. We're talking about of order $1,000 or so. And then the other thing about telecom and GPS receivers is that they're using them as a primary source for disseminating time through the network, as well as using the time right there at the base station. So there's a standard called the Precise Time Protocol, PTP, and the GPS receiver is part of a grand master system that they want to get UTC to 100 nanoseconds. If they even so much as change a cable in the system, they lose on the order of, in the air it's a foot per nanosecond. In the cable, it depends on the cable, but typically it's more than a nanosecond for every foot. So you've got to calibrate every cable, you've got to calibrate the receiver and the antenna, and you've got to do it in the field. And we talked about doing calibrations and how hard it is. Well, you can do that in a lab to maybe a few nanoseconds. So now you've got a receiver that you know the answer on. How do you do it when you put 1,000 receivers out in the field? You can't calibrate every single one. So it's a difficult problem there. The other issue is that impedance matching within all the elements starts coming in. When you get down to the 100 nanosecond level, you have to start worrying about all the details. Is the VSWR right in all the elements? At one point recently, there was an experiment where they discovered that neutrinos fly faster than the speed of light. It turned out that they had a bad or loose connector in one of the GPS parts, and they lost 60 nanoseconds. So if you're trying to get 100 nanoseconds, you've got to have all your connectors tight. So that's kind of a quick summary of the situation. The other big trade-off is, we're talking about getting bigger and bigger bandwidths to get more and more accuracy. The other downside of bigger and bigger bandwidths is it makes, the good side is, as you get a wider bandwidth, the general rule is temperature coefficients are easier with a wider bandwidth because the total delay through the system is less, so the incremental delay with variations is going to be less. But it also makes you more vulnerable to interference. If somebody's trying to jam something in the range, you're trying to be very sensitive to the signal, and now somebody comes in with a loud signal right in the middle. I don't know how the manufacturers deal with that, but it seems difficult to me.
Yeah, and then, thank you, Mark. And what we heard earlier was that there are some trade-offs with trying to limit the unwanted energy from the adjacent band areas and try to capture as much energy that you desire from the GPS signals. That you got to find that trade-off, but that introduces what? More delays. It could cost you in the precision of the clock. So yeah, there are those trade-offs from a timing receiver
and the vulnerability
and the vulnerability side.
Okay, I've got one last topic for question for everyone here. In order to tee it up, I've got 2 slides that in the interest of time here, I think I'm going to try to do pretty quickly. So this overlaps a little bit, and the stage set Andy McGregor showed in the previous panel, the effects of emissions from a transmitter into a receiver, and also the effects of a receiver where both transmitters and receivers have imperfect filters contribute to the interference, the total interference that's received. And what I've done here is I've drawn this out of a reference that is shown on the bottom, but it's pretty. This is not to scale, and it's not with respect to any particular frequency separation or anything like that. But assume that the transmit is system A and receive is system B. So because of the practical limits of filtering, you have emissions from the transmitter into the desired bandwidth of B, and B's receiver is going to pick up interference power outside from B. And then if there's space in between, both have potentially shared responsibility for that. And so with that model, where the sources of interference come each, the transmitter is responsible for the interference power of A, and the receiver is responsible for the interference effects due to the imperfect selectivity. What I wanted to reflect on is what has been done in the 3GPP world, and I think Andy touched on this, is the analysis of both the effects of transmitters and receivers. There is a methodology used there with this parameter adjacent channel interference ratio, which is the combined effect of the leakage from the transmitter along with the selectivity of the receiver, the resistance of both of those factors affecting the total interference power. And with that approach, there has been simulations where the varying levels of interference are analyzed with respect to the consequence on the system being affected. So the ACIR is varied, there are simulations done, multiple stakeholders do that evaluation and modeling, and it's all part of the standards process, multi-stakeholder process to derive the requirements that then get specified, which is the leakage ratio and the adjacent channel selectivity. So with that as a backdrop, my question is really a 2-part question. Should the GPS industry consider setting a minimum protection level of receiver blocking of out-of-band signals? And is there a place for a multi-stakeholder process here? Because as Andy noted, that work is done within, in this case, in this example, the 3GPP community. But when these transmitters and receivers are of different services, should the GPS industry consider setting some type of specification like that for protecting receivers, where this balancing between transmitters and receivers can be a part of that process? Okay.
No one else seems to be jumping into your geometry problem here, so I'll take a crack. Clearly, I think for if your interest is putting adjacent systems next to GPS, I think clearly it's the ACS that you had in your plot that is, of course, the limiter here, because what we heard earlier from Erickson is with a base station, he can get down to minus 95 or wherever you want to be with 5 megahertz guard band, and I think we know with 20 or 30 megahertz guard band, you're hitting the ACS part of it. You're basically blocking the GNSS equipment that's out there today. I don't know whether you're going to have an easy time coming up with an agreement for several reasons. One, first of all, in the scaling you had in there, if you drew it to scale, there'd actually be 19 orders of magnitude between the transmitter and that other one. So it is a huge power variation between the systems that are desired to be put in the adjacent band and what we're talking about for the sensitivity of the GPS receiver. But the other part is just what you heard on this panel and the other ones before us. There's so many different communities using GPS today that to try and synchronize all of the communities that are out there to have them do one common ACS, I think would be nearly impossible. I think we could get more selectivity on our aircraft than Scott probably can in his next generation of wristwatch or ring or whatever Garmin's coming up with next. But that's the goal. But the other part, too, is as we've talked about, for some communities like aircraft or surveying, the trouble we have is we're not going to have a new standard on paper until 2018. Realistically, call it 2022. Until 2022, every new Boeing and Airbus is going to fly off with $250,000 worth of navigation equipment that has 3 $50,000 GPS receivers and antennas and everything else, and they're going to want to use that for 25 years. So you have a timing issue. Even if we all decided today we wanted to do that, some communities simply aren't going to be able to get it into place until we're all dead. Now, maybe it's good to plan for that, but I'm not so interested in that time horizon.
So, and whether this is 550 or 500 megahertz away, one of the points to qualify this question is that is a minimum level of protection appropriate? Because these levels in this example were set for the broadband technologies about 15 years ago. They haven't changed, and as I think we saw in the earlier panel, the industry has continued to improve. So as a minimum level, is it appropriate?
Just one more thought, and I'll pass off to Ron there. But the other part that's not in the math you had up there, of course, is the separation, the geometries that are involved, and that continues to evolve as well. I think you're seeing a large number, for instance, of unmanned aircraft using GPS today, and you end up with a whole bunch of proximity scenarios that we didn't have a few years in the past.
It's a really good point, and that's where I see a lot of the complexity in this modeling that's done is because of that geometric complexity.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, I tend to agree that it's hard to set one minimum performance across the board. It has to be done on an application-by-application basis because each is maybe optimizing around a different KPI, which in the end could be traded off for some other performance aspect on a particular application. So I think whether you set requirements or not, it does need to be looked at from an application perspective. And I think that as far as on the wireless side, certainly it is odd that there are receiver specs for GPS and GNSS that don't include intermod, don't include blocking, like all the other wireless receiver specs. Now, that may have been done based on essentially the allocations and the expectations. So again, a lot of those trade-offs were probably made in the development of those original standards, and that would be something that, given enough industry-driven needs, could be pushed back into standards if necessary.
Other comments? I'm short on time.
Okay, Garmin, I think we have time for one more, and then we're going to have to wrap up.
I agree with Chris. I think it's a difficult problem because there's such a huge, diverse array of applications and users, and it will be rather application-specific, I believe. I think perhaps one activity that's going on that will help at least provide some clarity there would be the ABC study that was discussed in the other panel, the adjacent band compatibility study that's going on there, to kind of look at the universe of GPS receivers and get some feel for what's what's available, what's doable, that sort of thing. But I think it's like I said, it's hard to create a one-size-fits-all solution to this problem. In the 3GPP, they're working on interoperability. It's very constrained. It's a completely different sort of situation than what we have with the GPS industry.
Thank you. And I think we would like to be able to draw from some of those experiences. But we're going to hear in panel 4 some folks who are involved in the 3GP process, as well as some of the other standards work that's going on. So we hope to hear more in panel 4, which will be later on this afternoon. I think we're going to take probably about a 10-minute, no more than 10-minute break because we have some introductory remarks we're expecting at the 3:45 mark. So please come back promptly. And I see
5-minute break.
We got the MC up there.
It's
I want
Friday
to
afternoon.
I want to thank the panelists for participating on this panel. And I thought it was a great discussion. And enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you. Will everyone please take their seat? Right. Will everybody please take their seat? Okay. We'll call the next panel up after the speaker. Okay. Thanks. Scott, we'll call the panel up after the speaker. Okay. Okay. Will everybody please take their seat? We're ready to hear from Tom Power, Deputy Chief Technology Officer, Office of Science Technology Policy, Executive Office of the President. Tom will provide some introductory remarks. We can't have 2 keynotes, so it's like really a keynote, but we can call it introductory awards. Tom, come on up.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to be with you. For those of you who've spent the whole day here, I want you to know the weather outside is just horrible, unless you enjoy things like golf and tennis and sunbathing and things like that. Thanks so much to everybody at the Commission for putting this on. Last year, the President issued a memorandum directing a lot of things for the cabinet agencies in terms of more spectrum efficiency, but also urging the FCC to take a look specifically at this issue. So we're really grateful to all the folks here at the Commission for this and all their great work on wireless issues. Spectrum policy has been a huge issue for the administration, and it's no hard issue as to why. It's been so important for the economy, for productivity, for creating jobs. And it's a real American success story when you look at international comparisons, the level of LTE deployment in this country, when you look at wireless operating systems, the leaders there. The whole app economy is a very American-driven economy. The level of investment that wireless companies are putting into their networks and their services, the explosion in unlicensed use. It's been a real roller coaster in a good way, and I know all of you have been through this over the last few years, and it's been really important to the administration to keep pushing on these issues. And that's why the President's actually issued 2 presidential memoranda, as well as we've worked with Congress to get legislation that the President signed, and that has kicked off so much important work. And a lot of these issues, you can tie back to the report from the PCAST, the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, who looked at the environment and essentially said we need to figure out how to do more with less, or how to do more with a finite amount of spectrum at least. And they came up with a lot of policy recommendations. And at the end of the day, of course, we know it's hard. We've made a lot of progress on a lot of fronts, but it's still really hard. And even the simple stuff, the more you look at it, it seems the harder it gets. A lot of people like to talk about spectrum efficiency. As if we sort of know what that means. And I find at any area you look in within the spectrum world, even trying to figure out what we mean by efficiency can be a challenge. If you look, at wireless carriers, you might say that efficiency would be just wanting to maximize the load on the network to the point that it's carrying as many calls and signals and data and traffic as it can without causing interference. But when you start looking at the federal users, it's a little bit different because that's not what the federal systems are designed to do. They're designed to carry out certain agency-specific missions, and the success of the mission is not correlated at all to what you might think of as the amount of spectrum use. So, if you've got a radar that's out there looking for something, just spinning around, waiting to pick up a signal somewhere, or you've got a FBI undercover operation, they don't need to be everywhere all the time, but they need to be able to be anywhere at any time. So it makes it a real challenge when you're talking about efficiency across these different platforms. In the same way, you might find an agency that's invested in some old hardware, an old system that could be upgraded and significantly shrink the spectrum footprint, but it costs money, and so that seems efficient to shrink the footprint. But when you talk to the budget people at OMB and you ask for another 50 million or 100 million or whatever it is, suddenly that doesn't sound so efficient. Or even systems that are flexible enough to move from band to band to band. That seems really efficient because you can avoid conflicting uses. But then when that agency goes to say, well, here's the bands we occupy, it looks like they occupy 3 times as much spectrum as they really do. So I mention all this because I also think of it for today's topic. There's a similar comparison, and I should stop and say what I know all of you know, which is what a huge value GPS has provided to us in so many ways. Our cars, of course, but so many other things: fleet management and air traffic and surveying and mapping and all the timing uses in communications networks and financial transactions and the energy grid. Hugely valuable and productive and vital services that are offered by GPS. But when you start looking at receivers, you can get into another one of these. What's efficient? If you've got a receiver that is operating in the main GPS band, but also listening into other bands and therefore increasing the efficiency and the productivity of whatever the underlying system is, that's great. That's really efficient. Unless there's somebody now in the middle with another spectrum assignment or another spectrum license who's trying to use their spectrum in accordance with their terms. So what's the efficient outcome then? Or maybe it's a receiver that just doesn't filter out, not necessarily even by design or by design, but only because it's cheaper. Well, that is actually efficient, right? Why would you over-engineer your product if you can do it more cheaply and not run into a problem until you run into a problem, which is when somebody using their spectrum decides to use it a little differently. So, what do we do? Well, no one's got all the answers to that, and we're not going to have them, I don't think, at the end of today, unless you guys have been a lot more productive than what I suspect. And we're not going to have them tomorrow. This is a long dialogue that's going to take some time. And obviously, part of the reason it takes some time is these receivers are built into so many pieces of equipment and such vital uses and hardware that, depending on the application, that is got a lifespan of years or even decades. And we don't want to strand that investment, and we don't want to lose the productivity. So in some ways, we've got sort of some competing forces here. But I will say that in the last few years that I've really been focusing on these wireless and spectrum issues from both the perspective of the White House and NTIA before that. The one thing that has become very clear is it's events like this and dialogues like this that are going to help solve the problem. And we've seen it over and over and over. I know all the great work that's been going on, particularly here at the Commission in the 3.5 proceeding, but pulling together all the stakeholders to figure out how to use that spectrum. NTIA and the federal agencies identified that band almost 4 years ago as being available for commercial use, and the reaction was a little lukewarm at the time, but you got the engineers in the room together and get all the stakeholders together, and you start making real progress. I would urge you to send all your kids to engineering school. I think we need more engineers, more scientists, because you get them in the room with a tricky problem, and they get fired up. You get fired up. And we see it again in the 1755 to 1780 band, where a year ago, 2 years ago, certainly, it looked really intractable. How are we going to solve that? And the folks at the Defense Department, I know General Wheeler was here today, and his team with Fred Moorfield and Terry Takai, now Terry Halverson at CIO, just did a great job and continues to, working with industry to work through these problems, and things that seem intractable start to get a little easier to solve once folks get in the room and start talking about it. So we really do have to jump into the pool. The water's great. I really appreciate the FCC for putting this on, and I will get out of the way and join you to enjoy the next panel. Thanks very much.
Last panel of the day. Oh, we still have plenty of time. Maybe we'll have two more. Thanks. Julie and Carl?
Yeah. Let them get seated. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Julie Knapp. I'm head of the Office of Engineering and Technology here at the Commission, and this is?
I'm Carl Nebbia. I'm with the NTIA's Office of Spectrum Management and a grandfather of 8.
I only have 3.
Important stuff.
So Carl and I have been at this so long, we don't really debate substance anymore. I send something over and tell him it's proposal 34. He sends me response 53. You know, it's really been an interesting day, I think, so far. And this panel, although it's billed as, talking about certifications and transitions and so forth, it was my hope that we talk more about where we go from here. Just as Tom Power had said, never was our hope today to solve all the problems in one day, but really to start improving the dialogue and identifying issues and how we can all work together collaboratively to address them. So, Carl, did you have anything that you wanted to say at the start, and then we'll introduce our speakers?
No, just really appreciate everybody coming in today, and we're excited to hear the last panel and see where we might move forward. There's a lot more to be done in the future, and a lot of great technologies being developed every day.
So we've got a few presentations. You've got the bios. What I would ask that we'll just go down the line and just ask the panelists maybe just to introduce yourselves briefly and your background. You know it better than what we have here. So, Milton.
Good afternoon. My name is Milton Clary. I work for Overlook Systems Technologies and spent a career in the Air Force. I'm a trained navigator. I found very few people that work GPS actually were navigators, so that's kind of an interesting thing. But anyway, but I've worked the GPS issues, and not too long ago supported the United States Air Force with a study on how to look into certifying their military receivers to handle the signal structure that comes down and make sure that a receiver, when it goes to field, will accommodate whatever signal structure that is planned to come down the pipe in the years to come.
So, do we have the presentation teed up?
Yep.
I think that's us.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Good. So why don't we go ahead and do that right off?
Bring up the slides, and we'll be off to the races. All right, good afternoon. As I said, my name is Milton Clary. This next slide is probably the most important slide in my whole presentation, which is not very many slides. But the real question, when you look at certification, what does the word mean? If you think of you have a cool car or you receive a cool reception, same word, vastly different meanings. So when you consider, for example, anybody that's been around the FAA very much and you look at certification, there's some very specific parameters and limitations that a receiver has to be able to create in time to alarm with hazardly misleading information and so forth as a safety of life device that has to work the first time, every time, in the minimum amount of time. On the other hand, if you want to certify a GPS receiver for something else, that's a totally different animal. And ultimately, if you want to certify it to do something other than a safety of life, that certification can be whatever you want it to be. And in the case of the study that I performed, was how do you ensure that a military GPS receiver is built to comply with the integration control documents that were put down. Okay, so as time went by, the GPS Joint Program Office, as it was at the time, was responsible for the development and procurement of GPS receivers for the military. As production techniques got better and more innovation happened, they began to be able to develop receivers that could go into munitions, and they're very unique form factors, very unique and detailed integration requirements for a receiver to do one thing or the next, and it got to be where the Directorate really couldn't keep up with those demands. So as the industry continued to progress, the guidance to the GPS Directorate was modified, and basically they were one of the things they were told to do was develop an evaluation process for military user equipment to ensure that it had adequate performance built into it to comply with in those receiver designs, and that to test the equipment and then against at the modular and software level, and then document the results. Okay, now subsequent to that guidance, there was a couple of incidents where we did some changes to the to the ground control segment, and as a result of that, a few signal changes. Some of our military users had GPS receivers that had anomalies, and so as we investigated what those anomalies were, we found that in certain instances there were engineers at a particular vendor that either didn't understand exactly what the integration control document said and meant, or they didn't really appreciate the implication of certain signal structure changes that we had planned for years in the PAC to put into place. And one of those was AEP 5.5 was one of these. And so it took months and between $15 and $25 million for the GPS Directorate to chase down exactly what was going wrong with these receivers and come up with fixes. So what we did is the Directorate went ahead and issued a contract to study how best to evaluate military GPS receivers and ensure that in the years to come, whenever we did an enhancement to the signal structure, M-code comes along or whatever else, that receiver will function. And it's a very important thing. It can do everything else on Earth, but if it doesn't work once you change a signal structure that you'd planned to do, then you're in real trouble. So if you look at the slide, we looked at a bunch of different types of organizations, government organizations, private organizations, industry associations that do different kinds of testing and certify different types of products, everything from Underwriters Limited all the way through NOAA and on down the line, even FAA. Looking at the best fit that would work for the GPS Directorate. And ultimately, we wound up recommending that they pursue a certification based on a receiver's compliance to the integration control document. Okay, now this slide is an eye chart, but the first column on the left is the characteristic of testing that we examined. The second column is the certification structure. The bold text is what we wound up recommending. The faint gray text is other options we considered. To the right of that, those other columns are different entities that do different types of testing and certification, and that just says how they do this. If it's a consensus type thing, if there's an organization that mandates standards or what have you, but that's where things went. Okay, so we got through with this because how do we go about certifying these receivers? Who has the authority to do it? Well, basically, there's three things we can do. You can have the GPS Directorate do the certification. You can have the end-user program offices in the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, or what have you, do the certification. Or you can have a third party do the certification. When we looked at this, these are the basic types of situations we had if we look at the GPS Directorate. If you look at that, number one, the GPS Directorate provides test vectors. The manufacturers submit the test results. Once that's considered to be good, then the GPS Directorate issues the certification, and then off to the right side, the end user gets a certified receiver. And then we looked at a couple of others where the end user did the certification, and there's more arrows when you do that. It's much more sophisticated. Same thing when you look at a third-party organization, more arrows, and it's more boxes, and it's just a little bit busier process. So when we looked at all that and we rolled up the pros and cons of which way was best to go, if you'll notice on the benefits side, there were more benefits associated with the GPS Directorate doing this testing, and there were less downsides or challenges for them to come up with. So ultimately, what we did is our recommendation to the GPS Directorate was that they should assume responsibility for and authority for authorizing the certification of a military receiver. And it was just the most efficient structure. The second thing, the extent of testing, which was a very onerous situation while we were doing this. But basically, you need to focus on the signal in space, because that's the one thing we can control, and that's the one thing that we know what it's going to be for years to come. So we want to make sure that a receiver, if it can't handle the signal in space, there's nothing else it can do. So it's almost like a fuel standard. If you don't get the fuel right, nothing else matters. And so that's where we ended up with the signal in space compliance. Now, what this will accomplish, first of all, it ensures compliance with the integration control documents, which is very important, and it allows the Directorate to maintain the strategic direction of the certification process. The one thing it won't do is it won't provide assurance of performance capabilities, like you've got to be able to go from a cold start to full lock-on in 10 seconds. It won't do that. And it doesn't ensure that that particular receiver will integrate correctly with weapons out on pylons, stores out on pylons, or whatever else. That's something that the program office would have to ensure that they got those requirements right. But the thing is, it will give them a executable program that's feasible timeline, reasonable budget, allows the Directorate to climb a learning curve that's not too steep at first, and it positions certification for future enhancements or the adoption for civil receivers down the road. Now, the final get off the stage slide, where are we now? The study was completed in August of 2011. The GPS Directorate is in the process of looking at different test vectors based on what's in the integration control documents that they want to pursue as the most important, and ultimately keep the focus on compliance with the signal in space and those specifications are the key drivers to UE certification. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Milton. Scott?
So thanks, Julie. Thanks, Carl. For those of you who I don't know, I'm Scott Bergman. I head up the Regulatory Affairs Department at CTIA, the Wireless Association. And for those of you who don't know CTIA, our membership includes wireless carriers, large and small, manufacturers of network equipment and devices, developers of operating systems, applications, as well as a variety of providers of wireless data services. So thank you all very much for inviting me to participate today. With my remarks, I was asked and will focus primarily on an overview of CTIA's certification program. And I'll introduce Ron Borsato once again, who serves as the vice chair of our working group on our over-the-air working group as part of the certification program. So with my remarks, I really want to highlight two things. The first is the importance of GPS operations to wireless networks and devices. And then second, the important role that voluntary industry-led standards play in the commercial wireless ecosystem. So I've spent a lot of time here in this room and working with NTIA and with the FCC that have really been critical partners in our effort to bring more spectrum to market to meet demand. So that's certainly, I think, a critical item from the wireless industry's perspective. Meeting demand, which has grown 51 times over the last 5 years, fuels investment, right, of about $30 billion a year. So that's an enormous priority here. But we do recognize that with that growing demand for new spectrum, adjacent band uses and interference protection can present challenges. So as we use each megahertz of spectrum ever more intensely, careful consideration of the effects of this increased use is critical. In particular, manufacturers need to protect adjacent band receivers, such as GPS, GNSS, while not inhibiting the allocation of new spectrum for mobile broadband. So CTIA is certainly a very strong supporter of protecting GPS operations from interference. And as you heard earlier panelists say, we use GPS and GNSS infrastructure within our networks. So specifically, wireless networks rely on GPS for timing at base stations to ensure that our networks are synchronized. And then wireless devices use GPS receivers to aid with location services, certainly critical E911 location accuracy services, and then other location-based services as well, too. So given the importance that those GPS and GNSS systems play in the functioning of the wireless network, we've developed standards to ensure the protection of these receivers. Now, those standards are typically created through multi-stakeholder groups, such as 3GPP, 3GPP2. And once the standards are created, CTI's certification program, our certification body, creates test protocols to ensure that those GPS receivers within our mobile devices don't receive harmful interference from the serving wireless network's operations or from the device transceiver. So important to note, I think, that none of these standards or certification processes is subject to government mandates. Rather, it's a market-driven approach that's allowed for the rapid introduction of new GNSS receivers into wireless devices and our infrastructure without delays. And the upside of this is that mobile devices have been shown to have the most robust GPS receivers of any of the devices tested, which I think does illustrate the success of the standards and certification approach that we've taken. So that approach, that voluntary industry-led standards certification process, again, has resulted in design and deployment of robust receivers, as well as protections for sensitive receivers like GPS. So I'll just walk you through a couple of slides here. We talked a little bit about the goals of the certification program, and I think certainly from our perspective, we try to leverage the expertise of our members, and I talked a little bit about the diversity of that membership across the commercial wireless ecosystem. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to harmonize processes with those industry standard-setting organizations like 3GPP. But ultimately, the real goal and the real purpose of our program is to increase customer satisfaction with devices. That certainly has corresponding benefits to wireless carriers as well, too, as we hope to reduce returns of non-functioning devices and to try to increase the efficiency of our carriers' own device acceptance processes. So the scope of the program, our program certifies conformance, again, with global technical specifications like 3GPP, but then also a variety of CTIA-specific specifications. And those range from Wi-Fi-related specifications to more general over-the-air performance specifications, LTE interoperability specifications. We have a variety of different groups. And as I mentioned, Ron is vice chair of our over-the-air program in that working group. So amongst the activities, we administer the programs for GSM, CDMA, and LTE devices. We publish and we maintain test plans. And then we manage a network of roughly 96 authorized test labs, or CATLs, CTIA authorized test labs, which, as you can see from this slide, are located literally around the globe. I think I mentioned quickly that we have different working groups that help develop the test plans, and the over-the-air working group is in charge of making sure that we have specifications that track industry standards, and at the end of the day, make sure that the device works for the consumer in the real world the way that we expect it to based on those standards. Worth noting that Many of the carriers and manufacturers are actually working on standards that are more stringent than those global standards, and we build that into our certification process. So the last slide is simply a snapshot of the CTI website. So any of you all who are interested in our device certification program can go there. You can check out our list of authorized test labs, where they are, our different test plans, as well as a variety of other information about the test program. So with that, maybe, Julie, I'll hand the baton back to you.
No, this way.
Oh, okay, great.
Did you have anything?
All right. So I won't have anything to point to because I don't have a presentation, so hopefully we'll save some time there. I am fortunate enough to get invited to 2 panels today, and just to confuse everybody, I moved chairs, but maybe I won't introduce myself again. So what I would like to do is touch on where we are now, add a little more information concerning the CTIA OTA effort, as well as what's happened in 3GPP and 3GPP2, and then maybe go into a little bit of what could be done type topics. So on the GNSS, AGNSS side, 3GPP, 3GPP2 have had performance standards for receivers for some time, mainly driven out of the need to support various applications and primarily the E911 Phase 2 application. So if you look across those standards, they originally started with AGPS, and that was done across various voice supporting protocols. So initial specs came out in GSM, wideband CDMA, and CDMA side to support GPS performance in voice related services. Now, with the advent of LTE and the move towards voice over LTE, there's also now been an effort in 3GPP to define a 37571-1, which now encompasses multi-technology AGNSS specs. That also now includes AGPS, it includes AGLONASS, it includes AGalileo, and very soon, it'll include ABEDU because the performance requirements are now wrapping up in the RAND 4 group for that, so that the RAND 5 group can develop the test specs now. What then ends up happening with those is that certain certification bodies will point to those industry standards. So you've got GCF, the Global Certification Forum, you've got PTCRB, which is kind of the equivalent on the North American operator side. You have CTIA, who will then point to it in their test plans as necessary. You have CCF, CDMA Certification Forum, which is now, just to confuse things, is being integrated into the GCF. But what happens there is that then they define which particular test cases out of each test standard get referenced for the needs of the particular market. About in 2006 or 2007, CTIA started a GPS subgroup underneath the OTA working group to develop an OTA methodology, given that we realized that the end application obviously includes the antenna in the device. And we had a test plan originally released for wireless technologies since 2001, I guess, was the first one that we went out for certification and authorization of labs. And so over that 2-year period, we worked on a GPS OTA test methodology and published the first release in 2009. That particular spec never got enforced because of other delays in some other aspects of the test plan that were going in. But then finally in January 2011, we released first CTIA OTA test plan that covered GSM, CDMA, and wideband CDMA AGPS OTA testing. We've now recently updated that to include LTE in a user plane type fashion, and we'll be adding control plane shortly. Now, in those test cases, it only actually verifies the performance of the receiver in reference to itself. So we will evaluate the performance over the air for the GNSS side, and then we will do a step across the various operating frequencies in that band that the device would be operating on to see if there's any interference due to any particular operating frequency. But it doesn't evaluate coexistence issues, or it doesn't evaluate, say, adjacent channel type scenarios. So in that test plan, we always point to a traceable industry standard. So if we do anything going forward, we'd want to do the same thing, evaluate against the metrics that are key to GNSS, location accuracy, and also time to first fix and yield. And we'd want to look at those metrics and traceable to industry standards to develop anything else. So going forward, we need to look at carrier aggregation scenarios and other scenarios in CTIA to determine what, if any, additional performance tests we need to include for LTE advanced. And I think as far as in the industry in general, if you look at the concerns about intentional jamming and or spoofing, that's another area that I think needs addressed from an integrity perspective. So there's a little bit of work going on in there in a ETSI group, but probably something that should be worth considering going forward, given the threats in that area. So I think I'm, well, I guess they just reset my clock, but I think I've... You
can only do that in basketball.
Yeah, I wish Italy would have had a little more time.
You got another 2 minutes.
I think the one thing about whatever we do going forward, though, the testing approach needs to be geared towards the application, as I mentioned on the last panel. If we look at the integrity type scenario that I just mentioned, that's going to yield very different tests than you would if you were looking at an E911 location accuracy test perspective. So in that one, you're looking at trying to get position across multiple GNSS systems at very low signal levels, whereas maybe in the integrity side, you're looking at you're looking at various either transmission errors or errors that were induced due to spoofing. So it's important that we address each application separately in that. So I'd probably close there.
Good.
And appreciate the time to speak.
Thanks, Ron. And Karen, and Control H?
We should probably note that when the numbers start going back up on the clock, that means hasn't been reset. You're just going past the. Okay. So that's what that means.
You're in stoppage time. Karen.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Karen Van Dyke. I think General Wheeler introduced me this morning, which I was not expecting. But I serve as Director for Positioning, Navigation, and Timing in the U.S. Department of Transportation in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology. And I appreciate to Julie Knapp and Carl Nebbia for inviting me to be on the panel this afternoon. So if we can bring up the slides, thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the GPS adjacent band compatibility assessment that you heard from Jim Arnold on panel 2 today. And I think it's a good way to talk about where we see things in the future. So just a little bit more of the background. The goals for the GPS adjacent band compatibility assessment actually came from the Space-Based P&T Executive Committee co-chairs, so those are the deputy secretaries of Transportation and Defense. And back in 2012, we're really looking to inform future proposals for non-space commercial uses in the bands adjacent to GPS, and ensure that those proposals are implemented in a way that don't affect existing and evolving uses of space-based P&T vital to economic, public safety, scientific, and national security needs. And I think we heard a lot of great presentations on all of those applications in some of the earlier panels. So specifically within Department of Transportation, our previous Deputy Secretary Bakari had asked both FAA and our organization for research and technology to put together a plan with a couple of main objectives, and it was really to derive what the adjacent band power limits are as a function of offset frequency that are necessary to ensure a continued operation of all applications of GPS services. So those are the current services and benefits that we have from GPS, and then also look to the future. And again, we've heard a lot of good discussion about multi-GNSS receivers, so also consider that and determine similar levels for future GPS receivers that will use signals from the other GNSS constellations. So our near-term focus is on the GPS L1 band, and we have struggled in obtaining resources for this program. So fortunately, I think we now have overcome that, at least for the near term. And the Volpe National Transportation System Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts, is actually going to be the primary ones leading this effort, and we are, as Jim Arnold mentioned, in panel 2, looking to set up a workshop, and I appreciate Tom Power's remarks to basically have all the engineers come together, and I think a lot of folks have expressed interest in participating in this effort, and we do want to leverage the work that was done with the technical working group, the receiver categories shown, and identify the GPS applications, and where we're hoping that all of the applications will fall into one of these 7 categories. And really looking at, for each of these categories, and depending on the assumptions for what would operate in the adjacent band, to really develop what the maximum aggregate power level is as a function of offset frequency. And so that's going to be a considerable amount of effort to be able to accomplish that. But in terms of our recommended path forward, once we are able to determine that power level, we would recommend having that codified in terms of the adjacent band transmitter limit criteria based on the results of the compatibility assessment. And so what we would not want to see is new interference rejection regulations or standards developed. And so we were pleased with the FCC chairman's remarks this morning that they aren't looking to develop GPS receiver standards. And certainly, we do have receiver standards for aviation. And Chris Hegarty, talked about the process through RTCA. But given the myriad of applications, we don't really feel that that's feasible. And also, we've had standards for certified avionics for a long time, as you heard Chris discuss, and that didn't prevent the problems that we encountered a couple of years ago. So it really does depend on the interaction, scenarios, and it really is on a use case, basis, and that's why we just don't think it's going to be feasible for all of the different applications. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Jim.
Thanks. I'm Jim Kirkland. My day job is General Counsel at Trimble Navigation. I'm also President of the GPS Innovation Alliance, which is a group that was formed by Deere, Garmin, and Trimble, but also a lot of the user community. And first, I'd like to thank the FCC, Julie, Ron, and Michael for all the work they did in pulling this together. And I want to echo the sentiment that we're hoping this is a first step of an ongoing dialogue. I think some of the challenges, we've heard a little bit about how PNT, navigation and timing, are very different technically from communications, and there are a lot of differences in the way the technologies operate, what they're trying to do. And I think there's also been maybe some of the challenges arise because there's been some siloing between the PNT community and the communications community. And in a couple of cases where GPS and the communications realm have intersected, I think part of the challenge has been a lack of a foundation of a common technical understanding and a lot of regular discussions and information sharing about what's really happening out in the world, because that's what matters. And that segues, I think, into some of the things we've heard today. We heard there's over 1 billion GPS receivers out in the world today, probably 2/3 of those maybe in the United States. Some of the data that you probably couldn't read in the CEA presentation, but that study projects that in 2022 there will be 7 billion GPS receivers in use, and that in North America there'll be 3 GPS receivers for every person living in North America. Those receivers do just an amazing variety of things, and when you're talking about 2022, they're probably doing things that we can't even imagine right now. But there are a few things that we do know and see. You hear a lot about the Internet of Things, that there will be a lot of connectivity to things that are not connected, that are things, not people. A lot of those things move. Right? You hear about self-stocking refrigerators, that doesn't move, but a lot of the assets that suddenly are going to be the objects and the things that we're going to want to track and manage and use more efficiently, they will move, and location awareness will be a very important part of that. And it illustrates the sheer complexity of what we're talking about when we're talking about, GPS receivers as a category. So you will need GPS receivers, everything from the kind of receivers that Trimble make, that are highly complex, highly engineered devices that cost a fair amount of money and have a form factor something like this. We have a lot of technical options about how we design our equipment, but if you think about what you want to be a very cheap and inexpensive sensor, location-aware sensor that is going to go on perhaps a relatively inexpensive object, you need to be able to support that whole range of price and performance. And so when we talk about, can this be done or can that be done, the question has to be asked, for what application? And so given that variety, I guess I would just make a couple observations about, certification and some of the things we've been talking about. In the security and survivability realm, I emphasize that GPS receivers are one part of very complex systems. And I think to address, security challenges or to address vulnerabilities, you really need to address those at a system level. And in our view, those should be dictated just as in aviation, it's driven by the aviation community. If it's comms networks, it should be driven by the people who are responsible for taking care of those networks. Once you start talking about RF, I think the challenges in spectrum management and how do you make efficient use of spectrum, I think the standards issues become quite difficult, because I think we've heard in aviation, has a primary mission, getting travelers safely from point A to point B. And the level of innovation that's done in doing that is all in service of that end. So you have very lengthy certification processes. Similarly with weapon systems, you have very lengthy certification processes because these are, the tools that we give people that are defending our country, and it should be that way. If you look at the mobile industry, they have very mature and very well-developed standards and certification processes, and that's, I think, because there's a very strong pull to have those standards. It's a global industry. While it's a very large industry, it tends to have a manageable number of players. They're all incentivized to have high volume, low cost. That implies getting everyone together, defining standards, and then making sure those are implemented and understood. And so there's a very strong pull for standards in that environment. In a context like GPS, where you have this bewildering array of applications and end uses, and then you have products highly engineered for those end uses, or you have very small, inexpensive receivers, it's very hard to even envision what a certification process would look like other than certification processes that are driven by the requirements of specific industries, aviation being one, the mobile industry being another. So I guess I would just express that kind of cautionary note. The industry certainly is committed and is already via the PNT Advisory Board working on survivability issues. We want to stay very engaged with that. We also want to, the FCC to have full visibility and transparency into those, given the interest in those networks. We'll obviously be very involved in aviation standards. And beyond that, I think on spectrum management issues, we just need to keep the dialogue open. But keep in mind, the facts are on the ground. They're continually changing, and this technology is truly viral, and it has a life of its own. And our ability to kind of keep up with it and manage it, we need to be mindful and practical about that. And we also need to keep in mind just the tremendous amount of economic benefits that are at stake, as I think we've heard all day.
Thanks, Jim. Ray?
Thank you. My name is Ray Swider from Department of Defense. I work for General Wheeler, who spoke to you earlier today, so I follow up on his remarks and explain some things about the department and our provision of GPS and also our use. And in that makes us a little bit unique and a little bit different, I think, in the community. And again, gentlemen, I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate and hopefully to contribute. So we are unique in that. We're the service provider. As the General told you today, we take that charge very seriously on behalf of all users. We publish all the specifications and documentation and then live by those specifications and documentation. And we do that not only for the public here in the United States, but it's a global commitment as well, which is something that's not only unique, but sometimes somewhat problematic. But in addition to that, and in addition to our provision and the provision of GPS and our good citizenship in so doing, we are also consumers and regulators of our consumption of GPS. But it's a little bit different. Certainly it's much different than other realms and other user communities because we have to deal with multiple levels of certification and test and evaluation and regulation. Milt Clary explained one today where we, as good citizens, subscribe to the standards that are put out by the safety regulators. His particular case, that happens to be the FAA, but we also have to deal with the International Civil Aviation Organization when we go abroad, and the Department of Defense does that quite often. We deal in OCONUS operations on a routine basis. We do that for maritime operations. We do that for a variety of other concerns. So we have to be good neighbors again in dealing with certification and regulation on behalf of other regulators. But internally in our department, we regulate ourselves in terms of the test and evaluation and development of our user equipment because that user equipment is going to be used in some very stressed and stressful environments. Obviously, we go in harm's way when we use GPS. So we have security certification, and that's something that's unique because, again, we have exclusive encrypted services that we avail of for force protection purposes. We have a whole certification realm that involves supply chain considerations. So when we spin ASICs, we do those in a trusted foundry here on shore. We don't have the opportunity to go offshore and look for lower cost providers in offshore locations. We have to do that because we have to ensure that there is no corruption in our supply chain. When we build receivers and we put in appliques and antenna electronics and we use other sensors, again, we have to do that for force protection purposes. We don't engineer our equipment keeping Murphy and Murphy's Law in mind. We engineer our equipment to deal with Satan because there's a probability of one that somebody's going to try and take GPS away from us. So that's a very serious consideration for us, and our certification and regulation regime, of course, accommodates that. And it does it not only at the host application or receiver level, but we have to do that at the platform level as well. We have to make sure that we integrate properly, we test, evaluate, and we ensure that the equipment works as advertised, not only in a benign environment, but certainly in a stressed environment as well. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an overview of the unique circumstances that we deal with, again, all within the context that the regulators provide both here in the United States, but also by treaty obligations that we have around the world we have to remain and be good citizens and operate within that environment, also keeping in mind the purpose for which we deploy the system and employ the system.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, surprise. A great word on birthdays. Not so good for the GPS or the spectrum management worlds. So, some of the things I think that have happened in the past have been things where people didn't understand what was coming or didn't understand what the environment actually was and how things worked. How can we take from today and expand the dialogue among the different stakeholders so we have a better understanding among them? And I'm not just talking about the adjacent bands. Part of the reason we talked today about receivers and we talked about noise is that these things tend to come up ad hoc, and then we're all wrestling with the issue. And maybe, Karen, you could start talking a little bit more about the workshop, because I thought that was really an interesting idea.
Yeah, well, thank you, and I'm making a shameless plug. We don't have a specific date yet, but it will be sometime this summer. And I think really important in the FCC chairman's remarks this morning was the role of partners, and all of you are going to be our partners. At least we hope so in this effort. And so really we do want to start to lay out the work that's involved, because we know it will be quite extensive, particularly for the majority of the receivers that don't have any interference mask, and will involve testing out those receivers to determine the level of power that they can tolerate in the adjacent band without causing harmful interference, and so really understanding the scope of the effort. Again, internally, we have given some thought to it. We really do want to leverage the work that the technical working group did in 2011. We think a lot of good work took place as part of that effort, and trying to strike a balance. We know there are so many applications of GPS, so to come up with representative scope of the community, and again, I think using those receiver categories will be a good way to do that, and really look at what resources the community is willing to bring to this effort, and so I've had a number of great conversations, not only today but over the past several months. So I think the GPS community is energized to work this, and it's open to everyone. So we welcome and encourage participation. And I think it goes to your point of really opening up that the dialogue among the community, and perhaps it will go into some longer term effort after we've actually developed the compatibility criteria.
So much goes on in the private sector. So when we talk about this, just to be clear, we're talking about, it has to be the federal government that oversees this, or regulation and so forth. I know there's often dialogue between the different standards groups and so forth. Is there for anybody on the panel? Are there places where you see that there might be an opportunity in the private sector for more dialogue, or?
So I thought what was helpful this morning was to lay out the PNT governance structure, because there is a very good governance structure, and it's quite active, and it gathers the government stakeholders, which is also a diverse group in this context, but it also has an advisory board that has, I think, 30 or 35 representatives from academia and business, including many of the major companies, many of the companies you heard from today. And so I can't speak for the advisory board because I'm not on it, but that's certainly one point of collection, and certainly one touch point for any of this kind of dialogue, and some greater level of interaction there would seem to be something that would be very worthwhile.
I mean, it seems to me, certainly here at the table, we've got the two big gorillas in our business from the we don't have the Wi-Fi folks here, but we have the cell phone industry, we've got the GPS industry. Two of the I think, tremendous innovation stories here in the United States, success stories. And yet the cell phone industry's obviously figured out ways of working with the GPS chips and so on within their own devices. And it seems like part of what would be great to do is if we could get those two groups actually, working directly together in the context of the spectrum that we've been wrestling over and trying to figure out solutions for, so that maybe the answers are already here for how we can make that work. But I just certainly want to ask whether there are ways we could get those two industries directly together to discuss this and set up an ongoing dialogue, as opposed to, DOT is going to have a forum, somebody else is going to have a forum. Is there some way we could actually encourage the two industries to create a joint forum that they're actually working together? Because these are the spectrum conflicts we have.
If I could, maybe express a kind of a dissonant thought on that. I think, in a sense, those industries work extremely well together. You heard Qualcomm say how they are engineering to support both GPS and, the reception of cellular signals on their devices. They've got tremendously innovative companies like Qualcomm that do that for them, and it's been highly successful. So I think in the TWG you found that they had less problem. That's part of the characteristic that you heard about the narrow band versus the wide band. They typically use more of that narrow band signal, which is a little more resistant. I guess there's a premise, and one of the biggest challenges is what problem are we trying to solve? Okay, so what are we trying to resist in that adjacent band? It all really does come back to that. And that's where I think the tremendous variety of GPS applications and saying who's going to be impacted by different things comes into play, and it would be very difficult, I think, for the mobile industry to engage with that kind of full spectrum. I think that is a challenge. I think the second observation I would make is, there's a fundamental question of what is that spectrum going to be used for? And I guess I would make an appeal to say that we first need to answer the question, is that MSS band appropriate for high-powered use? That, I don't think that question, at least in our industry's mind, has been answered. And if you answer that yes, then that provides a lot of clarity. If it's ambiguous, then you're kind of in the worst case, because even when you get together, you're not really sure what you're talking about or what exactly you're trying to solve. And I think the last thing I would say in a general is, you've all been reading about the new dynamism in the satellite business. Clearly the FCC overallocated spectrum for satellite way back when, and they've been able to, repurpose some of that without any incident whatsoever. So like the 2 gigahertz satellite spectrum and some of those other areas. The spectrum around GPS has been highly problematic. And the question is, looking down 20 or 30 years down the road, when you're making these spectrum decisions, when you have to live with them, should we assume that satellite will be as limited as not? When you're now talking about CubeSats, you're now talking about a very high level of renewed interest by significant people in the satellite space. Is there a case that can be made that's intellectually respectable and is efficient for preserving a satellite realm in the spectrum? Because that's certainly the easiest way to deal with these challenges, is to keep, essentially a quiet neighborhood and allow, because satellite uses are very broadly compatible with other satellite uses. It's just when you go terrestrial versus satellite that you come up with these really difficult issues.
Anybody else?
I just want to leave your point out there, and certainly Jim brings up the many complexities that are certainly here. But if there's one message that I hope to convey today, it is that the success of being able to minimize interference into GPS receivers and mobile devices really does come out of industry-led efforts and voluntary efforts, and as opposed to government mandates. And I think our view certainly is that does lead for more nimble developments and to Tom Power's point earlier, more focus on engineering as well, which we think is key to solving these sorts of issues.
But for instance, that does raise the question, and Jim asked a good question earlier, if we have cell phone technology that's already doing much better than the commission standard. Nobody's even going by the commission standard anymore. Isn't there some value to, okay, well, let's tighten the belt a little bit so we're not wasting a lot of time arguing over, well, they could go to the commission standard. I mean, the reality is nobody's doing that. So it's just a little bit difficult, I think, hearing the discussion saying nobody wants regulation. I understand that. But it seems to me that I haven't heard a good argument this afternoon as to why not tighten the belt on the emission limits on the cell phones, since everybody's beating them way over. And on the other side, on the GPS side, at some point, I mean, one of the big challenges is the applications keep changing. But they keep changing in a way that nobody can ever get to a point of saying, okay, this is what we can do. And that sounds like every issue is a single issue is really another way of saying there is no solution. And I understand that. But so is there anywhere we can work together and give and tighten and help ourselves move forward? And
So, I mean, I guess I would observe. I think the direction you want to steer folks in is towards those conversations and those engineering discussions, as opposed to imposing or tightening regulatory mandates on an industry that's extremely competitive and incredibly innovative. And as we've talked about, and I think a number of folks have observed, does not have those sort of interference issues that you have in other industries.
Yeah, I just add to what Carl said that. And focusing not on the adjacent channel issue, but on the noise and the out-of-band emissions. And it's not just cell phones. What tends to happen is these things arrive at our desk as ad hoc issues. We're doing a new allocation, we're changing service rules, and suddenly we're having a discussion about what's the right level of protection for GPS. And I'm not here to say, well, it's one size fits all, because, I mean, we understand that there are differences and so forth. But I think it would really be helpful for people going forward to understand what the principles are. Whether the principle is, gee, if your second harmonic's going to fall there, you can expect we're going to be really looking to make sure or if you're 500 megahertz away, well, that's far enough. So I think it's, and I used the word surprise before, is having that kind of dialogue so people have an understanding of what the world is going to look like, and we know there are legacy products out there and things are not going to change overnight, but you think you got to start someplace. Yeah, Karen.
So maybe just to add to the conversation, we heard from a number of the other panelists earlier today that they're already developing multi-GNSS receivers, and so I think as we look to the future in the adjacent band compatibility work, we were going to focus on existing receivers, viewing it from the perspective that most of them are the L1CA code signals, and I think what we may find when we bring the industry together, that they would say, well, they already have a number of receivers that are multi GNSS, and I think the question is going to come up, as you heard Chris Hegarty talk about where the Beidou Phase 2 signal is, as well as GLONASS going up to 1610. And I don't know if the panelists are allowed to ask questions, but we certainly would be interested in what the FCC's views are. Or maybe this is one of the topics to come up in the workshop, because I think it is now beyond GPS, which said is already a large focus of this effort.
Look, we've got about 4 minutes left, and Roger reminded me at the start of our session that the meter runs out at 5. So I'm just going to make a couple of quick closing remarks, and if Carl wants to jump in too. First of all, I think what you heard in the sessions earlier today is that this completely unanimous view that GPS is critically important. No question about that, and it's really amazing all of the applications it covers already and how many new things it may open the door to in the future. At the same time, spectrum is precious, and we have to manage that resource efficiently, and both of these things are critical to the economy. So, and I can't think of two areas that are more interrelated. Our wireless networks rely on GPS. We've got GPS in the devices. So, we really have to make sure that these things live together. I'll just say a little bit about why the topics today. We wanted to make sure people understood the importance of GPS in all the applications. So those were the point of the earlier sessions. We talked a bit about noise, really trying to focus on, we haven't always been consistent. Maybe there's reasons for differences, but to help people understand, should things remain the same? What do we do going forward? Are there things, sometimes the industry sets standards that are tighter than regulation, and is that going to take care of the problems? We don't always have to have regulatory answers. And when it came to receivers, it was understanding that receivers are such a vital piece of this. They got attention in the PCAST report, this whole idea of that's going on in our own technological advisory council about, well, how do you get the neighbors talking to each other so they know where the fence lines are? And really, so that was not, so much about, well, here's what you need to do, but trying to get people to focus on that. And I'm just going to repeat a couple things that the chairman said this morning. First of all, this was not about regulation. It was not about, we're going to set mandatory receiver standards. It was to try to get focus on a dialogue and understanding. I know I learned things today. I won't confess what they are. And I think this is just another step in recognizing that we need to all talk more and find the right forums to deal with these issues, so we don't get to that word that I just opened with, and find the right forums to deal with these issues, so we don't get to that word that I just opened with, surprises. We may not always see eye to eye on what the right technical requirements are, but the worst thing that can happen is that we never had those talks to begin with. So do you have anything you want to?
Just want to thank you all for not only for coming out today, but for the terrific work that you do. We certainly rely on the industries that you've produced, and you make work every day, and we just appreciate that. It's made our society something wonderful that would not have been there without our cell phones, which we all carry now, our GPS, which helps me find my way home. So.
And for staying for the full session, you get 2 days off if your employer agrees. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
And the videotape will be on